But don't talking about it because it can be like it was last week.
That's true. That's true. But apparently it rained. So today was the first time I've driven over the American Legion Bridge. Do you know what the American Legion Bridge used to be called? I just found this out, and I did not know this. According to Ben Standing, that's my source on this.
I would not listen to Ben.
It used to be called the Cabin John Bridge.
But there's still a Cabin John Bridge over there somewhere.
There's a little joint that's the Cabin John Bridge. Yeah. That is how I like sneak home.
Well, it probably was. But then when you start getting a little bigger, you can't be Cabin John.
Well, here's
you got to get somebody's name on it or something.
But it's not like naming rights. It's not like Northwest Stadium. Like the American Legion didn't pay for that. You know what I mean?
They didn't pay for it, but people always they do that stuff to honor certain places.
So here's a question for you: Woodrow Wilson High School in D.C., right there on Nebraska Ave, like Tenleytown, is now called Freedom Jackson, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
You think they'll change the name of the bridge?
Maybe.
I don't know. They haven't. But
they haven't yet. But
it's tough to be a old name because the world is a changing. Hey. Hell, we're at Commander's Park.
Change is gonna come
one way or another. So obviously the topic that has kind of taken over, I think a little bit. I understand why it's such a big deal nationally, but I just don't understand why it's such a big deal locally. Davante Adams.
You don't understand why it's a big deal locally. Have you not noticed that every time someone becomes free or it seems to be available, we always want him in this area? Because we still have the mindset of what we've had before. We're always looking to sign a big name. We never, ever think about building something from the ground up the right way. So as soon as someone becomes free with the name, we want him no matter what his reason for leaving the other place, we want him. That's all it is.
Listen, man. This is just reported. So when the plan is to take calls on this, and hell, we will take your calls. I want somebody to convince me why they should do it outside of just Davante's a great player.
So we have, I do the riding 30. We do our little bike rides and stuff. So we have a text thread. So one of the guys said, I would rather be playing with him than against him. Dude, you think like that. Athletes don't think like that. If he's on another team, I'll bust his ass.
Also, they don't play the Raiders. You're not going to play. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, he's thinking if he were to go to like another person in this in the division or something like that. But let's be real. When Jahan left, everybody said the exact same thing. Why would we let him go to our division? He's going to go there and get better. He looked just like he did when he was here now.
Schefter also, I think this is quite pertinent to the story. Two teams high on Davante Adams' wish list of places to land, if not at the very top.
Can I guess?
Sure.
Jets and probably
Ding.
I'll go two. It's two teams in the South: Cowboys and possibly the Saints.
According to Schefter, it's Jets and Saints. Adams ideally would like to play with a quarterback he knows. The Jets have former teammate Aaron Rodgers, and the Saints have former teammate Derek Carr. The Raiders had freaking David Carr.
Okay, now since he said that, let's everybody in this town. Give him the one finger salute. Let him go to one of those teams. Because you remember, Ayuk played with Jaden, but Ayuk was trying to use Jaden to get more money for San Fran. And that's why he stayed in San Fran. So let's not worry about him. Go where the hell he want to go. He didn't like DC anyway.
He just badmouthed DC.
So like you know what I say? Bleep you, Davante.
Damn, be going hard on a Wednesday morning. Schefter also reporting that despite any speculation, Kansas City is not an option. I don't think the Raiders.
If he didn't ask for San Francisco, did I say we should check his mentality? Probably put him in an insane asylum. If he wouldn't ask for Kansas City,
I don't think Mark Davis would trade him.
I'm just saying. I think he has some level of control. If he's not asking for to go play with Pat Mahomes, knowing that they need a receiver, he's a damn fool. I like Aaron. Aaron's talent on the field. I think he's a psychopath. David Carr, but if you don't want to go play with Pat Mahomes, if you're a receiver, you try to get traded and go somewhere. You don't request that. At least request it. You got to be a dummy.
I hear you. I don't think he's technically requesting anything. I think they're backdooring all this, and I think part of Mark Davis's willingness to make this deal is that he's telling whoever he's backdooring with, hell no, I'm not sending him to the Chiefs.
I'm not worried about Mushroom.
I think
that's how his haircut look like.
I think he's going to the Jets. I think he's been going to the Jets. I don't really see another scenario here. Maybe the Saints, maybe the Cowboys. I I read this morning. People have bet up the Commanders in such a way that depending where you're getting your odds from, the Commanders are now second. After getting, according to the sports books, getting hammered with a flurry of Commanders bets, who, when this nonsense opened, were 100-1 8 days ago.
101 to do what?
To actually trade for Davante Adams.
100-1
means that ain't gonna happen.
So what is it? What is it now?
It's now up to 3-1. I think that's just people taking the bait and betting this rather than any.
You know who loves that?
Vegas.
Yeah, Vegas. I sell I will sell my naming rights for the next building.
Right.
Call it Mitchell Casino because you're gonna get a lot of money from a lot of people that bet bad.
Listen, I think we talked about this yesterday. I understand, like this dude named Booger who responded to us. Immediately elevate your wide receivers to arguably the best in the NFL. Yes. If your take is Davante's a Hall of Famer and we want him,
I understand.
I can understand that.
See, this is the problem with people. They only think one way. They never think about the other side. What do you have to give up for it?
So the word is, the reporting, I think this is from Schefter, that, or maybe it was Rap, they want at least a second.
At least a second, but possibly more.
Sure. A second plus other stuff.
Yeah. So whether it's a player what I'm saying is, I've always heard people throw out these things like that. But then once they start talking, we can't give up this, we can't give up that. No. If you are that gung-ho, you should be able to give up anything for a person. But if you have any angst about what you have to give up, then you don't do the deal. We just see a name, and I'm tired in this area that every name that's available, we think we got to have them.
Listen, Davante Adams is a fantastic player. I think he'll go down in history as one of the greatest red zone threats ever at the receiver position. There's no denying that he's a fantastic player.
Yeah.
But this offense is third in the NFL in points scored and sixth in yards. And they have a young quarterback. They're talking about a long-term build-out, a long-term to be a consistent contender over time. You're going to trade a second-round pick, maybe plus other stuff. There's no way. He has no guaranteed money on his deal next year.
Yeah.
You think this trade comes through without also wanting a renegotiated contract?
Well,
I think it does.
I say this. I listened to Troy Aikman. I've listened to several other former quarterbacks, Tom Brady, discussing Jaden. And Tom Brady last night, when I was listening to his thing where he made him one of his top 3 stars of the week, he said, this kid gets it. He's passing, he's spreading the ball around, and that's how you make an offense basically unstoppable. Davante Adams don't want you spreading the ball around. He wants 12 to 15 targets a game. Does that affect how your offense is moving right now? Does that affect the growth of what's going on? So I think fans have the right to be as fanatical as they want to be. Okay. But that man that's sitting over in the building, not far from us right now, AP, he understands he has to worry about the dynamics of what goes on. And if he doesn't want to do it, I'm with him. If he wants to entertain it, cool, because he has a hold and a feel of what this is. You get what I'm saying? Most fans just say stuff just to say it. They don't have a feel. They don't think. They think they know more than what's happening in the locker room. And that's cool. You have that right to think that way, but you don't. Okay? And the people that are making those decisions, allow them to do their job. Point blank.
If the news emerges, I can tell you this much. The people running the Commanders don't say much
They're
to
smart.
anyone.
They are smart.
But I'm not expecting to, like, all of a sudden Commanders in deep negotiations with Raiders over this trade. If Peters decides that's the right move, cool. I think if you look at the fact that I honestly don't know the last time this happened, and you don't want to make it too big of a thing, but they got 2 players plucked off their practice squad in one day. That happened Monday.
Mm-hmm.
You look at some of the guys they had to cut are actually getting signed by other teams. KJ Henry signed to the active in Dallas. You look at this Jahan Dotson trade that it looks like they sure won. It's early. Who knows? There's a lot of football left, but I
don't know. They going to Covey a lot.
Sure. But maybe he turns things around. Maybe the offense gets hot.
SWG, they go into SWG a lot, man.
I just think you gotta. If Peters decides, yeah, we want to do this one, Devontae's just that good. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think he certainly deserves it. One, I think there was a period of time there where we were saying, just give him the benefit of the doubt. Now I think you can argue he deserves it, right?
Who?
Peters.
Peters has the right to go and do what he wants to do at this point. He was hired to come in here and build something. And I think he's going to make decisions that's going to build this thing how he wants it to be built. He's not swayed by what the fans say. He's not swayed with what you and I say. He's not swayed with nobody else. He's going to do what they decide, and that's cool. They seem to have a great chemistry. Listen, if somebody was letting go a top-notch defensive player, I can understand everybody losing their minds. But when your offense is doing what they're doing, I don't understand it. That's not the part of the team that needs to be enhanced right now. You know what I mean? So I just don't like the fact that we seem to be going back to what we were in, what was it, 99, 2000. Everything that comes available, oh, we want it. Sometimes when something becomes available, it doesn't work.
The only thing that I think is cool about this, I think if this was Sam Howell or Dwayne Haskins or Case Keenum or Ryan Fitzpatrick or Alex Smith or Carson Wentz, I think if this was any collection of quarterbacks that have been here since Kirk, you wouldn't even have this conversation. Because Devontae Adams,
we might not have it, but the people that are saying they want him, they will. Every time somebody become free,
fine.
They wanted them every year.
But you couldn't validate it. I do think having Jaden Daniels all of a sudden changes the perception of who wants to come to Washington.
It does.
Now, Devontae is a unique player.
But if Devontae has stated he want to go to play with someone he knows, who does he know?
Sure.
Carr and Aaron. And Aaron basically is Adam Peters in New York. Hell, Aaron might be Josh Harris in New York, to be honest with you. Aaron making all the decisions. The coach just follow along with what Aaron says. They better hope it works because, Aaron's going to blame everybody else, never himself.
So Nino5 just tweeted me. He said, if you can give up the Jahan Dotson pick for Devontae Adams, I'd do that. You know what, Nino? I wouldn't argue with that. I just don't think that's what it's going to cost you.
If you mean just that third-round pick?
Yeah.
You think the Raiders are going to just take a third-round pick for Devontae Adams?
I don't think so.
See, I go back to Scott Jackson used to do basketball, and this guy say, man, we could give up Peter John Ramos for Shaq. Who in the hell will trade Shaq for Peter John Ramos?
Right.
Just like I'll ask the question, who in the hell will trade Devontae Adams for a third-round pick? You have to think about what the people are going to want, man.
I'm also whether one event in life should not necessarily impact the next event in life.
They do.
Well, you tell me if this is fair. After a summer spent having to watch Brandon Ayuk's Instagram page, I'm just over the trade for a wideout discussion. This offense is top 5 in the league. They are moving the ball. Why disrupt that?
Just because
maybe you can make it better. Why? We say every day you got to try to get better, and I understand that.
I understand it.
But they're trying to get better long term, so giving up draft capital isn't part of that equation generally.
I think if you automatically know it's going to make things better, you do it. But I think sometimes when you make change, it does affect growth a little bit. And listen, can Devontae Adams play football? Hell yeah. But everybody that becomes free, we don't have to have. I recall coming here in 1990 where this team didn't want everybody else's stuff. Everybody wanted to get people off of this team. Now we are in a mold of every time anybody's free, I don't care what team, losing team, winning team, wherever, we want them. No, make them want us, not we want them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to get to the point where, as fans here, I know what it's been for 20 plus years. But I have a great feeling that things ain't going to be like it was for the next 20.
Landfill, good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Landfill's got an idea that honestly kind of makes sense, B. Landfill, why don't you
Landfill normally don't have ideas that
pitch
make sense.
your
I'm joking.
pitch your idea to B and see what he thinks.
I say that we call up the Raiders and we offer him De'Ami Brown and maybe like a 6th or 7th round pick for Devontae Adams. Who do you think says no to that trade?
The Raiders.
Come on.
Somebody else gonna call them and offer something else, and they're gonna take it.
Nah, De'Ami Brown.
People might be calling you a hater, B.
Yeah,
They
you're a
call me what
hater,
they
B.
wanna call me.
You think he's a hater?
First of all,
Landfill?
I have never cared about what people think about me.
Are you taking him seriously right now? He's clearly joking.
No, I know he's joking, but my whole thing is
Now, if Jeff had proposed that trade, it might be real.
I truly just feel like, man.
Hey, it didn't sound bad, laugh. It's like,
Of course. But Jeff, you get where I'm coming from. When you always think you need something that somebody else is discarding, means that you don't think that you have anything going on. You know what I mean? Eventually, you got to get to the point where you're comfortable with yourself instead of always wanting to go grab somebody else's cast-offs.
Well, dude, I
got dudes in college made livings off of always looking for seconds.
I'm gonna just
being real.
I'm just gonna leave that alone.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing with the way receivers are coming out of college and the way this team needs at least probably a premium edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
And you might have to pay for that. Sacks are the kind of position you have to pay
Hell
for.
yeah.
It's like if you want power in baseball, you pay for power.
They have a 7-on-7 league. They don't have a pass rush league. You got to find those.
Listen to me. Top 10. Now, we're only 4 games in, but the top 10 receivers in the NFL per receiving yards.
Mm-hmm.
Nico Collins is at the top. Kid's almost at 500 yards.
Young,
but also not like a first rounder.
Yeah, but he's young.
Nico Collins, a 3rd rounder on a rookie deal.
Okay.
Malik Neighbors, 1st rounder, rookie deal.
Yep, young.
DK got paid. Well, keep in mind, though, that's a 2nd rounder. Young guy. Mm-hmm. Jawan Jennings, 7th rounder. Maybe that's
Jennings is kid in San Fran, right?
San Fran, right.
Okay. He's catching more than Ayuk.
I know. Justin Jefferson is a 1st rounder, just got paid. Jaden Reed, Packers, was a 2nd rounder, has not been paid. Chris Godwin is 28, probably on his 3rd contract, paid, but nothing
probably
outrageous. CeeDee Lamb, 1st rounder, paid. Goddard's a tight end, and then Jamar Chase 10th. My point is, if you zoom out and make this a top 20 thing, the receiver position has so much good young talent constantly coming out that you could build your team differently.
Yeah.
And
Devontae
Adams is a Hall of Fame player. He's really good. But once upon a time, he was a 2nd rounder.
Just for once, I'm just hoping, and this is a hope. I'm just like the fans. I have my belief. They have their belief. Let's try doing it a different way. We've done the go after the stars from other teams and do all this and paid all the money, and it did no good. Let's just sit back and allow someone to come in, and let's see if this guy, who is probably, let's say Picasso, he comes in and he's going to build us something that's going to be fantastic. Let's just try that once. And if it works, everybody can have fun. If it doesn't, everybody can just start throwing darts at me.
Here's what we got cooking today. We are out in Ashburn. You will hear from Dan Quinn about 12:30. At 11 a.m., our boy Neil Greenberg, Lord knows he's going to stir the pot in some capacity. David Ubben from The Athletic will join us at 1 o'clock. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Ubben. Ubben?
Yes.
Like oven, but
like
with
nubbin?
a B.
Oven.
With a B. Oven.
David Ubben. I'm sure I won't botch that.
It's 2 B's, dog. So it's probably going to be a, low sound.
Here's a name I know and a name you know. John Thompson III joins us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. NFL Week 5 is here, and you can start with a chance for a big win on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. If you're new to FanDuel, you get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. Listen, Thursday night football is coming up. The Buccaneers are taking on the Falcons, and I know people like to go out there and put the parlays in to try to get a big win. So let's go with Baker Mayfield, over passing yards. They're playing against the Falcons. Drake London, over receiving yards. I'll go with the under receiving yards. That's a very good defense back there with the Buccaneers. Bijan Robinson, an anytime touchdown, etc. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Kansas City Royals defeat the Baltimore Orioles 1-0. Corbin Burns allowed 1 run over 8 innings on 5 hits to take the loss. Manager Brandon Hyde.
That was a heck of a pitch game by both sides. Burnsy going into the 9th inning only allowed 1 run. So he pitched. He did his part. He pitched absolutely fantastic and showing you all year what kind of pitcher he is. And he even stepped up his game even more today.
Zach Eflin will take on Seth Lugo in Game 2 today at 4:38 p.m. Detroit beat Houston 3-1. Tarek Skubal tossed 6 shutout frames. The Mets dropped Milwaukee 8-4. Mark Vientos, a tie-breaking 2-run single. San Diego shut out Atlanta 4-0. Fernando Tatis, a 2-run homer. Major League Soccer tonight, DC United on the road against Nashville SC at 8:30. The Las Vegas Raiders would consider trading 3-time All-Pro receiver Devontae Adams. Bills All-Pro edge rusher Von Miller suspended 4 games for violating conduct policy. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What you hear is not a test. I'm rapping to
B.
the
Mitch
beat.
Finley,
Me,
1067.
crew, and my
The Fan.
fans are gonna try.
B, I thought about something.
See, I am the one, the mic, and I like to say hello.
I'm
Go
letting
ahead.
you go.
Go ahead.
I'm letting you go. I'm not interrupting that flow. We talk about, like, sometimes I think fans throw just like phrases they've heard around a lot,
Mhm.
like a veteran restructure or rework that contract, those sorts of
Mhm.
things. But what I always explain is that the hard part of a veteran restructure is if a front office is going to go to a player, they have to be, and they're going to ask that player to restructure. Basically, they're asking them at best to rework how the money gets paid out, but a lot of times to take a pay cut. And if
you better be willing to lose him.
if you're asking someone to do that, you got to be ready to cut them.
Yeah.
Because they might say, nah, believe you. We're going to switch gears real quick. We'll come back to that because we're very excited to welcome John Thompson III onto the program right now. We had reached out to JT3 earlier in the week. And, John, thank you for making some time for us.
What up,
How are
Jay?
you, man?
I'm doing well. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, brother.
This
week we talking to you in better times. Say it like that.
Obviously, it's a rough
I
week,
agree.
and we wanted to reach out just to, get your condolences and just to tell us a little bit about a legend in Dikembe Mutombo.
Well, before we get into him, I just want to say it's been, a tough week for Georgetown basketball. Anthony Allen, who played in the early 90s, his funeral was on Friday. We hear about Dikembe on Monday. And yesterday, and B. Mitch, you remember this person, Lori Michaels, a longtime trainer that would sit with Pops at the games. Her funeral was yesterday. So it's been a really, really difficult week for the Georgetown basketball family. So I just want to send, as part of that family, I still want to send condolences and prayers to everyone involved. Now,
We do the
to the big
exact
fella.
same, man.
The big fella, Dikembe was special. Forget the basketball part. And that's what the casual fan or most people go to is him as the player, but the person and, the pride, like that jumps out at me. Like from the first time I met, like he pulls those shoulders, he's already 7 feet, 7'1", whatever, pulls those shoulders back and he struts. And there's just always been a pride about everything that he has been involved with, from his country, his family, Georgetown, the teams he played with. And he's a giving person. The NBA made him the ambassador, but he would have done that anyway, just because of who he is.
John, when you think about Dikembe, I have like 2 distinct memories. As a kid watching him play at Georgetown with Alonzo, and then as a pro when he's laying down on the court, holding that ball over his head after the Nuggets, the 8th seed Nuggets, I think, knocked out the 1 seed Sonics. I imagine for you, knowing him on such a different level than me, just watching him as a basketball player, are there memories for you that really stick out of who Dikembe was and what he accomplished?
Yeah, two main ones. I happened to be in the gym when Dikembe got off the plane and first arrived on campus. And so, Pops had been talking about, and I'd seen film, and Pops had been talking about this guy. And he walks in the gym. He's got his dashiki on. He picks up the ball. This is McDonough. Goes over to the side court and goes up to dunk. First time he touched the ball in McDonough. Gets stuck on the rim and falls. This is a true story. I look over at Pops. Pops is ready to put him back on the plane and send him back. Like that's for me personally. I can't get that out of my head. And then the other thing is, I remember sitting in the office, in Pop's office, when Dikembe was talking about the hospital he wanted to build in his mother's name, back home, and just and that sums him up. I mean, he's a giving person, a selfless person, one who wanted to uplift everyone around him, and not just wanted to, he did. Big heart, and just I remember the pride as he was. And Pops was initially, it was like, man, are you crazy? Like, how are you going to accomplish that when you live here? You're not there. But just the pride in which he talked about that project, and then to see that come to fruition, and just how happy he was and honored he was to do that.
You say he was like this. He's a giving person, but he had that deep voice, and wherever, every time
awesome.
I was in a room with him, you knew that he was in the room, no matter how close he was to you, that big laugh. But when he got here and he had to deal with the voice of Pops, how did he deal with somebody that had a much more roaring voice than he had?
Well, Dikembe was a lot of things. Stupid is not one of them. And you're correct. I mean, he had that deep baritone voice that you always felt him. You knew he was ever present. But from that time he got up off the floor after missing that dunk, he knew who the boss was. So that was not. Brian, as you know, that's not hard to figure out with Pops in the room who's in charge.
Oh yeah, definitely, totally, man.
Were you at all surprised as time went on? Maybe not by his basketball career, and I mean, he Hall of Famer, 8-time All-Star, 4-time Defensive Player of the Year, which is really pretty incredible. I feel like that is probably a record. But what he was able to accomplish post basketball.
No, in his basketball accolades, so I go back to the early years. His first year, he was ineligible to play. He was basically learning English. And in his choppy English, he played intramurals at Georgetown his first year. And he thought he was accomplishing something because he was up at the Yates Fieldhouse scoring 40 and 50 points, at 7-2 in intramurals. Like he thought he was doing work. And so I tell that story to say, like, incredible belief in himself. And someone who eventually, as a pro in Denver, the first couple of years, Dikembe thought he was an offensive force. They were giving him the ball, and but who realized he was going to hang his hat. He's going to earn his money on defense and rebounding. And him accepting that, and not just accepting, embracing that, led to the accolades you just mentioned. Outside of basketball, no, I'm not surprised, because he realized, a lot of people who play for Pops, who play for every coach, you learn lessons from your coach, from your teachers. And many people learn that basketball is a vehicle to accomplish other things. Dikembe got off that plane understanding that. And he understood that he had a higher calling or could make a difference, for a lot of people in in Africa, and he wanted to. There was a desire to, and so that was not something he learned at Georgetown. But he arrived with that drive, and so it always was about others for him and how he could help, and he touched so many lives. He touched so many lives on so many different continents. It's just he had a great. He's going to be sorely missed.
Absolutely. John, thank you for making time for us.
Appreciate
man.
you, Jay.
We appreciate, we know how busy you are. I know Wiz season's getting going here and you're a busy dude. So thank you very much. We just wanted to honor
thanks for having me
Dikembe
on.
appropriately. Yeah.
Appreciate you, brother. Tell the family, say what's up.
I will. Thanks.
All right, man.
John Thompson III, one of the classiest dudes that lives in this city. I've told you the story
I'm
about
not gonna lie,
JT3.
bro. I would love to have been in that gym.
Oh my God. You know what's kind of crazy is, have you ever heard like kind of the stories of Roy Hibbert when he got to Georgetown and how much like development went in and, you know, huge guys. It sounds maybe not necessarily similar, but similar track. JT3, when I was a student at Georgetown, did not need to, but I was trying to write something. And he finally, like, I waited after practice and he saw me and he's like, oh shoot, I'm supposed to talk to you, right? And I was like, if you don't mind. And he gave me 10 minutes. We walked up the stairs, walked to his office. This was unaffiliated. I was just writing for school. And that kind of stuff always sticks with you. I've always loved JT3 for that. Class act. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. And Maryland residents, you can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. So trust me and visit rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
Thank you to John Thompson III for joining us there. There's a picture going around right now. It's pretty damn special. Have you seen this, B?
Oh yeah.
Doug Williams posted to Instagram a picture of him, Michael Vick, and Jaden Daniels.
That's sweet right there.
I saw Jaden posted the Vick jersey, a signed Vick jersey on his Instagram. I don't know what the occasion was that Vick was in the building. Maybe he's calling the game this weekend. Leadville, see if you can figure that out. Maybe Mike Vick is now working with Fox and is working the game.
He does some stuff with Fox.
I'm pretty sure it's Greg Olson.
So if it's Greg Olson this weekend, maybe Mike Vick does pre or post or something.
Possibly.
I don't know. My guess is the Commanders then tweeted out the photo of Jaden, Doug, and Mike Vick, and it says this Sunday on NFL on Fox. There's somebody I can text to figure that out, but I'm not going to text while I'm on the air, Lamphill, because I'm locked in, baby.
Right.
That's a lie, bro.
You can stop that lie right now, dude.
I mean, as you sit there and play Candy Crush.
Nope.
What are you checking your email?
Yeah, I just had something popped up, trying to check it. Bro, multitask. That's what I do.
Now listen, I have
But I will play Candy Crush before the show's over.
Oh, you'll play it before the segment's over. I've coined the hashtag no fade in Jaden. I'm not going to be scared off by this. Troy Macker's a friend of the program. He does social media for one of the betting websites. Right now, he says 84% of the money is split on the Commanders and the Browns. It's a strong public spread play, right?
Mm-hmm.
But 7.6. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. 84 of the money is on the Commanders to cover against the Browns. So that's a lot of cash.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me a little nervous when Vegas desperately needs one side, but who cares about the spread? You know?
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to go back to with Davante Adams is if they're saying that they're considering trading him, means they're trading him.
Exactly.
Like what they're considering is trying to slow this thing down so they can still have some leverage.
Yeah.
Because when your coach likes an Instagram post that says he's played his last game for the Raiders, you're not in a great situation there.
And they haven't talked, those two.
Right.
Which means it's probably that ship is probably sailed.
Now, presumably, they got to talk today because they're back at practice. It'll be fascinating.
I've been at practice and never talked to my coach.
Fair, especially because, I mean, AP's hands-on with the defensive side of the ball. But what would be really interesting is if we get to – now, the Raiders are out west, so that injury report will come out later. But, like, what if all of a sudden it's like DNP illness, DNP rest, like DNP –
You know what that means? That means protecting our asset, not letting them get hurt.
DNP finger. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if he doesn't practice and it's some kind of injury that seems a little unheard
A
of,
little weird.
it's probably a little unheard of. All right. Thank you to Heather McDonough. Michael Vick is on the 11 a.m. Fox pregame show with Carissa Thompson and some other people.
Are they going to be here?
Don't know that answer.
We're going to start to have the networks come set up because they want to be close to this thing. They don't know what's happening.
My gut tells me, and again, I don't know, that maybe Vic came to do an interview and they, kind of tape it in advance to show on the pregame show this weekend.
We did an event with Mike earlier this year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But didn't you do a Super Bowl?
No, me, Mike, and Hester.
Where were you? I remember that.
It was in Tampa area. We did this thing for the flag football.
That's
championship.
right.
Yeah.
What is when you think about Michael Vick, what do you think about his career?
What's the little thing when you when you get the grade in college when you don't complete it?
Incomplete.
Bam. But I think you saw how great he could have been early on. He had a situation and it came back, and then Andy Reid got him to a point where he was a passer. Like, I always felt like when he was in Atlanta, they were lazy as coaches. They just put a guy out there with extra talent and say, when things happen, if something breaks down, make something happen. Andy Reid made him become a passer.
Yeah. He's talked about in Atlanta, he didn't put the time in either.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's when you can really look back and wonder what might have been, could have been. I mean,
If Andy had caught him in his rookie season,
sure.
bruh.
Who was it? It was that dude's son, Jim Mora Jr.
Yeah.
So it was Dan Reeves when he first got to the pros, and then they hired Jim Mora Jr., I believe.
Mm-hmm. You said that dude's son.
I wasn't trying to be rude. Yeah, Jim Mora. I remember when he broke his leg. He was on the cover of Madden and then broke his leg. It was like a huge deal. And then obviously everything happened with the dogs and all that. I think incomplete's a good one. I'd say like unfulfilled. The folks that never saw him, like I don't know if like how much Jeff remembers seeing a guy like Mike Vick. You were just so young. But dude, you remember him at Virginia Tech? It was like,
bro,
it was unbelievable.
It was like being that guy, just like the guys they spinning on football. Why don't they spin? They spin in Madden. He was unbelievable at Virginia Tech, though. He just took over games by himself.
Dude, he was
all the time.
I mean, that national championship game against Florida State, that Florida State team was loaded, and the Hokies had Vic, and he brought him all the way back. I mean, it was the arm strength and then the running ability was just outrageous. And him talking to Jaden, I think, will be really interesting. But you know what perhaps is the best part about Jaden? And DQ mentioned this the other day.
Mm-hmm.
He said something to the effect of, this isn't an accident. He works his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
And to have that understanding, dude, because even when Robert was here, he didn't. Kirk worked his ass off, but didn't have the natural talent, certainly the athleticism, the running ability to do more.
They didn't have a meeting room for him to have neither. They had to go to the closet.
Right. But like Kirk had to work at it. He became better. If you go all the way back to 2014, when it was like a three-way competition between Kirk, Colt, and Robert, if Colt could have just stayed healthy, he probably wins that job. Like Kirk worked hard as hell, got better and better. Jaden comes in good as hell and is working at the highest clip possible for a rookie or really for a quarterback. And that's how you win. That's how you win big.
Everyone that has come to me asking me questions about him. My exact thing is, I don't know how good he's going to be, but I can tell you that he's doing everything he can to be great, which means that it's not a guarantee when you put in the work. But if you don't put in the work, you're there. The guarantee is that you're not going to be that good. The kid puts all the work in.
What I've said for months about Jaden is you never know what's going to happen on the field. Things happen on the field. It's a crazy game. But the dude, the person, you can absolutely believe in.
Yeah.
You can absolutely believe in.
But that's the whole thing. When you can believe in the person, the person going to do the things that's necessary to put himself in the best position to succeed. He's doing that. And he's getting out of it what he's putting into it. But like you said, this is a crazy game.
Another person that gets out of it what he puts into it, Neil Greenberg joins us next.
Neil.
Game 1 goes to the Kansas City Royals, beating the Baltimore Orioles 1-0. Corbin Burns allowed 1 run over 8 innings on 5 hits to take the loss. Bobby Witt Jr. with an RBI single, and Cole Reagans was a little bit better, 6 shutout innings for KC. Orioles 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Manager Brandon Hyde on the offense not being able to get going.
We didn't have many opportunities, but because Reagans was really good, and then the bullpen guys did a nice job. Well, we had a couple punch outs there, first and third, that hurt. You got to give them credit. I thought the pitchers were absolutely fantastic, and Reagans is really hard to hit, and the bullpen guys that came in after made it really tough on us.
So today at 4:38 p.m., it's Zach Eflin getting the call in Game 2. He'll take on Seth Lugo.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you treat it like any other game. Obviously, knowing the circumstances behind the game, but you got to be free and easy and play this game like that. Like I keep telling you guys, we're going to have some fun tomorrow and play some good baseball.
Detroit beat Houston 3-1, first postseason win since 2013 for the Tigers. The Mets over Milwaukee 8-4. Brewers have lost 10 of their last 11 playoff games. San Diego beat Atlanta 4-0. Fernando Tatis a 2-run shot, and Michael King struck out 12. Raiders wide receiver Devontae Adams' wish list includes the New York Jets and the New Orleans Saints, according to Adam Schefter. Bills All-Pro edge rusher Von Miller has been suspended 4 games for violating the league's conduct policy. DC United desperate for a win tonight against Nashville SC on the road, 8:30 p.m. I'm Byron Kerp on The Fan.
All right, when you hear Ozzy singing Iron Man,
All right.
we go to the toughest dude in town. That is our guy, Mr. Neil Greenberg.
Oh, boy.
From the Washington Post. Neil Greenberg is a sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Post. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. Hello, Greenberg. How do you do, buddy?
I am doing super. How are you? I am dealing with poison ivy.
Oh, bro, it's been cold and rainy. How the hell do you have poison ivy?
Because as a city folk, I'm trying to expose my boys to the elements, and I'm in a neighborhood nature group, and we went on a nature walk last week, and then my wagon for my little one went in a ditch, and when I got it out of the ditch, I got poison ivy. So TLDR, I'm never going out in nature again.
So I'm asking a question.
I don't think you're built for
When
nature,
you look
Greenberg.
at the stuff, you didn't know it was poison ivy, Neil?
No, I'm worried about my little 2-year-old running, going, Dada, no, away from me while my wagon goes in a ditch. So I have to grab the wagon and then grab my kid because he likes to run around this tree and try to keep away from me because he doesn't want to go on the wagon. So there you go.
Well, good luck, dude. Use the, what is it?
It's an app. That
Chlorophyll, calamine.
It's an app on your phone. You can just put it by the plant, like away from it, and zoom in, and it'll tell you exactly what it is.
Are you not reading the panic on my
but he's
voice
chasing
when my wagon was in a ditch and my 2-year-old is running around some?
Was he in the wagon?
No,
he wasn't.
He was running away from it.
He was
Therefore,
protesting.
Maybe you didn't need to panic
Yeah,
so much.
go get the kid.
Going
It
the
sounds
other
like
way 'cause he
it
didn't
sounds
wanna
like
walk with
a
everybody.
neuroses, like a neurotic reaction to a wagon in the woods.
Well, I'm never going again. If there's no pavement, you're not going to see me.
All right. Well, good luck with the poison ivy. Another thing I've noticed besides the poison ivy is I can't tell what direction we're headed here, but I can tell that you have some serious opinions on the Commanders' offense, on the Commanders being 3-1, and what kind of team this is. I will turn it over to you, sir. Let the people know.
So the team offensively is very good, perhaps way better than anybody thought was possible. I've been optimistic about the team as a whole on this show. I thought that there was a chance that, everything could go right in the beginning with the offense, and it certainly has. I wasn't expecting it to be like historically great efficiency starting, but this is where we're at, and it's doing great. The offense is doing great. The defense is doing just as poorly in the opposite direction. When you look at like the advanced metrics, everything says offense superbly off the charts, defense like superbly off the charts in a very bad way.
Wow.
And then when you look at like the makeup of that team historically, they are not a playoff team, which to me is weird because we're looking at a team that is contending for the division. My own personal power rankings, which are now live on WashingtonPost.com, have them winning 10 games this year with a 63% chance to make the playoffs because they're already 3-1, and you can't take those wins away from them, and they haven't really played in their division games yet. So it's just really, it's a weird situation. If they can run out the clock here without the defense really dragging them under, that's great. What's more likely to happen is the offense is going to come down a bit because I don't think we were expecting the defense to be very good. Maybe we weren't expecting worse in the league, but maybe that gets a little bit better. But I think the offense has a lot of room to get a lot worse. So I'm really curious to see like where we finally shake out here.
So help me understand this. You aren't surprised by the offensive success, but the defense
No, I'm not surprised. We talked about it on the show. I mean, there's a lot of smart people in the organization, and they ended up putting Jay and Daniels in a great position. I actually just retweeted a chart that I copied you on that shows that their like their mix of run plays is confusing to the opposing defenses. Like they're not a predictable run offense, which I think is also very good, and that also speaks to Jay and Daniels, even though it excludes his scrambles. But I think that the offense is doing a lot of the right things right, and it's looking very good. I mean, that's obvious, right? Like that's obvious to anyone that's tuned into the game.
I think when they run from the T position so much, and they switch them from one side to the other, and a lot of times it looks like it's going to be a pass play, and then they go completely opposite of it. Other times they pull the ball and come out with two receivers that are dragging across. It confuses the hell out of the defense.
And that's what you have to do in the modern NFL, right? Like the defenses have become so sophisticated that if you can trick them even a little bit, you gain a pretty massive edge, like we're seeing. But it's can this defense playing poorly keep this going in the right direction? And that's really the question. And I don't have an answer. I know historically what it says, but it's only been like a handful of teams since 2002 when they expanded to 32 teams. So it's quite possible that, with 17 games and expanded playoffs, like the Washington Commanders are a playoff team. And then once you get in, who knows what happens. But it's an interesting situation because they're very good offensively, very bad defensively. And it's really tough to say like how good or not good they're going to be for the rest of the season.
When does that? So how significant is the test this weekend with Cleveland?
I think it's pretty significant. I mean, you want to win the games. You need to win the games that you're supposed to win. And I think that's key to football, obviously, but the Commanders are 3-point favorites over Cleveland. They're obviously being given a very good chance to win. I think now it becomes really, management mode isn't the right word, but don't do anything silly, right? Like keep everybody healthy and don't do anything silly, right? Like don't lose to the Browns or the Panthers. Make sure you win against the Giants that aren't playing very well. These are the key steps along the way that you're going to have to be careful of because after Cleveland, it's Baltimore, which I think is a very good football team. Pittsburgh is on their docket in the middle of the season. They've been playing well. Obviously, 2 games against Philadelphia, who hasn't looked good but probably are better. And then you have the tough games against Dallas. So there's not a room for losing the games that you're supposed to win.
Specifically, where do you think the defensive struggles are? I mean, the defense looked good last week. Did that sway you at all? Did that impact you?
I'm just looking at like the efficiency. Like they're giving up more points than you would expect, and that's tough. I mean, we talked about like their tackling isn't always the greatest. I think the coverage has been a little bit wonky at times, and I think that's why they're giving up. They're giving up the points that they are because teams are able to take advantage of the coverage at key times. I don't think they particularly grade well in anything like, run defense, tackling, pass rush, coverage. Like Pro Football Focus doesn't give them high marks for that. The Old Football Outsiders, now something else, their defense, the DVOA doesn't give them a lot of credit for that. So like subjective and objective rankings are telling us that the defense isn't good, but we're seeing the value of having an above average quarterback. And right now, their rookie is playing above average. And that can carry a lot of freight, and it might be able to carry this defense. I mean, if you can put up 25, 30 points in a game, you have a very good chance of winning, even if you give up 20 points a game. So, we're just going to have to see, but the offense really is the key here, as is health. And they just have to, as I said, just not do anything silly. Like we should only be talking about the good stuff, not the games that they should have won. And I think that they're definitely going to be one of the most surprising teams of 2024.
So when you look at like last game, Kyler Murray passed for like 115 yards, but they gave up almost 200 yards rushing. How do you really look at that? Do they say, oh, he got 115 because he wasn't throwing it, or because the defense was stopping it, or because they ran it so well they didn't have to throw it?
Yeah, I mean, he only had 22. He only had 22 throws. Which is a little surprising because Arizona was playing from behind a lot. So you'd expect them to chuck the ball. They really did commit to the running game. They must have saw something that they thought, okay, you know what? We can run on this team. I mean, Connor's going to run, and that's what's ultimately gonna make things happen. But I was surprised. I was surprised that Arizona played as poorly as they did. But you got to give credit to Washington. I mean, they are making the most out of their drives. I mean, they are just a juggernaut when they're going down the field. Like touchdown. Okay, he had an interception. They had a punt, but then they scored on the next 5, 3 of them touchdowns. I mean, that's going to be hard to beat no matter who you are.
Yeah,
dude. The way their offense moves the football, the efficiency numbers, whatever you want to look at, EPA, just old-fashioned stats like scoring possessions. It's been
the story of the year, I think.
Totally. I mean, at least early on here, it is absolutely the story of the year. And it's backed up by Michael Vick coming to town to interview Jaden Daniels. It's backed up by Jaden Daniels being the highest selling jersey on Fanatics. What do you make of Jaden Daniels?
I think he's doing great. It seems like he is in the right spot in terms of fit. He doesn't have like an all-star caliber, supporting cast around him, but he is doing what he is supposed to do. He's not making these, bonehead mistakes that we see some rookie quarterbacks make. He's taking very good care of the football. He's very decisive on the field, and he's a threat to run. And that's the most terrifying thing for an NFL defense, I think. If you can have, a quarterback that's efficient throwing the ball, and oh, by the way, he can rip off one for 10 or 15 yards, like that is very, very difficult to deal with. And, props to everybody in the organization. I mean, he's looked every bit the part. And the fact that you even have people saying now that he should have gone number 1, I think tells you everything that you need to know about the organization, both from an X's and O's standpoint, but also from a player evaluation standpoint, which is not something you could have said before Harris bought the team.
So let me ask you this, because B-Mitch and I have kicked this around. And I'm not saying you, because you don't kind of – what's interesting to me about a lot of analytics people is a conventional wisdom emerges, and like the analytics community just follows that. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You were not necessarily one of the guys that wasn't sure about Jaden coming out. I think I remember you were into Jaden coming out. There were a lot of people questioning Cliff's offense. And again, we're only 4 games in, so you don't want to start drawing definitive conclusions. But damn, it looks like the Drake May's the better prospect. And who knows what this looks like 10 years from now or something. Yeah. But Jaden looks fantastic right away. And Cliff's offense, this looks like a heck of a marriage.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before, like the new ownership and everyone in place deserve the benefit of the doubt because they've been successful elsewhere. Well, now, the offense deserves the benefit of the doubt. Like, this offense is working. Now, does that mean that NFL defenses will adapt to it and may be able to stop it? Sure, that can absolutely happen. But, you also have to at least believe that the offensive staff and everybody, like, they know that, right? I'm not breaking new ground here, so they're going to adapt too. And I think they've shown they can be successful. So I think that we have to believe they will be successful until they aren't for a significant period of time. I think we have to really see that defenses have figured out how to stop this offense. And it's not self-inflicted wounds like, fumbles or interceptions or something like that. So yeah, they deserve the benefit of the doubt. And I think there's no reason to believe that this is going to stop anytime soon, because it's not necessarily like smoke and mirrors, right? Like, we're seeing Jaden Daniels make good decisions on the field. The subjective grading from Pro Football Focus, meaning what they see, is very high. The objective rating from ESPN's total QBR based solely on the stats is very high. So I think everyone's in agreement that they're doing the right things the right way, and it's generating the right results. So until we see this train go off the rails, my only concern at this point is the defense.
I think when you look at this offense, the way that they're running it, and they end up in so many situations where Jaden is on the edge. He has 2 receivers and another one coming over the top, and they have 2 defensive backs. They seem to have an advantage most times because, like you said earlier, they don't know when they're running the ball. I think this is going to be tough to just go out there and figure out, because you got to take more chances on a defense, which opens up even the bigger plays.
Right. That's the other thing too, right? Like, if you bite on a coverage or like a route of a receiver or something, like, you have to have every bit of confidence that Jaden can make that throw. And it doesn't necessarily matter who the receiver is, because a wide open receiver should be able to catch a well-thrown football. So I think, like you said, I mean, there's so many decision points that you need to make as an NFL defense with a quarterback like Jaden Daniels, and it happens so fast that the mistakes, I think, are easier to commit on defense than they are on offense. Now, he's going to throw interceptions. We're going to talk about plays like, Jaden, like, what were you thinking there? Like, we're going to see that stuff because all quarterbacks do that. But he does seem to have the presence of mind to know when to throw the ball, when to run the ball, and he stays out of trouble. And I think that, for year one, this early, to have that part of it look like it might be settled, I think is great.
Another thing, everybody was so concerned about him running the football, but lately he doesn't take many hits. He slid, he runs out of bounds, and then he has that little ability to not take a direct hit. What are the analysts about getting hurt?
Shoulder roll.
Yeah, he just roll it and don't take the hit directly.
Yeah, he's shown that he's a gifted runner, and I know a lot was made about he should slide and stuff, but again, you have to believe in the player's ability. Like, if you draft a dual threat quarterback and then tell him not to run, like, that is silly, right? Like, you can't say to a quarterback, don't get hurt, because that's silly also. Like, let him do his thing on the football field. Trust that he knows that he shouldn't get, absolutely blasted by a linebacker coming at him at full speed, and, just believe in the kid. And I think that he's shown, like you said, like, he knows how to take an NFL hit. Maybe we didn't know that at first, but we seem to know that now. And now, like I said, I mean, you just got to believe that he's going to do it. He can get hurt on a non-contact play. He can get hurt getting hit. He can get hurt in the locker room,
in the pocket.
People get hurt. So just let him do what he's doing. It ain't broke. Let's not try to fix anything right away.
Yeah, like if you date a girl and she's flirty and then you get married, she's still going to be flirty. Like people don't change, and with him, it's such a skill set that why on earth would you want to limit it? Greenberg, we got to go a little faster here. So you said you got your power ranks coming out. Where do you have Washington?
I have them overall. I have them as an above-average team. They started out below average just because of the way the market was perceiving them. But now, as we've kind of moved along here, I have them at 16th, which is a huge move. I think they're a half a point better per game than an average team. I think you'll see other ratings that aren't like just a regurgitation of the standings kind of in the same ballpark. They would be higher if their like preseason power rating wasn't so low. But I do have them. I have them on par with the Houston Texans. And if you would have said that in the preseason, I think everyone would have thought you were nuts. But, I have them as an above average team, which is significant in terms of these ratings. And I think that there's, obviously the more that they do, the less the weighting of the preseason and it becomes a factor. I think that they can maybe tick up a little bit higher, maybe even reach the top 10.
Greenberg, we got to plug him in.
Appreciate you.
Give me a quick, they shouldn't trade for Devontae Adams, yes or no?
No, because this thing is working. You shouldn't do anything. Just see how far it can go and then figure it out from there.
Perfect. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the time. That is Neil Greenberg. Coming up at 12:45, we're giving away Thomas Rhett tickets.
Commanders preparing for the Cleveland Browns, a home game at Northwest Stadium Sunday at 1 p.m. Commanders early favorites at 3 points. Practice today at 1:30 p.m. for Washington. The Jets and the Saints are high on wide receiver Davante Adams from the Raiders, according to Adam Schefter. The Cowboys and Steelers are also interested. Bills All-Pro Von Miller suspended for 4 games for violating the personal conduct policy in the NFL. Royals beat the Orioles 1-0 in Game 1 of the Wild Card Series. Corbin Burns allowed 1 run over 8 innings on 5 hits to take the loss. Bobby Witt Jr. with an RBI single. Manager Brandon Hyde on the MJ Melendez misplay in the 5th.
We do you get a break. We didn't take advantage of it. I just thought Riggins was really good. I thought he was throwing 98 left-handed. He's shoving it into our right-handers.
Game 2 is today at 4:38 p.m. Zach Eflin faces Seth Lugo. Detroit beat Houston 3-1. Mets over Milwaukee 8-4. San Diego shut out Atlanta 4-0. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Shout out to Crumble Cookies. Woo!
They're good, bro.
I don't know what. Damn.
I don't know how they keep every type moist like that.
Be out here talking about moist.
Hey,
it's very moist in the atmosphere. It's been raining.
It's cookies, man. It's cookies.
Humidity. Speaking of moisture, at 12:45, we are giving away Thomas Rhett tickets. That was for you, Landfill. We'll play some Thomas Rhett later in the program. I like that 16 song. There are other songs that Landfill likes. Christmas in the Country, I think, is one of Landfill's favorite hits.
Christmas in the Country?
Yeah, man. Speaking of favorites, we have some audio, Brian, for you to hear about Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Landini, I'll let you rock it here, and we'll see if Brian can guess who's talking. And wasn't that a movie? Look Who's Talking was the movie. This is going to be interesting because at this point, I don't think there's really anybody there's nothing negative to say about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
But this is a person of some relevance speaking about Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
Well, really, the teams have done a great job in designing things around them.
Okay.
If you watch the things that they do, and one of the things that has really been really impressive has been what the Commanders have done with Jaden, and you've pointed a lot of those things out, but a couple things that are up there. Time to throw. He gets the ball out of his hands quicker than anybody else in the league. 2.52 seconds. The league average 2.77.
Wow.
That means a lot of those things are designed for him to make a quick decision, get the ball out, and he's been very successful because you pointed out his percentage completion. I mean, that's crazy.
Those numbers are insane.
What was it again? Say it again.
2.52 seconds.
And the rest of the league is 2.7, and he's a rookie. He's getting it out 0.2 of a second.
Crazy.
Faster.
Absolutely, making great decisions. The next thing that they've done also is play action pass. Again, you look at what his play action pass completion rate is, and it is, again, through the roof because the big thing that's happened is 29.8. Okay, that is very good. Again, you're asking a quarterback in college who really didn't turn his back to the offense to now have to not only turn his back, but turn around, focus, find your receiver, and get the ball out. He's done such a great job with that. So, again, his numbers are exactly what they are because the team, the coaching staff, Cliff Kingsbury and the offensive coaches have put together plans that allow him to make quick decisions, get the ball out of his hands, and allow his players to make plays for him.
All right, let me just go with this. And I'm not going to much go into that. That was Ron. I know who that was. But the ultimate thing is this. They have designed a great scheme for him. But the coaches are not making the decisions. Okay? I've seen schemes made. That kid deserves a lot of credit as well. Cliff deserves tons of credit. But the fact that he can make those decisions that quick tells the story. Because if he wasn't capable of making those reads and things, we saw the other night when the kid Huntley went to the game. That's the same offense, right? That Tua ran, but he don't run it as effectively and as efficient. Coaches give coaches credit. I'm giving the coach and the player credit. You get what I'm saying? They built something because of what he's capable of. What did Cliff say? When once Jaden and I sit down together and we know what he likes, we can start building stuff for him. Said that earlier this year. And those two guys are doing that together. Have a mutual respect for each other. I'm not going to say the scheme is making it happen. Scheme don't make decisions to get rid of the ball that quick. He's letting that damn ball go that quick. And what does that do also? It helps your offensive line. If they know they don't have to block for 4 or 5 seconds, hell, they can be damn good. They can be more aggressive instead of being more passive. And that helps the whole team out.
I think there is so much a lot of the coaches deserve credit. The O-line deserves a ton of credit.
Yeah.
But I think Jaden, to me, there's so much to credit all around, right? They're spreading the ball around. I think they're running the hell out of the football. I think the play calling is good. I think the O-line has been really good. I think Badass has solidified the center of that O-line. There's so much to like, but all roads lead back to Jaden.
Remember I would tell you what I loved about Tom Brady. A lot of people don't like Tom. I guess he was too good. People hate success. Tom came to the line, and you saw him scan the field. When the ball was snapped, Tom basically looked away and then delivered it the next play. He knew based off of coverage, where the linebackers were, where he was throwing the ball before the ball was snapped. And now all he has to do is just set up, because I got to hold his middle linebacker. I'll set here, and I throw it right behind his ear. Jaden does a lot of that, too, at a young age. So, yes, Adam and Dan looked at him. They drafted him. Cliff comes in and say, "Oh, let's find out what he can do." And then he builds something for him. And the player is still so astute and so good at going out and studying the defense, he has an idea where the hell he's going. You know, when he gets on the edge, the fact that he can run, as Neil Greenberg stated earlier, that makes people nervous as hell. Do I attack him and leave the receiver wide open because he's going to deliver it? Or do I stay back and hope I can slow play it? Well, if I slow play, he gets 5 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 5. You can't make the right decision. So this thing moving forward is a combination of they got the right guy who likes to go in and study, and he is doing what he's supposed to do as a professional football player. All your time should go to that, not the streets, not the video games, not just getting all the accolades coming. No, you should be working at your craft. When you retire, you can get all that stuff you want. But the coaches are understanding like what he can do well. They knew what he could do so well that when he did something, preseason game, passed to Diami. Oh man, we didn't want him. Why? Because I don't want the whole league to know that this dude is already that damn good.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I guarantee you they go to sleep resting well. Because they got a guy who's not concerned about all the BS that comes with this damn sport. You know what I'm saying? He's concerned about making sure he will be better. And a lot of that goes back to his dad teaching him a lot of stuff about the fundamentals and what you got to put into it as well. So
something interesting that just crossed my radar is this dude, Tom Bliss, is a data scientist that messes with the NFL. And he has this luck probability chart. And the Commanders rank at the top of positive impact, right? But none of it is particularly pertinent. The only thing I could really think of, they have dropped pass by an opponent where they're
who's that?
The Commanders. I know Malik Neighbors dropped that pass on 4th down when they were driving. If they have a kicker, that's probably a very different game. Their opponents' field goals. I guess McPherson missed one in that Bengals game.
Okay,
he doesn't miss many.
That's not our fault.
And then fumble recoveries. They have been relatively fortuitous in the fumble recovery stuff. I'm not saying it's their fault, but just that so far through 4 games, the Commanders rank at the top of the list in kind of good breaks, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you know when you
I
get,
don't really
you know what gives
think
you
of it
breaks
that way. Yeah,
I think people say luck and all that type of stuff. If you are hustling to the football, if you're going aggressively the whole play, you normally get good luck. Luck don't just drop out the damn sky. Luck is made during the week at practice.
Agreed. Now, it's time to figure out who's cooked across the NFL. We're running out of teams with no wins. There are still one of them, but that doesn't mean there aren't more teams that are finished. Nobody go anywhere. We are going to talk to Power Rankings at noon. Dan Quinn should be talking around 12:30. We're going to do a little college football at 1 o'clock. All right, Brian. I like this segment. We go around the NFL and just decide who stinks.
All right, let's do it.
At 0-4, and Doug Peterson just had to answer a reporter's question if he had lost the locker room. He says he hasn't, by the way. Are the Jaguars cooked? 0-4.
Yeah, they are being marinated right now, and they're about to go on the grill.
Yeah, they're
think
split and fried. Cardinals 1-3, just got drilled at home by Washington.
I think I watched Kyler Murray a little bit, and I'm kind of looking at Jaden as well, and I watch his persona, his demeanor as he goes through a game. I watched him after the game. That just seems to be his fault. Their defense cannot stop the run. They talked about how great their secondary was. I don't think so. But I still think that they have enough offensively where they're going to be able to mess with people. So I'm not going to say they completely cooked, but they have a guy who's leading them that does not take blame for stuff, and that may end up being a problem.
Yeah, they seemed fairly lost Sunday against Washington, I thought.
They were super confident before the game because I think they were looking at Washington based off of what Washington was.
Yeah.
But when they got on the football field, you ever notice that they say bullies are great until somebody hit them back? And then they're not used to being hit back, so they don't know how to respond to it. When they got hit in the face, they didn't know what to do. And then they found out that they didn't really have the dog in them as they thought they did. You know, they had a little toy poodle in them. They didn't have the big poodle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they got to figure out a way to learn how to be that big dog when things are going rough. When things got rough for them, they kind of just drifted off.
Agreed. The Rams at 1-3. Cooked?
You know, I'm
they got a lot of injuries.
They got a lot of injuries. Love Sean. But
this time last year, they started way down and dug themselves out, and then were able to win a playoff game.
When they've been,
I guess they lost.
When they've been great, their defense has been outstanding.
Yeah,
that dude number 99 not playing no more.
He gone.
He's gone. They have a lot of injuries on offense. The quarterback got all that love, but was he really the reason that they won the thing, or was that defense being so damn good the reason that they won it?
They were 6-7 after an overtime loss to the Ravens last year in early December, rattled off 4 straight wins to get in, and then lost to the Lions in the playoffs by a hair. What was?
Are they gonna get them all back? They gonna get all their injured people back?
I think they get Kupp and Nakua back, but
how soon before Kupp and Nakua are
hurt
out there again?
Yeah, I don't know.
They seem to get nicked. Kupp seem to get nicked a lot now.
I won't call the Rams cooked though. The Cardinals are far closer to cooked than the Rams. For me.
Okay. Yeah, because you got a little thing for Sean, so you can't ever say nothing negative about him. I think Sean is a good coach. I'm not saying he's great.
Okay. Been to 2 Super Bowls.
Cool.
Now
he went to 2. He went to 1 with a quarterback that nobody give no credit, and then went another with a defense that was outstanding, but they give all the credit to the quarterback and the coach.
Carolina Panthers 1-3. They were awful with Bryce Young. They appear to have something going with Andy Dalton, but like, how far does the Andy Dalton train take you? Cooked meter on the Panthers.
I think they're still the 4th best team in their division.
Yeah, or the worst.
That's 4. They have 4.
You called 4th best, so you can say they're the worst team.
Well, I'm trying to be nice, JP. I mean, I got a reputation to uphold. You tell everybody how nice I am. So yeah.
The Carolina Panthers are cooked.
Yeah.
The New York Football Giants 1-3.
They're 1-3.
0-3 in the NFC.
Yeah, they done.
Done?
Based off of what we're calling cooked and stuff, yes. I just don't think there's enough up there. I think that all of a sudden the things outside of the game is going to become the problem.
Landfill, are the Giants cooked?
Yes, they suck.
Is Jeff there? Or is Jeff cooked?
I am not cooked. I am here.
Are the Giants cooked?
Of course.
I tend to agree. Who do the Giants have this weekend?
Mm-hmm. Try not to look at the teams. See how I play them.
That Giants team, they got the Seahawks in Seattle. They get to 1-4. I understand these reports keep coming out of New York that they don't want to have to blow things up again. You're obviously blowing up the quarterback already.
Well, the person that might not want to blow it up is the person that's not going to be there very long if Saquon keep running all the yards he running.
Landville, are you aware that the Patriots are considering benching Ramondre Stevenson because he fumbles too much and turning things over to Antonio Gibson? Landville, I ask you, are the Patriots cooked?
I mean, yeah, if you're turning it to Gibson with hopes that he won't fumble all the time, you're cooked.
I couldn't help but read that and just like give him the meme. It's okay. I hope AG I love. I hope he holds on to the ball. Brian, Pat's cooked 1-3.
Yeah. They won their first game, and then they haven't been really in the rest of them. But this is really a learning and building season for them anyway.
It's a rebuilding year.
I don't expect them to be good. I didn't expect them to be good. So,
what about the Dolphins? 1-3.
If they don't get
unclear
Tua back, they
what's
got
up
problems.
with Tua. I mean, they put him on IR, so the earliest you're getting him back, I think,
Well,
is
it's 4 weeks.
That's at the earliest.
But I'm saying, so I think they did exactly what they're supposed to do, because public sentiment, if they were to come out and he was playing within 1 to 2 weeks, they are going to get destroyed. So you put him on IR 4 weeks, bring him back, then he go play. You watch him on the sidelines running around doing stuff. Tua wants to be on the field now.
Here's a question, and I don't know this answer. So he got hurt the night of Bills Dolphins, the Thursday nighter down in Miami, where they were getting their ass kicked before Tua got hurt. They then will play. They've already lost to the Seahawks. They've already lost to the Titans, which is about as bad as it gets. They play the Patriots this weekend. Then they have a bye. Is it 4 weeks minimum or 4 games minimum?
Weeks.
So if that's the case, he could be back,
Come back
for the
after the
Colts.
bye.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And they probably did it knowing that. Think about it.
Well, once he got the injury, but yeah.
I mean, once he got the injury and they look at it, oh, we bring him back and we got 3 games and we got a bye week. Then boom, we bring him back after the bye.
Right.
Oh, everything worked out. They don't have to worry about getting all the negativity from the public.
So premature then to say the Dolphins are cooked?
I think so.
Okay, 2 more that I think these are the hardest cook rankings that exist. Browns, 1-3 coming to Washington.
I can't see them.
They got weird injuries. They got guys coming back from injury.
They got all kind of things going on. And listen, I was trying to pull for Deshaun, but it seemed like it's not coming.
He seems cooked.
It seems like it's not coming. And I just don't think if he doesn't get right this year, that they're going to have some backup that's going to be able to just carry him along the way.
Cincinnati Bengals, cooked, 1-3.
I'm going to have to say they're not cooked. I'm still going to say they have enough. And I watched Jamar Chase with a catch, break a tackle, and go the distance the other day. That dude's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
Yeah.
That was the cooked meter. When we come back, power rankings. Nobody go anywhere.
Washington Commanders and Cleveland Browns on Sunday from Northwest Stadium. The team is practicing today at 1:30 p.m. Around the league, Las Vegas Raiders wide receiver Davante Adams is open to being traded. The Jets and the Saints are high on Adams, a possible trade wish list, according to Adam Schefter. Cowboys and Steelers are also interested. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor not practicing because of an ankle injury. Bills All-Pro edge rusher Von Miller suspended 4 games for violating the league's personal conduct policy. AL Wildcard Series continues today in Baltimore for the Orioles must-win situation after yesterday's 1-0 loss to the Kansas City Royals. Game 2 starter Zach Eflin says his team will fight.
Since at least the time I've been here, any corner we've been backed into, we've come out on the right side of things. So as much as it hurts to lose the first game, we still have 2 more opportunities to win the series and continue on. And there's nobody hanging their head or anything. We're looking forward to tomorrow.
Eflin opposed by Seth Lugo. First pitch at Camden Yards at 4:38 p.m. Detroit beat Houston 3-1. Tarek Skubal tossed 6 shutout frames. Mets over Milwaukee 8-4. Mark Vientos a tie-breaking 2-run single. The Brewers are 1-10 in their last 11 playoff games, and that includes a certain wild card game in 2019. San Diego shut out Atlanta 4-0. Fernando Tatis a 2-run shot. Michael King struck out 12. DC United a must-win at Nashville SC tonight at 8:30 p.m. Washington Spirit head coach says Trinity Rodman must be 100% for her to be able to play in the October 6th match against number 1 Orlando Pride. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia and everywhere else on the East Coast. We are 30-ish miles west, Ashburn, Virginia. We are expecting to hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn probably about a half hour from now. We're here. We will take it live. We got a long-ass cord directly from Dan's microphone, so you're not going to get it faster anywhere else. All right? Before we get into Power Ranks, we do that every Wednesday in this slot from NFL.com. The theory is that they are the least hot takery of them all. News out of Dallas.
Okay.
Todd Archer covers the Cowboys. The Cowboys will be without wide receiver Brandon Cooks for at least this week against the Steelers and potentially longer after an infection developed in his right knee following a procedure he had after remaining in New York following the win against the Giants, according to multiple sources.
Wow.
So that game was also last Thursday night.
Yes.
So last Thursday night, he had to stick around in New York, get a procedure. Now, a procedure can mean anything from just some stitches to a laser prodding around inside your knee. A procedure is pretty ambiguous, but the infection stuff is scary.
You start thinking all kind of stuff.
I mean, if you're a Commanders fan, you can't help but start thinking about Alex.
Yeah.
That's where my mind goes. Not to suggest this is at all that severe.
What's the thing people get a lot when they have like surgeries and
MRSA and all that? Yeah.
You don't want that.
So I have a quick thought question from that. Does that change anything with Davante Adams?
If they think it could be longer, it may make them become more of a guy. Let's like this. Jerry Jones had discussed why he didn't spend money for
Derrick
Henry.
When he ran
you
all
think
over.
If somebody else is possible to go to them, you think he'll let him go?
I don't know. It's pretty interesting, though. And I believe since they reworked some contracts and got some extensions done, that their salary cap situation has improved significantly since they got the Dak deal done and they got the CD deal done. Davante in Dallas would be something else. I'm not sure I see it happening. But
possible.
I don't know. That's just an interesting little subplot. News breaking there that Brandon Cooks is out at least this week. Anytime it's an infection, you hope it doesn't get serious because the infection's getting your bloodstream. That's a
whole new.
That ain't a high ankle sprain. That's a different situation. You need doctors. Like you go from ice and wrapping it up to like antibiotics and you know, transfusions.
It can get serious.
And not the cool kind of transfusions you get at golf courses. All right, let's get to the power ranks. We got to stick with it, I think. Who you got number one?
Still got the Chiefs as number one.
Forever until otherwise.
Until
at least till they lose, right?
Yeah, at least they lose and look bad losing.
I got that. I don't know how much you're going to like this.
Okay.
Guess who they got at number one?
They got it number one. They probably have Buffalo still.
No.
Minnesota.
No,
I'm not buying that one. Now their defense is spectacular, but I'm not buying number one.
How you feeling about Darnold?
I think Darnold has played well. I think the defense has helped them out a lot. But I think what they're doing is they're making Kirk second guess. Like, hey, man, thank you.
A question I have, whenever you see a discrepancy like this, I tend to be a little skeptical. The Vikes are 4-0. The Packers, you go back to that luck index thing I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Packers missed 2 field goals in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Vikings won by 2. I think the final was 31-29. It might have been 31-28, regardless. The Vikings, through 4 games, are 4th in points scored.
Okay.
But they're 10th in yards gained. It's a little bit of a delta there.
Well, I look at this, though, Jay. 10th in the league is not bad.
Sure, but 10th to if it was 7th to 4th, I think it's pretty.
I try to make sure you understand this. What people talk a lot about how good the Vikings defense is, right? So you get a short field. So your yards gained will not necessarily be like the other team that has to drive a long way.
Well, that would make sense, but the numbers don't support that either.
What's the numbers now?
4th in points allowed, which is damn good.
Mm-hmm.
Top 5 in the league. They're giving up. They are 23rd in yards allowed. That's bottom third of the league. So right now, it would appear to me they're having really good turnover luck.
Now, what I'm saying is, but that's totally different. The defense gives their offense a short field. They don't get a lot of yards. Okay.
No, the defense is probably
they when they get turnovers, the offense get a short field. I'm saying. Now, if they get driven on, they get driven on. But they've been beating people.
Yeah, I mean, those numbers would have me wary. They did kick the ass of the Texans, which probably helps their offensive stats here. But if you look, they've created 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 turnovers in 4 games.
4 games.
That's going to make a lot of difference.
That's a lot of short fields.
Maybe, yep, sure. But some teams might just be good at creating turnovers, but a lot of that ends up being puck luck, how a football bounces.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, if you got 10 in 4 weeks, you are making some things happen.
Sure. I gotta look something up real quick, because looking at these numbers feels a little fadey to me. They're hosting the Jets. They're hosting the Jets, and they're only favored by 3. The Jets just lost at home to the Broncos. The whole world is betting on the Vikings. Feels a little fadey to me.
Always plays well against the Vikings in Minnesota.
Feels a little fadey to me. All right, so power ranks, you got Vikes at 1, Chiefs at 2. Maybe they do something about Rashee Rice. I don't think they will. I think the Chiefs are like, all right, we'll figure something out.
That's Andy Reid, man. And they probably have somebody on the roster that they feel good about. They just been waiting to give him a little.
Well, aren't they still waiting for Hollywood Brown to come back?
Yeah.
Like, couldn't he?
So if Hollywood Brown comes back, then they got him and Worthy.
Right. Kelsey hasn't shown him anything yet this year.
Oh, last game he did.
I wouldn't continue.
His best game last game.
I wouldn't continue to doubt he doesn't emerge at some point.
Yeah.
Number 3, I agree with this because they really looked impressive. They got the Lions at 3, Bills at 4, Texans 5. Does that all sound right? Okay, that's your top 5. I just started.
Texans though, I don't know for sure right now at 5. I don't know about that.
Yeah. I forgot. I needed to check in with the boss. Landfill, how do you feel about the Minnesota Vikings being number 1 in the power ranks?
I don't feel good. Obviously, Sam Darnold is a ticking time bomb. He's going to start seeing ghosts again at some point. I wouldn't put him there.
it feels a little premature. We'll see. I think your boy's going to bet on the Jets.
Yeah, Kelsey had 7 for 89 last game, so he's coming around. He's getting in shape.
No touchdowns on the season though.
Still that
For a
round
dude that's always a red zone threat.
Don't worry, he'll get there.
Normally I have to scroll pretty far.
He came back a little heavier.
I believe that.
Than he normally was. He's been hanging out with Taylor
on the buffet circuit. Normally I have to scroll down pretty far to figure out where the Commanders are. And last week we didn't think they were high enough. Maybe. I think they moved up 12 spots from 28 to 16. For the sake of getting out on time to appease my man Landini, where do you think the Commanders land this year?
This week.
This week.
Yeah. They won again 16. I think they are now at number 10.
Jeff, I doubt you've looked. Have you looked?
I haven't looked.
I know. I believe you. Jeff, have you looked? Where would you have the Commanders this week?
I haven't looked yet.
So don't look and give me a guess.
Number 1.
We'll see. I'm gonna go number 8.
Landville, I'm sure you've looked. So I started scrolling like I normally do. 1 through 5 goes Vikings, Chiefs, Lions, Bills, Texans. Number 6, even though they're 2-2, the Ravens had a really impressive Sunday night game. If they run the ball like that, they're going to beat most teams. A lot of times they don't run the ball like that. That's on them. Number 7 in the league, Brian. NFL.com. Washington Commanders.
Wow.
Up 9 spots.
Wow.
I read now from NFL.com, Eric Edholm. Let the record show that I broadcast my optimism for this team's chances back in August. But even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think I'd be approaching true believer status this quickly. Are the Commanders this year's version of the 2023 Texans? Consider that Houston started last season with a 3-4 record, and here the Commanders are sitting at 3-1 with only 5 more road games left on the schedule. There are some truly winnable contests upcoming, along with an absolute hoot of a matchup, Jaden Daniels versus Lamar Jackson in Week 6. The Daniels magic appears to be real, and the NFC East isn't nearly the gauntlet some thought it would be. What a refreshing change this year has been so far in D.C., and I can't wait to see how it ends. But I'm fine going out on a limb here and now saying this team has an excellent chance to make a postseason run. Bookmark it.
Wow. I watched a game a show. I was watching a little bit of it last night. Michael Irvin, Keyshawn Johnson, forgot the young lady, and another guy, another former player. And they had the Commanders at 5-6, something like that. And Mike basically was looking based off what's going on. He said, I think they should be here at least. Number 3, I think 2 or 3 he put. People are starting to believe in this. And they're not just judging teams based off of what they've done in the past. They're judging people based off of what they've done this year and what they're doing. We don't know exactly where it's going to go, but I think you look at things, and we normally say people get better as the year goes on. We, if they get better and the defense really catches up, it could be a problem for some people. Because I think a lot of people, it's hard for them to judge this team just based off of this year. You know what I mean?
Sure. Stephen A. You know his top 5?
He got him in there.
Vikings, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Commanders.
Yeah.
One thing with this NFL.com, they got the Commanders at 7. Tampa, who kicked their ass week 1, is 8.
Yeah. You beat them. You beat them, and then you hadn't looked as good after you beat them like that.
They just beat the tar out of Philly.
But then they came back. Look at the games that Washington has won. They beat the Giants. They had a heavyweight match against Cincinnati and handled it. And then the next game, you destroy your team.
Sure.
So people looking at they're seem to be ascending.
On a short week.
Yeah. Bam. Jeff, there you go. On a short week.
Know, Jeff.
On a short week and hadn't been at home.
How do you feel about them being 7th? Does that make you nervous?
Nervous, man. I'm
What,
over
you
here.
think it's too low?
Nah, I'm just excited, man. Let's just roll with it. Let's just roll with it.
I think it's fair to be excited.
I look, don't get nervous, man. You must enjoy this, man. When you've been asking for your team to get better, and you want people to talk about your team, and you've been, oh man, I can't wait till we do this. When they start doing it, don't start all of a sudden now getting scared. Revel in that, man. Be happy.
I agree with you, Landy. Does number 7 seem too high?
No, I love it. They've been dominating.
They've been really good, man. No fading Jaden. They go Tampa 8. Landfill, I got a little inside baseball here. If the Skins are going to be so high in these power ranks, we might have to rethink what segment this is. You know, there's not a lot of intrigue. We don't have to debate, 25, 26.
We need to do like a 45 segment.
I think this week, if they really can handle Cleveland, the excitement for next week going to Baltimore, Lamar versus Jaden is going to be just crazy.
I know we normally do like a show at a bar in the area.
You want to go up there?
Nah, I'm going to do it down here. I don't want to do it in bed, Baltimore. A little different over that way.
It'd be fun, man.
It'd be fun.
Dude, the offensive line for me for Washington has been such a driving factor in this.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw this from Galdi. ESPN does this like run block, pass block win rate. And these are getting kind of subjective here, but to me, it matches the eye test. According to ESPN, the Commanders are number 1 in the NFL in run block win rate, number 8 in pass block win rate. And then Ben Baldwin, who is a heavy analytics guy, says that the Commanders have the 5th best offensive line in pass pro. And maybe pass pro should be beyond just the offensive line. You got tight ends.
Well, tight ends, everybody in it together. But, I think, listen, all that matters is your quarterback gets rid of the football and doesn't get sacked. And whether the guy just comes off or whatever, he doesn't hit your quarterback, it's a successful block. When you're running, everyone thinks you got to pancake somebody. No, if you block him, your guy get past him, he could be coming off. It's a successful block. That's all that matters.
Dan Quinn will address the media next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders will take on the Browns on Sunday. The Commanders looking to keep their 3-game win streak going. Today, the Browns designated Nick Chubb to return to practice. Thursday Night Football will kick off Week 5 of the NFL season. The Buccaneers will take on the Falcons tomorrow night. Day 2 of the MLB playoffs. Yesterday, the Royals beat the Orioles 1-0. The Mets beat the Brewers 8-4. The Tigers beat the Astros 3-1, and the Padres beat the Braves 4-0. Each series is the best of 3. Game 2 today. The Tigers will take on the Astros coming up at 2:30. Royals and Orioles at 4:30. Mets and Brewers at 7:30. And the Braves and the Padres at 8:30. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Dan Quinn is talking to the media right now. Let's go out there.
With 3 out of 4 last being on the road, man, we are absolutely lit to be coming home and hopefully create a home field advantage. It's as fun as you could possibly imagine when a stadium's going crazy for the team. And so we're certainly wanting to capture that. So all that said, ready to get rocking with you guys.
Do you have a feel for McGee or anybody like that who might be close to that, or do you have to just wait to see?
Yeah, we really have to wait, John. These guys have been out for a while, and so let's, that's why you have the, the extended time to get them ready to play, and so that's where we'll go into, and each one will be, its own individual case too.
With the offense, there's a lot of you guys using the up tempo and the no huddle and stuff. A lot of different formations within that. What does it say about the offense that you guys can do that now, and Jaden in particular, and how much does it hurt a defense when you're going at that tempo with different looks? That's the part. I think that's the the hardest part, John, because also changing personnel groups within that. So from 3 wide receivers to 2 to 1 to 4 and back in and out of that, and then out of the huddle, breaking some. So just the different variations of that tempo. It's hard to practice because sometimes we'll go, a few plays in a row or change. So that's the difficult part of seeing some formations that will change at the last moment.
I know when you and Cliff came in, there was a lot of talk about really tailoring things to the personnel, to the players you have.
Right.
How have you seen Cliff do that with Jaden?
I think the first part, Nick, was probably like there's an exploring that goes on. And if you go all the way back, there was, reps. What would we feature for Jaden? What would we feature for Marcus? And what routes were he most comfortable with coming in? And so we actually had some that were some of his favorite concepts from LSU. And we started from there. And that was 100% from Cliff to say, hey, what are some ones that, coming out of bed, you want this play called, and it like the back of your hand. And so we started from there. And then as you added and you felt more comfortable, that's why the reps are so important. And so from walkthroughs and training camp reps, and then you kind of tailor it on both sides of the ball. What's good enough? What's not? What should we hold and wait for later? Some things that we would still be working on now may not be game ready, but there are still concepts that you continue to work. And then also finding the personnel for some of them is really important too.
Jaden's vision behind the line, is it where you expected for a player coming in? Is it farther ahead? I mean,
yeah, I didn't go in thinking like didn't have like specific expectations on vision of where to go. The things that have been so impressive to me are, like I said before, his ability to stay in the process, keep the focus, where to go with the read. So I wouldn't say it's like I didn't have a label for it to begin with, but it's definitely one of the things that, I admire about like a lot of this. So much of this comes, thank you, from like his work on the field, off the field. Like he really puts it in. And that's why so many of his teammates would absolutely just fight for him at the drop of a hat, because they know how hard he's also working to execute the offense too.
What has Bobby meant to the defense as the unit has tried to find its footing?
I think the calming presence, is there to say, okay, like may have not hit this, and he's got really high standards for how to do things. So much of his is a conversation, a talk, to go through it. But those are the things for linebackers, especially to come and see and work with. That's like, you can't put a price on that.
And you've played in Washington when the Cowboys have had great road crowds here. I wonder what it would mean for you now here to have a good home crowd, get a real home field advantage with the
Yeah,
opposition
and so no difference to anybody else, but just the home field crowd, like anywhere that I've been that really got rocking, like it's a huge advantage, for the team, because as loud as it can get and silent cadences and all that goes with that, it's just an absolute blast. The energy, goes, through the roof. So that's what we'll dig for and keep, battling for it. And, the better that we can play, the more we can create that together. And then it becomes like, man, this is a really hard place to play when you tie all of the things together.
Good afternoon, Coach.
Good afternoon.
There's still some lingering conversations outside the organization on a wide receiver number 2. Is that any type of concern of really establishing that firm second guy, or is a game to game kind of who evolves and who steps up?
Yeah,
with you?
No, I'll let you and the guys outside have those ones. For us, we're really focused on the guys that are here, honestly, just absolutely battling for it. What you will see sometimes each week is some reps may change, position, what's needed maybe for that game plan or for how we'd want to attack. But we're really pleased with the group and their competitive nature, what they stand for.
And then looking at the Cleveland Browns, so last week coming into their matchup with the Browns, the Raiders were one of the worst or the worst rushing team in the NFL. We're able to basically double up their season production in one game. Is there, I know you don't want to share too much, but is there anything that stood out from their performance that you feel like you can lean on as well?
I think one thing that I really think about Cleveland that first comes to mind, like this is a tough and resilient group. I think they kind of showed that last year to go through quarterback changes and injuries, and they had some of that, through the starting part of this year. And so I think that's one of the things that I look at first, like, man, this is a tough and resilient group, and we know we'll get their best coming in this one, ready to fight for it, and they'll get ours as well. But no, nothing past that. Each game, matches up a little bit differently, and we know the strengths, where they're at, and that's why we're really looking forward to this battle. There's all sorts of cool matchups, including on special teams. I think these are two really effective cover units that have guys that'll battle for it. And I think Larry and Bubba, that not only they good special teams coaches, some of the best in the league, they were also like old teammates back in the day. So there'll be all these battles within the battle that I'm looking forward to.
Battle within the battle. When you only have 4 games played, are there stats or specific things on film you look at more intensely in a small sample?
No, I wouldn't say you're getting to get more after 4, but each game the matchups are different. Are you blitzing this amount or going to this amount? It's like what's required, honestly, for that game. So it's almost like you need to look at it for that game. Did you do what you said you were going to do? And did you play in the style and the attitude that you wanted to play? So you almost look at it as, okay, what happened in this game, in this matchup, and the things that we had to do. So we look at it probably from that space first. And then as the, scouting is going on for yourself, you want to make sure if there's a vulnerable spot that you're working extra on it. Usually there's a reason why something is not going quite right. If it was one thing, you take the play out and move it down the road. So usually it's, a combination of things.
And then between the 3-1 record, Jaden's level of play, the national folks are all saying, wow, the surprise is building in Washington. What, if any, level of surprise are you through 4 weeks in your team?
I'm not surprised. I knew the connection would be the number one thing for us to see if we could play well, how long that would take, how connected this team could get on all 3 phases. And so the support of one another, all of those things, that's to me, the faster we could do that. And I thought the team's done a good job of fast tracking the feeling out process, putting agendas to the side, absolutely all out effort. Like those are the non-negotiables that we'd have to have. I think that, the team has got that way faster than you'd say like a more established team, would have some of those things in place. So those are some of the things that don't show up on the stat sheet that I certainly look for.
You've been a head coach before. You've been an assistant with other squads. Protecting as your national profile grows, especially your quarterback. How have you seen coaches, I'll use the word protect, but make sure that they're not caught up in that swirl?
Got it. I would say the one thing that's it's very easy to support Jaden. And the reason I say that, Chick, because you see it every day in terms of the work that he's, puts in and goes for it. So there's no extra things that you have to say to him in this regard, because like you see the character of what the man is. Had it been up and down and I was worried, I'd have that conversation, but all he has shown all of us since he's been here is like a relentless approach to getting better and staying in the moment. And he's got like a remarkable level-headedness to him that's wise, beyond his age. So if I had concerns, I would have already addressed it. I'm certain of that. But he is a very easy guy to support, and being on this journey with him and starting with it together, it's a really cool thing that I get to be a part of with him.
I know Austin Eckler, you're going to keep an eye on him as he returns. B-Rob said in the locker room the other night, Austin coming back. Jeremy's pretty good. We'll see what kind of rotation we have with the running back with a smile on his face. What a pleasure to have for a coach to have a lot of guys.
Yeah, they have a real standard about them in the room. And so you're right. First things with Austin, he's hit all the markers on the return to play, protocols that's required. So all the arrows are looking up for him. And so he brings a lot to us, Chick, both on offense and on special teams. Austin's standard as a ball player is really high. The techniques, the assignments, the support of others, pound for pound, he's one of our strongest players. And so everybody has their own, roles and spaces that they play. And I think as seasons progress, those roles start to emerge more and more. And it was very cool to see Jeremy, when called upon, is definitely ready to deliver. And that's kind of what he's made up to.
Hi, Dan. For Jaden, not a lot of negatives through the first 4 games. As he grows and evolves, what's the next step in this process for Jaden?
That's a great question by you. I would say that staying consistent in this process, like staying in this pocket of the people, that he's getting ready. And so now that you've established a routine of what that looks like, that you're just able to stay into that spot over the long haul. Like here we are just starting October. And so like staying in that process and having routines for any ball player or coach too, it's really important. So that way you don't kind of get out of whack. All of a sudden you could miss something and then you're out of whack. So for him, the process that he goes through, he's very strict about it. And I think that's a big part of him, just staying in that pocket. But he's such a fantastic teammate. The guys are here to support him in just about any way you could.
I think I asked you in August about the identity of this team, and you said, not there yet. We're not there. 4 games in, is that identity starting to develop, and where are you at in terms of building that culture and identity that you want to create?
Yeah, I would say we're getting closer to that. I know that the culture part is a big one for us. And it's, like culture kind of defined of like how a group lives their life together. And that's, for us, those are the standards that we see, the effort, the physicality, the things that we want to play with. Has it been all perfect? Hell no. But there is a lot of things that show like how far people are in for one another. And those kind of things go a long way to helping that identity come to shape. But it takes a while to fully, go through that. And, every time we're playing, you just see that over and over. And so, yeah, we're building that, but by no means in 4 games, where we're going to be 2 months from now, when we look back, we're going to say we're a lot better, than we were 8 weeks ago, just by the way the guys go after it and compete and battle for it. And so those are the things that, I'll keep track of as we're.
Hey, Dan, in what ways have you seen Jaden step up as a leader over the last, 4 weeks since the season started?
I would say, I don't know if it's like stepping up, but he's very much authentically like himself. And that to me is one of the very best ways to lead, that he's not trying to do it in some other fashion. Like I said, maybe on Monday after a PAT, you saw him and Wagner meeting guys, as they're coming off the field after an extra point. That's an example of his support and, the way that he leans into others to help them get better. And so I'd say that's probably my example, that I see that leaning in by him in his own authentic way. And I think for any of us that have been around a good leader, you saw them the same all the time. They weren't up and down and, trying to be somebody they weren't. I think that's the easiest person to see through, to say like he's not that around somebody else. And so for him, if you came in here on a Monday or a Thursday or the next week, you'd see the same high character person putting in the work, doing the things necessary. And over time, man, you have a lot of appreciation for that. Bless because of that way that he goes about his business.
Hey Dan, what's been your impression of the work that Bobby Johnson has done with the offensive line? And as you look at kind of the year-over-year improvement, is that more based on coaching, on style of play, on offensive play calling? What do you kind of foresee there?
Yeah, I think the first thing for he and Darnell and Shane, they've got a nice crew of these guys that work with the offensive line, and that position, the skill work, it's over and over again. So to see these guys drilling pre-practice, post-practice, the connection of them all together. I love seeing like Allegretti and Biotic on the sideline together, talking it through, like encouraging one another. And that position has so much cohesion that's needed to communicate on every play. It's going to even improve more. And we put a lot of stress on those guys, calling things at the line of scrimmage, changing plays, different snap count, all of it that goes into it. So, we're certainly pleased with the start of the guys, and we feel like, we're on the way up in that space.
Coach, how do you prepare a defense to face someone like Deshaun Watson, who flashed high caliber play early in his career, but has kind of struggled more in recent seasons? Are you looking all the way back at his Texans film? Or are you focusing on his more recent play? How do you prepare that defense?
Yeah, the Cleveland tape, from last season and from this season are the ones that we use. I think we all know like Deshaun's ability to get outside the pocket and convert and create in that way. So anytime a player is a dual threat of runs and passes and, can convert throwing it or with their legs, like that's a big deal. They've got a number of weapons, on their offense. And so, not just, directed to him, but each game, game plan a little bit different. How do we go about it? Our own team has a quarterback that gets outside the pocket and makes a lot of plays. So we like doing competitions even at practice. You'll see that today. You'll see that tomorrow, where we just go the ones against the ones. And we feel like that sharpening of one another is really an important part of what we do, where the offense goes against the defense. We do it tomorrow again in the red zone. Today, there'll be some third downs for that. It's not game plan specific towards Cleveland. And it's just us against us, having to guard Terry and try to keep Jaden contained. And here's a blitz package. All of that goes into, getting yourself ready to play a quarterback. We're fortunate that our own style is able to, lean into that.
All right. Thanks, Coach.
All right. You guys have a great day.
All right. That's Dan Quinn talking to the media out here at the park at Commanders Park. JP and I will take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Going to catch up on some college football after that Bama-Georgia game. Holy moly. David Ubben from The Athletic will join us next. Talk about playoffs. They're 5 games in college football, B.
Yeah.
What I do want to do right now is give away some tickets. Thomas Rhett, country singer. I actually really like Thomas Rhett. Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to see Thomas Rhett, the Better in Boots Tour. Now, this is a year out, August 22nd, 2025 at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events.
Got to put those in someplace special.
Yeah, you got to save that email.
Them.
You got to save that
Yes,
email.
Yes.
What stood out to you from DQ?
I mean, just the stuff about Jaden and like people. I think everyone is so concerned about whether or not he's going to get overwhelmed or whatever about what's going on. But you and I have seen it. Dan has talked about it multiple times to where this kid just want to work. He doesn't care about all that stuff.
Totally.
You know, and I think a lot of people look at the NFL as the end all be all, but the SEC is amazing and it's huge. And they get bigger crowds and they have a lot of hype and things going on with that. The dude's won the Heisman Trophy. He's been through the lights. And to come into this with the attitude he has is special. And when he was asked, how do you all protect him? He said he makes it easy because he doesn't get concerned with all that stuff. And I think that right there is great because when your main guy is doing the right stuff, everybody else always falling. You heard me say it before about Alex Ovechkin, say about Tom Brady. When your best is the hardest work on your team, everybody else falls in line.
Totally agree. I mean, whether it was real or it was some dumb internet controversy, do you remember when Robert was running around and he takes some hits and the O-line weren't in a big hurry to pick him up? You remember that?
Yeah.
There were real questions about how much work were you putting in?
Hey.
Like, you cannot force people to buy into leadership.
The kangaroo court will
these things
show you.
happen or they don't.
Oh yeah.
I'll never forget. It must have been the 2016 election. We were doing just like a cheesy TV bit, walking around. Hey, you know, if one person in this locker room had to run for president, who would it be? And damn near every person in there said Colt. That Colt was the guy. And then I remember Josh Norman, who kind of played the part a little. Josh cared about the perception and all those things. He's like, well, has anybody said Kirk? I was like, I don't think so. He's like, well, I'm going to say Kirk then. Kirk's our starting quarterback. But like that stuff isn't.
But he just said it because nobody else said it.
Right.
He didn't say it because he really felt it.
But there is a reality in the world that like you gravitate towards the people that have that natural charisma and that show they will fight for you. They are putting in the work to be your leader.
See,
like talk is cheap.
When I hear guys, when they ask guys questions or they ask them about leadership, and when the veteran guys mention Jaden without being asked specifically about Jaden, it tells you a lot. And I think that's what we have to start looking at where, you know, I know we've had things that we've dealt with, but sometimes you got to just cut off what was and start looking at what is and give people credit for what they actually do, not for what somebody else did. You know what I mean? And I think we are, it's human beings, we do it, all of us. We see something happen and we think nothing is going to happen differently, but we expect something differently.
Also, some news there. It looks like you'll get Eckler back, opening the window for McGee and Mariota and Obata. Crowder going to IR, which kind of creates a roster spot for somebody if they want it. My guess is that's McGee. We'll see. I also loved now David Harrison asked a fairly innocuous question about a wide receiver too. And Dan was like, we're focused on the guys we got.
Yeah. We'll let y'all deal with that.
That was shutting down any Devontae
I
Adams
love when
conversation.
he does stuff like that too. Shut it down. Don't deal
Shut
with
it down. Load it down. Shut it up. Shop. When we come back, we're talking college football.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to take on the Browns on Sunday, looking for a fourth straight win as they sit atop the NFC East at 3-1. Today, the Commanders open the 21-day practice window for linebacker Jordan McGee, quarterback Marcus Mariota, and defensive lineman Efe Obada. The Commanders also placed wide receiver Jamison Crowder on injured reserve. The Browns also designated Nick Chubb to return to practice in the 21-day practice window. Thursday Night Football will kick off Week 5 of the NFL season tomorrow. The Buccaneers will take on the Falcons. The Bucs are going to be without safety Antoine Winfield, defensive lineman Kalijah Kancey, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and wide receiver Trey Palmer. Some NFL injury updates. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor was not practicing today as he sustained a high ankle sprain in their game on Sunday, and Cowboys wide receiver Brandon Cooks is out for the Cowboys. Taking a look at baseball as Game 2 of the wild card round takes place today. Best of 3 for each series. The Tigers beat the Astros yesterday 3-1. Game 2 at 2:30. Tyler Holton goes for Detroit. Hunter Brown for the Astros. The Royals beat the Orioles yesterday 1-0. Game 2 at 4:30. Seth Lugo goes for Kansas City. Zach Eflin for the O's. The Mets beat the Brewers 8-4. Game 2 today at 7:30. Sean Manaea for New York. Frankie Montas for Milwaukee. And the Braves fell to the Padres 4-0. Max Fried goes for the Bravos. Joe Musgrove for San Diego. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Beamish and Finley 1-0-6-7. The Fan. Little update floating around out there. Nick Harris from Fort Worth Star Telegram says, don't expect the Cowboys to be in the mix for Davante Adams. He reports there's comfortability with the current receiving core. Comfortability, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how you describe like a couch.
And one of them supposed to not, it could possibly not be around for a while.
If you have, I have a level of comfortability with my mattress, like not necessarily people that catch footballs. Diana Rossini reporting Pittsburgh wants in. Pittsburgh wanted in on BA. The Ayuk thing almost happened until he canceled it because he might be nuts. Pittsburgh wants in on Adams. Does Adams want in on Pittsburgh? I don't know. The other thing I don't know is kind of the current state of the college football playoff and who should be number one, Bama or Texas. Helping us make sense of everything, David Ubben, national college football writer for The Athletic. You can follow him on Twitter at David Ubben, UBBEN. David, what's up, man? Thanks for making.
Hey, guys.
Let's start. I found myself with all the baseball that was on. No, you know what? It was Monday night during the doubleheader of Monday Night Football that they were showing a replay of Bama, Georgia, and I watched the whole second half. Even though there were 2 NFL games on, I was watching a replay of Bama, Georgia. What'd you make of that game, and will we see that again?
I mean, one of the best games of the last, 5 or 10 years. It's definitely on the short list. You got 2 teams that obviously are national title caliber, and a 28-point comeback, and then that team taking that punch and fighting back and winning it at home. Anytime you get a game where you get shots of crying fans from both sides, you got an instant classic. So I mean, I think if I'm a betting man, I think we do see that game again, just because I think the list of teams that can beat those 2 teams is pretty short, and I'm not sure that those 2 teams are going to play anybody that does beat them before they get a chance to beat one another, either in the SEC championship or the playoff. I'm not sure that they're going to play again in the SEC championship. I suspect Texas will take care of business and get there and keep Georgia out, especially with the way that Georgia's schedule stacked up. But I think Georgia's going to get in and kind of be on the bottom half of that bracket. I wouldn't be surprised if they lose one more game and then have to go on the road in week 1. I mean, in round 1 of the playoff. And well, Godspeed to whoever's hosting Georgia in the opening round of the playoffs.
I mean, dude, so are you telling me like the non-Power 5 team might get Georgia at home? Like, are we talking about the Bulldogs rolling into Liberty or something?
No, that wouldn't. No, that team will probably have the 12 seed, but it's probably going to be somebody maybe like a Penn State. You know, they might get stuck in that 8-9 game. I doubt they would. I doubt they would do that with maybe Notre Dame, maybe team. I'm trying to think. Maybe like Clemson. You know, whoever finishes second in the ACC.
Clemson already got worked
game,
by
might be one of
Georgia.
them. Yeah, they look pretty good. I mean, it's going to come down to Clemson and Miami for the ACC. So whoever loses that game, it might beat them. So I'd say those are three. Penn State, Notre Dame, the loser of the ACC championship might be hosting Georgia in round one.
You look at Georgia going to Alabama. I mean, playing against Alabama and Caleb DeBoer. That was one of those, I guess, those reputation building games for him. Following up Nick Saban to beat him. How much good did he do for his reputation?
Well, it's hard. I mean, there's sort of two versions of reputation, right? There's the people who really follow college football, who have seen Kalen DeBoer win everywhere he's been, make a huge impact as a coordinator at Indiana, win at Fresno, win at Washington. These guys, you know, not to say nothing of what he did at the NAIA level and winning national championships at Sioux Falls, and you know, they're playing with the same level of players that they had down there that a lot of the other teams do. So these coaches that really are perpetual winners at every level tend to do well when they get up and they start getting better players. So now you're seeing him.
But David, you know, if he had lost that game in Alabama, they don't care about what he did before.
Probably not, especially if you blow a 28-point lead. So on some level, there's something to that. But you know, I think for people who really pay attention to college football, the level-headed among us, I don't know that he had to do a ton to, you know, validate his reputation. The same guy who coached Washington to the national title game last year, won the Pac-12, beat an Oregon team that was probably more talented than his team twice, once on a neutral field. But yeah, you're right. I think for the casual fan, for the Alabama fans that are sort of skeptical at this, you know, Northerner coming down to Alabama and winning some ball games, you know, I think it probably helped him a little bit. It's always good to, you know, if you had to choose one, you'd rather win your first big game than lose your first big game. But he's been around the block. You know, he might be a new name to casual fans, but people who pay attention to college football, you're very aware of Kalen DeBoer. And so, you know, I think he's a guy that is pretty level-headed, certainly a little bit less intense than Nick Saban, but sort of a quiet killer. And we're kind of seeing, I mean, the stuff they had schemed up in that first half, Georgia's defense was, you know, all over the place. They had them on their heels for the entirety of that game, and they just didn't really know what hit them. They had some good answers, made some good adjustments at halftime, but sometimes having guys like Brian Williams on your roster is enough.
I mean, what a special player. Talking with David Ubben here on the BetQL guest line, national college football writer for The Athletic. The Bama-Georgia game has kind of dominated the conversation so far, understandably. But when you do zoom out a little bit from just that game to the top 10, I guess nowadays the top 12 matters more. Bama and Texas have kind of split the vote between the AP and the coaches poll. You got Ohio State right behind there. It's seemingly been relatively quiet for the Buckeyes. They're kicking ass and taking names, but not a lot of attention's being paid because of all these other big games going on. When do the Buckeyes play somebody that we're all going to pay attention to? What have you thought of Ohio State's start?
Well, I don't know that this Iowa team and their defense is as good as people think. So this week's not it. But going to Oregon, you know, next week, that's a pretty big one. You know, we've seen those two teams play in non-conference before. They lost in Columbus last time that those two teams played, but this will be a conference game. That'll be a great one. You know, they get Penn State 3-something weeks after that. So, you know, we'll find out. I mean, at this point, this is kind of what I like about the 12-team playoff is as much as college football has been fueled by debate and hypotheticals and who is better between Alabama and Texas and who is better between Ohio State and, you know, Georgia, whatever. We don't have to really argue that anymore. It's going to be settled on the field. And I think especially, you know, how good is this Ohio State team? I think they probably have the most talented roster on paper, but you got to prove it. You got to pass some of these tests. So I think for me, you know, as you sort it out, I'm a big what have you actually done guy when I'm ranking teams. Texas winning at Michigan is pretty good, but I still think Alabama beating Georgia is the best win for anybody all season. So they'd probably get that number 1 spot for me. Probably have Texas number 2, maybe Tennessee 3, and Ohio State 4, just because Ohio State literally has played no one yet. So there's something to be said for dominating the way that they have. But, we'll start to find out this week. We'll get a kind of a clue at home against Iowa, but to Oregon, if you win that game, especially if you can win that game convincingly, whoever wins that game, you're going to be moving up in the polls a little bit. That'd be a huge win.
For sure. B, you're going to like this. Our friend Drew, who's a Bama fan,
Mm-hmm.
of David, of your analysis of the Bama-Georgia game, he says, come on, man. Alabama let up. Otherwise, that game wouldn't have been close. Roll Tide. That's Bama fans.
They didn't let up, Drew. They didn't let up at all.
Played Georgia and said, you know what? It's only Georgia on the other side of the field. Let's take the foot off the gas a little. I think ultimately, they were doing some things with Jalen Milroe and some misdirection stuff, and I think Georgia caught on to some of that. They were able to slow down their defense. You can say they let up. Certainly they were less aggressive offensively, but you can't really say you let up defensively. That's not really a thing. And they were getting toasted in that second half. Well, more so in the fourth quarter by Carson Beck, who got hot. Receivers are making some plays. That bust over the top to Dylan Bell for them to go up. That was a huge play. Not the greatest throw I've ever seen Carson Beck make, but 6 points is 6 points. So
sure.
No, I don't buy the let up. Maybe slightly less aggressive on offense, but there's a whole other side of the ball that seemed to have you having some issues with Georgia's squad.
David, let's go to Rocky Top. The Volunteers look good. They're now number 4 in the country. They just went into Norman and out physicaled the Sooners, which wasn't how I expected them to win that game. What do you make of Tennessee? What do you make of this rookie quarterback, freshman quarterback, whatever they call first-year players in college now? I don't know how to say it. Nico Iamaleava.
Iamaleava, not close, but we'll learn before too long.
Don't worry, David. He's like that most time with names.
The good thing about Nico is he has such a unique name that it is a little bit like a Madonna situation where you can just go by Nico. But it is Iamaleava. I think the thing about this Tennessee team that jumps out is, Tennessee, especially under Josh Heupel, they bring in the Baylor offense and people see the shots downfield and they think, oh, that's, they're really explosive. They're really explosive. Well, this team got one of the 2 or 3 best running offenses in the country. The offensive line has done a really nice job. They won that game in Norman, by the way, without both starting tackles, which is pretty impressive. Wow. And then they've got probably one of, if not the best defensive lines in the country, headlined by James Pierce, who might be one of the 3 or 4 best NFL prospects in the country. So this is a team that people who don't maybe pay attention to college sports think, well, they're just going to throw it around the yard. And it's all Nico. Nico doesn't have to be Superman, and he might be Superman anyway, but they've got a really solid running game. Going into that Oklahoma game, they were the only team in the country that had run for 1,000 yards in the first 3 games of the year. So this is not a team that's just throwing it all over. This offense is built around the running game, but this is a team that has a defense that's much improved from that 2022 team that was kind of having to outscore a bunch of people with Hendon Hooker, and the defense wasn't that great, and they're young in the secondary, but those guys have stepped up. But this defensive line is a terror, and that was a big reason why they played so conservatively at Oklahoma, a game that was separated by 10 points, and it might as well be 100. That was not a competitive game. Because Tennessee figured out very quickly that Oklahoma couldn't block them. They weren't going to be able to score 20 to make that game competitive at any point. And so they took the gas. They took their foot off the gas offensively because they had some field conditions, but also without those tackles, they didn't feel comfortable about being able to protect Nico, who's obviously a pretty important part of that team. So they're really a complete Tennessee team. They don't have any obvious weaknesses. We'll see, if that secondary can hold up as they start playing better offenses. But that defensive line is no joke. It's pure talent, a ton of experience there. And then, their receiver group, probably one of the 3 or 4 best receiver groups in the country. You got Brew McCoy, kind of your headliner. Dante Thornton, the Oregon transfers coming through. Chris Brazell, they added from Tulane. Squirrel White still hanging around there. And this is a team that, just like I said, they're really good at a lot of things and don't seem to have a lot of weaknesses. And that's how you ascend to the top 5.
You look at the top 12, it's a lot of SEC teams. And I know they've been trying to expand this playoff thing. If this thing were to end like this with all these SEC teams, anybody outside of the SEC that you think could really push them?
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see what Ohio State is. I mean, Ohio State's definitely a team that's is as talented as anybody in the country. I don't think we know what Miami is just yet. I'm skeptical. I think Oregon could probably beat just about anybody as well. They've got some things to prove. Outside of that, I don't know. I mean, I think the playoff is going to be interesting because I like the fact that all of these regular season games this first month of the season are very relevant in sorting out the playoff field, whether that's from the G5, whether that's from the ACC, the Big 12 title races. I don't think the ending is going to be that much different. You know, you're going to have the same teams hoisting it, hoisting the title trophy as we've seen for so long. But I like the fact that they're having to earn it on the field and that teams are, having a chance to play for it and losing games on the field and not just having a committee decide, well, you're not as good to even get a chance to play for it. I like that. I might do 8 instead of 12, but I still am a fan of 12-team playoff.
Let's get a little local here, or quasi-local anyway. Penn State off to a hot start. They did beat Illinois, but their next 4 games, UCLA at home, at USC, at Wisconsin, then Ohio State. What is Penn State's record going into that matchup against the Buckeyes?
I'll say 6-1. I mean, I don't know that they're going to go knock off USC. I think if that game's in Happy Valley, they probably win it. But I still think, the biggest thing for Penn State is when I watch their games, I see receivers that are actually open. And they didn't upgrade the personnel that much. I mean, it's a big reason why I've been such a huge fan of Andy Kotelnicki coming over from Kansas, their OC. I mean, Kansas doesn't have all-world athletes, and they were able to scheme guys open, had one of the most electrifying offenses in the country. And you look at what Kansas is doing offensively since he left, it has been bad. They are one of the most disappointing teams in the country. I think they're sitting there at 1-4 right now. And Kotelnicki's influence, leaving that program and coming into Penn State is a big part of that. I think just offensively in the passing game, just way more creative, being able to get guys open. If you watched those Michigan and Ohio State games last year against those elite defenses, it was hard to watch. And Drew Aller didn't play well, and there's a million things you could pick on from what he did. But the reality is they couldn't run the ball, and the receivers were not getting open. So if you want to put all that at Drew Aller's feet, you can. He's got to be better, but there was not a lot of margin for error for him. And I think what Andy Kotelnicki does when he comes in there is introduce a little bit more margin for error. Be a little more creative. Let's find a way to run the ball and have some misdirection and do some things to create some easy yards, get guys open, keep defenses on their toes. And then I think the lack of creativity in that scheme the last couple of years has been preventing Penn State from being competitive in some of those games that decide how your season is remembered. So I like Penn State to get in the playoff. I think they're probably 7-1 going into that game. I think they get to the end of the season 10-2, 11-1, and are sitting pretty confident going into Selection Sunday.
Is it possible we could see a defensive player win Heisman Trophy this year?
Specific one.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter.
I mean, that depends on if you want to define Travis Hunter as a defensive player, because he does.
Well, a guy with multiple skills. Let's say like other than a quarterback. Somebody other than a quarterback.
Sure. I mean, this is true, but he also, is what? I think he's like 7th in the country in receiving yards too. So, I mean, the thing with him is, he's a guy that last year was probably a little bit overrated in terms of his coverage skills. Last year, when you looked at the quarterback rating when he was targeted, I think he was 97th among 134, about 150-something cornerbacks that played 250 coverage snaps, 106th in yards per reception. This year, there's 134 Power 4 cornerbacks who played 100 coverage snaps. He's given up 13 catches on 19 targets. He's 15th in the country in yards per catch, 14th in quarterback rating allowed. He's only been targeted once every 8.5 coverage snaps. That's 21st least frequent. That is a marked difference from a year ago. He was a really good receiver and an overrated cover guy who made some really incredible interceptions a year ago. This year, he's been as good as about any receiver in the country, and he's been an elite cornerback, basically a real shutdown corner. Teams are not
He won the Baylor game.
He's gotten a lot better. He really did. Yeah, he really did. And he's taken a huge step forward, especially in coverage. And he's kind of, his MO is playing defense a little bit more, but I think at this point he's a better receiver. But if he keeps improving like he has from year 1 to year 2 at Colorado, I mean, that might change pretty quick. So he's incredible, and he's something that we have not seen in this sport. And I hope he's able to stay healthy for us to keep witnessing this because, I think we wrote a profile of him. I went down to Atlanta and talked to a bunch of people that know him. And after that TCU game last year, we did write a story talking about, hey, this guy's the Shohei Ohtani of college football, and he's only gotten better at that and become more impactful on both sides of the field this year. So he's my Heisman frontrunner. We do a Heisman straw poll. He got my vote this week for my top spot, and I think that's the case. I think he had 19 of 25 first place votes on our staff. So he's the front runner right now.
Speaking of front runners, JMU, I'm getting hyper local now. James Madison has scored 130 in their last 2 games. They hung up 70 on Carolina. Just give me a yes or no because we got to get out. But would they be your front runner to be the non-power 5, power 4, however many powers there are left? Like, where are they in the playoff hunt?
They're hovering. Boise's the best team. They've got a loss, but Boise's the best team. UNLV might be right ahead of JMU, but JMU, in my bubble watch, I think I had them third.
Okay.
Right,
hey,
man.
David, this
Appreciate
is
you,
great,
David.
man. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, brother.
That's our guy, David Ubben from The Athletic.
You didn't mess it up.
Give him a follow at David Ubben, UBBEN. Really good college football stuff there.
Yeah.
Now we're getting back. What's the biggest challenge for your NFC East leading Washington Commanders?
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders will take on the Browns on Sunday, and today the Commanders opened up the 21-day practice window for linebacker Jordan McGee, quarterback Marcus Mariota, and defensive lineman F.A. Obata. The Commanders also placed wide receiver Jamison Crowder on injured reserve. Also in the NFL, some updates on injuries. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor's not practicing today with a high ankle sprain, and Cowboys wide receiver Brandon Cooks has already been ruled out for Sunday. In baseball, Game 2 of the wild card round, the Tigers beat the Astros yesterday 3-1. Game 2 at 2:30. The Royals beat the Orioles 1-0. Game 2 at 4:30. The Mets beat the Brewers 8-4. Game 2's at 7:30. And the Padres beat the Braves 4-0. Game 2 will be at 8:30. It's a best of 3, so all 4 are elimination games today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan.
Joker.
What song is this, Landfill? I think I love it. Is it from Mannequin? Is this from the Mannequin soundtrack? Is this Van Halen? Come on, Landfill, talk to me. Talk to me, Goose.
Yeah, it's Van Halen.
Oh, so it wasn't from the Mannequin soundtrack?
I have no idea what any of that means.
You never seen the movie Mannequin?
I think
80s classic.
I think you're making it
Hollywood.
up.
He wasn't born.
I don't
JP.
think that movie exists. I think you're making it up. I think you're a liar.
It definitely exists. 1987. Pulling it up right now. I can't name that actor, but you would recognize him.
Yeah, that person.
And then the lady is now she was in Sex and the City. She was a mannequin that came to life at nighttime and fell in love with this dude who designed like Macy's walls. Now that I'm saying it out loud, it sounds pretty stupid.
Sounds like a stupid movie. And it sounds like you were watching it. Yep.
I mean, I was a kid.
Yeah.
There's a pretty girl. What do you want from me? I just got a question in the chat that I think we should.
They made a sequel to it.
I'm telling you.
Did Mannequin 2?
Mannequin was a thing, dog.
Mannequin 2 on the move.
Yeah. Hollywood was the guy's name. I remember Hollywood very well. I can't name that actor. I can't name any of the actors, I guess. But the one lady's in Sex and the City. The other dude was in Weekend at Bernie's, I think. That era. The lady that was in Mannequin that ended up being in Sex and the City has a fastball. I promise you that much.
She does?
Yes. Kim Cattrall.
Oh, Kim Cattrall. Yeah.
She's got a fastball. And she had a fastball then, not just like
Sex in the City. She was, yeah.
Well, Sex in the City, her thing was that she was like this older, sex-crazed lady. Like back then, she was just like a hot young woman.
She was older. She still was sexy, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
She got a fastball, dude.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens was still getting guys out when he was 40.
She was getting guys out too.
Our guy Tay Dub. Tay is our guy in the chat. Asked me a simple song and a simple question. I'm going to ask you the same.
Okay.
I love Lido's. If I'm going to Lido's, I'm getting a cheese pizza. Now, if I'm feeling adventurous, I like the sausage at Lido's. Maybe I get a sausage. I don't know why that makes you mad. This is just my hypothetical
Because
pizza order.
you got to grow up one day. Kids eat cheese pizza, not grown ass men.
I'm allowed to eat whatever I want. Now it's your turn, Brian. If you were going to Lido's right now, getting yourself a pizza, what would you get?
I'm not going to Lido's right now.
You're mad at me about my hypothetical order, but then you won't put a hypothetical order in.
You still want to order a damn cheese pizza every time you go to the damn pizza.
I have no idea why
That's
that bothers
annoying.
you so much. So now's your chance to order.
I don't want a damn pizza in a hypothetical world.
Landfill, what are you getting?
I mean, I'd go on Tuesday when you could get a $6 calzone.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
But Wendy didn't have the damn van.
Yeah, Wendy. Damn.
And then
Jeff, lazy ass.
Jeff left his wallet at home.
Jeff, what are you ordering? Hypothetical pizza order.
I'm getting some wings.
I tell you what, this was a really successful expedition, fellas, into who's doing what. Brian.
Yes.
Shout out to the Commanders PR team. They just gave us updated rosters. And at various points across the season, the physical roster gets pretty interesting.
It changes.
because it changes constantly. And a lot of people don't realize that. They only think of the top 11, top 20.
It's a living and breathing organism, as you would say.
It sure is.
And ain't living or breathing.
And you have always told me that the good coaches coach 1 to 53, and it's not just about the first 22.
Totally.
And so that's why, like,
now they coach 1 to 60 something.
The deeper,
almost 70.
In my profession and trying to cover these teams, the deeper you get into the roster and understand what could or could not happen, the more understanding you have of it. And now they've got these huge practice squads where these guys are traveling. It can be elevated night of. A lot to pay attention to. But I can't help but notice they got 52 players on the active.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a spot.
Yeah.
Now, they've opened the window, the IR window, for Marcus Mariota, Jordan McGee. Jamison Crowder has gone to the IR, and they've opened the window for F.A. Opata.
Okay.
Clellan Ferrell was hurt. We didn't get an update. Ferrell missed the last 2 games, but last week, DQ said they expected him back for week 5. By and large, DQ has told the truth about that. Like when Forbes missed 2 games, he said week 4, we think he's back. Week 4, he was back. Kind of a pleasant change. We're getting the truth about injuries, or at least a realistic expectation.
Yeah.
I look at what's available, and I can't help but wonder if Jordan McGee would be the top of the list of guys to possibly get elevated. You've got a roster spot.
I think McGee may be one because if I look at Mariota, they had 3 quarterbacks dressed out last week.
Well, you're allowed to dress the emergency no matter what.
So they are comfortable with the backup at this point.
Right.
And I think Mariota could sit another few weeks, and you can bring up McGee and see what he's at, where he's at.
There was so much excitement for McGee during training camp.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's why I believe they'll bring him up.
If you look at the linebacker group here, they keep listing Fowler as a linebacker. He's more of an edge rusher. But Luvu and Wagner have been somewhere between good to really good, I would say. And their play has improved week over week over week. The other 2 kind of true linebackers, you're talking Nick Ballore, who's a guy they signed after roster cuts from Seattle's practice squad to be a special teamer. And he's had some penalties.
Mm-hmm.
You're also talking about Michael Walker, a young man that I really liked at camp. Neither of those guys are getting – in the last game I looked up, they got 0 defensive snaps.
Okay.
Now, they're playing specials. But if McGee is a guy you think can help you on – now, listen, Jordan McGee was always playing specials.
Yeah.
Whether he got hurt, whether he tweaked the meniscus or not, you're a fifth-round rookie linebacker. You're playing specials no matter what.
Totally.
And you don't have to drop one of those guys to bring him up.
Yeah.
The fact that you have the roster spot from Crowder going to the IR, I just think that's interesting. And we'll see how it shakes out. Maybe there's somebody out there they want to sign. Maybe there's another injury they're watching. But I find it really interesting. The other one is F.A. Opata, who has shown a real ability to play. He can bounce inside more than people realize, I think. They list him 6'6", 270, big fella who has helped this team before. Maybe you want to be able to just boost Obata up to your active.
I'm thinking it's one of the defense. It's going to be a defense side of the ball. I believe that.
I mean, it's also possible they just roll with 52. I don't see that. I will never understand the advantage of that.
There is no advantage of it.
It didn't go great for Brian Daboll.
Most things don't go great for Brian anymore.
Landfill, do we have an HR department? Because I don't really think the text you just sent is appropriate.
I don't think we do have an HR department. I'm going to be honest.
We have one. It's just that it's not located anywhere that we know.
If we had one,
let me see what he texts you.
If we had to nominate somebody to run the HR department from our office, you think you? That is not an appropriate text, correct?
Yeah, I think it is because you said it before.
I've sent more inappropriate texts today than that one.
Yeah.
What is so funny about me loving sausage, Landfill?
I mean, you just love sausage.
Yeah, I mean, nobody thinks in like their mind the gutter like you.
Jeff, who do you think should run the B. Mitchell Finley HR department?
Me.
I don't think it's you, B. You don't really have a sensitive side, Brian.
You don't have to have a sensitive side. You have to have a factual or non-factual side. You do something stupid, we're going to discuss it. You do something good, you're good.
I think I should run the HR department.
Please. You can't remember yourself. You remember nothing about yourself.
I remember I love sausage.
Hey, we know.
Landfill, who do you? All right, so 1 vote me, 1 vote Brian. Who do you guys vote for?
I think logically it would be me to run the HR because
Jeff, you on crack.
You got to come to work to run the
On
HR
time.
department and
No, you-
stay at work.
There's no HR
You can't be
department here.
leaving.
You don't have to be here to run the HR department.
Yo, based on the fact that there is no HR department, Jeff might be the best guy to run it.
Obviously,
Well,
I should
actually-
run it though.
Well,
No.
isn't that kind of like illegal to not have a HR department?
I'm sure if there's lawyers listening, one exists. We just don't interact with them particularly.
Okay, I'm just asking questions.
So all 4 of us think individually we should be that person. So let's remove ourselves and open it station wide. Who should run HR?
Darius Dameron.
Stevie.
I said remove ourselves.
Darius can't run no HR department.
Why not?
Because
Why are you hating on
Darius
Darius?
just
the
go
HR
along with
head?
everything certain people say. No, we're not going with him.
That's not true. And
All right.
Darius already run the Madden League, so I think he
Ain't got nothing to do with HR.
I
dude.
think he
What the
got-
hell is-
I think
That's
he's
just-
more suitable.
You know, that sound like people telling me that you should spend more in the NFL because you do it on Madden.
I think we should put Chris Russell in charge of it just because it would be hilarious.
Hell no.
Watch him have a meltdown.
Oh my
Um,
God, what are you talking about?
I think
No.
we go old school. I think it should be Doc. I think Doc will be fair. Doc will not.
Doc is crazier than me. I mean, what the hell is wrong with y'all? Where you think I learned half of the bad stuff I know?
I vote Doc.
I'll vote Doc if I can't vote myself.
Okay, 2 votes Doc. Doc has it. Somebody let Doc know. Congratulations. This job carries no
No financial. Well,
no-
Doc not gonna do it.
no financial guy. That's true. Doc
Doc's
won't
not gonna do it.
All right, Doc quit. The job's back up for grabs. Let us know who you think should run Beamish and Finley HR department when we come back.
We want everybody to know Friday 1:30. Make sure you tune into the B. Mitchell Finley show. We'll be joined by the great Eric Metcalf.
That's gonna be dope.
And also went to school right here, Bishop O'Connor in high
Yeah,
school, while his dad played for the Washington Redskins at the time.
How about that? Yeah. Nobody go anywhere. We're gonna make some bets.
What up?
We've never needed an HR department more. 106.
What up? What up?
What up? A lot going on in the world.
Lamont is laughing his tail off at Jeff. He said Darius could run it. He already run the man league, and he was dead serious.
There are HR professionals out there somewhere that are so offended by our who can run the HR department conversation.
They might be.
The fact that
But
Jeff
they already said, most of them are saying that you do not want them to be at your place because you'll be in trouble.
The fact that Jeff thinks running a Madden league is paramount to running an HR department is pretty impressive.
Hey, he got more experience than you running a group of people.
Who?
Darius.
Then who?
He managed 32 people a day.
32 people a day.
Yeah.
He don't do that per day.
Yes. Yeah. You got to stream and watch all the games in the league. Make
Jeff,
sure nobody.
Y'all play every day?
Yeah.
Are you aware that I ran the digital desk at NBC Sports Washington
Are
for
you
like
aware?
5 years?
Are you aware that I'm trolling you, JP?
Yes, I am. Are you aware that I fear the Orioles are going to get swept? And I don't know how. I had my girl
I
sitting with me
told
to
you
watch
yesterday
it
when Jeff bet on the
I
Orioles,
blame Jeff.
they were going to have a bad day.
Leave me alone.
I told you he's the cooler.
Yo, hey guys, I just got this tweet we might all be interested in. I'm not going to say the name, but somebody just let me know that if I use her trading technique, that I started with just $1,000 within 7 days, I'll be up to 17 grand.
Tell her shut the hell up. That ain't gonna happen.
Makes-
If you use her training technique, you're gonna be out of $1,000. She's gonna take your money.
I'll be out of more. It'll be like that stock I bought from Moon Jugs.
And everybody
Somehow
else that follows you, they're gonna take it out of it.
The best part of this offer I got from this person is they finished with "Thanks a lot, ma'am." That's how you know this is a personalized thing.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Let's make some bets.
Gather around.
Heard it here first. Jeffrey.
Oh man, it's not a good week for me this week, fellas.
Sorry, bud. What?
Yeah, you're 0-3.
Have you had to come into the office every day? What's the matter?
Nah, man, I'm owing. That's
You
what's
should be used to that.
No, 'cause
Yeah.
I won a week last week.
No, you did
JP,
not. I won a week last
you
week.
lost
Fool. What are you
last
talking
night,
about?
sitting at 1-1. JP, I mean B Mitch, your bet didn't hit, sitting at 2-1, and Landini bet did hit. He's sitting at 1-0.
How can he sit there 1-0?
2-0. My bad. 2-0. I didn't.
The hell?
I didn't mean to say 2-0.
We have
I meant 1-0.
appointed the best guy to be in charge of her to hear first.
Hey,
he wants to
y'all
be
act like
over
y'all
damn
never
HR.
accidentally said something.
You know
wrong
what screwed
before.
you, B? I don't know what happened, but I had that Padres game on when it started, and you were betting on Chris Sale. I remember you said that. He didn't start. They
No,
started.
that was
kid.
that was a game before, dog.
I thought Sale was supposed to start last night, and they pulled him at like 2 hours before, and they started a dude that hadn't started in like 2 years or something.
Some BS, man.
Some BS indeed. Do you guys real quick? Everybody all of a sudden is saying the Mets. It's the Mets year. Do we buy that?
Well, I don't know. I might bet on the night.
Nope.
Nah, I don't know, bro.
Jeff's out. I will take. Listen, I'm terrified of this Orioles game. I really don't want them to get swept, but I'm not touching that. I will though. Landini, what do you got? The Brewers run line, because I think I can get it at 200.
Minus
205.
Son of a gun.
205.
I mean, it's minus
It's
198 on
-120 right here
DraftKings.
on this. What the hell?
I'm talking about the run line where I get the 1.5. You're talking about just the.
Oh, okay.
This. All right. I need a moment. Then you guys pick.
Give me the Astros money line.
Royals plus 1.5.
You're a bad person, Landfill.
Orioles
I'm gonna
suck.
take the I'm gonna take the Brewers money line and the Padres money line.
Damn, there's no WNBA tonight. Is there a preseason hockey caps on tonight? I got to be honest. I don't know a lot about this preseason hockey.
I don't think you know a lot about much outside of state capitals.
Give me the Padres. Kind of think they're a wagon. I'm rooting for the Padres. Go Slam Diego. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Did everybody get their pick in there?
We did.
We've talked about football all day. All of our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon.
Yeah.
Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to David Ubben. Thank you to me for not messing up any names. We're going to open the phone lines
You
up
wanted to call
tomorrow.
a man Ubben.
Busy day, folks. Great and Danny coming your way next. Make sure you listen to them. We'll be back mañana. If you made it this far, Jeff owes you some HR lessons.
Peace.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders are going to take on the Browns on Sunday, looking for their 4th straight win. Today, the Commanders open the 21-day practice window for 3 players, linebacker Jordan McGee, quarterback Marcus Mariota, and defensive lineman F.A. Obata. The team also placed wide receiver Jamison Crowder on injured reserve. For the Browns, they open the 21-day practice window for Nick Chubb. Thursday Night Football is going to kick off Week 5 of the NFL season tomorrow night. The Buccaneers will take on the Falcons. The Buccaneers are going to be without safety Antoine Winfield, defensive lineman Kalijah Kancey, and wide receivers Jalen McMillan and Trey Palmer. Some other injuries in the NFL. Colts running back Jonathan Taylor is not practicing with a high ankle sprain, and the Cowboys are going to be without wide receiver Brandon Cooks on Sunday. Also in the NFL, the Patriots are considering starting running back Antonio Gibson over Ramondre Stevenson after Stevenson has fumbled in each of the first 3 games. In baseball, Game 2 of the wild card round today, the Tigers beat the Astros yesterday, Game 2 at 2:30. Tyler Holton goes for Detroit, Hunter Brown for the Astros. The Royals beat the Orioles in Game 1, Game 2 at 4:30. Seth Lugo for Kansas City, Zach Eflin for Baltimore. The Mets beat the Brewers in Game 1, Game 2 at 7:30. Sean Manaea takes on Frankie Montas. And the Padres beat the Braves in Game 1, Game 2 at 8:30. Max Fried takes on Joe Musgrove. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
A good Wednesday afternoon on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. We are with you live all the way up to 6:30. We got Caps tickets at 4, tickets to see the Deftones at 5, and all kinds of football to discuss. Hello, Danny Rouillet.
Hey, buddy. We got a lot to do, so I'll tell you this story super quick. I mentioned it in my double play. Was it yesterday, the day before? I can't remember. Minor fender bender got sideswiped. Got to go through the whole claims process and take the car to the body shop, et cetera. It's going to be a couple weeks because they got to take a panel off, fix the wheel. It's a whole thing, rental car, yada, yada, yada. In the middle of filing the claim and going through it, it's as pain-free as it can be. It's still just pain in the butt, normal. I get a slew of emails from my insurance company. And in one of those emails, it goes, "We received your request and your insurance has been canceled." Wait, excuse me, what? I didn't do that. What is that? I want it. Now more than ever. Other times I've questioned it, going, why do I really need this? Right now, this minute, with money on the way, I don't want to cancel it.
What's the opposite of cancel?
Yeah, what's more? What's hug it? What's cling to it like a life preserver here? So I'm going, oh, that's unusual. So late last night, I'm now like internet detective Ivan, okay? Going through everything I could possibly go through. My wife and I are on the phone with like some member of customer service who only does claims.
And if I know Danny Rouillet,
calm.
I know his favorite thing to do. Rouillet at his best, at his calmest, when you really want to be around Danny.
Relaxing.
It's when he's working the phones with customer service.
That's me at my finest. And in no way panicked or sweating. My wife and I snapping at each other with this poor lady trying to solve things. She's like, I work for claims. From what I see, the claim is good. Claim is fine, but I can't say anything else. You probably want to call people in the morning. We'll go, what is going on?
What's worse than all of that when you were the victim?
Yeah.
I didn't bring this on myself, but now I've got to deal
All
with
I was doing trying to take my kid to a soccer game, and here we are. So the longer term, as I'm like on deep into my profile, like finding all sorts of weird stuff, there's a timeline of transactions. Claim is filed 7:28 p.m. Beginning of whatever process 7:31 p.m. 7:35 p.m. Insurance canceled per your request. Payment changed from electronic transfer to paper check. I'm going, wait a minute. I didn't do that either. Somebody waited. This is what I'm thinking. Somebody waited for me to get the payment dispersed from the insurance company, changed how the payment was coming, and is going to try to steal the check. That's what they're doing.
What do you mean?
So in other words, like
who is somebody?
I have no idea.
Where are they?
I don't know.
Did they tap your phone?
These are the questions I'm asking. I have no idea.
Big allegation.
But again, I didn't cancel the insurance. Neither did my wife. Somebody did that. and somebody changed the way the payment's coming. And I'm going, what in the bleepity bleep is going on? So then I'm like, again, deep into my profile, trying to figure out like what I might have done. Did I click something? Did I not? For my contact information, my name, my wife's name, our phone numbers, our emails. You know what my home address is? I wasn't aware of this, but apparently I now live in Toledo, Ohio. A full-on address in Toledo, Ohio, with the Toledo, Ohio zip code, like 7 Toledo Road, Toledo,
Hold on.
Ohio.
I'm confused. You don't live in Toledo, Ohio.
This is what I'm saying to you, Grant. I don't reside in Toledo, Ohio. I've never been. I heard it's great.
Did you go to Toledo when we were in Cincinnati last week?
I did not take a secret trip to Toledo.
Buy a place?
I'm going, what in the actual hell is happening? So long and short, there's nothing anybody can do after hours last night. I changed my password. I re-upped my insurance because I have to drive today. I don't want to be without insurance. I didn't cancel it, but they think I did. So I got to pay through the nose, and it's a $500 increase over my rate from previously. End up talking to somebody. They're like, yeah, that seems pretty funny. Let's investigate that. We'll call you back. So I'm just sitting there like a horse's ass for 3 hours, just going, please let this not be the largest case of fraud ever. Please let me not be a victim of data breach Dave and whatever the hell's happening. And apparently this is what the guy says to me when he calls me back just an hour and a half ago. It seems our agent mistyped something. You're all set now. I'm sorry.
That's better than the alternative, I guess.
So he's sitting there going, achoo, Ohio. Oh, hold on, let me put in the zip code. Achoo, Ohio, Toledo. He mistyped Toledo? And what part of Northern Virginia is adjacent to Toledo? How did someone go in and change my address to Toledo? And how did somebody change how I'm getting payments? That's a mistype? As long as it's fixed, and as long as that claim check is on the way to fix this little body work that I got going, I guess we'll be fine. But that is a mystery that, to quote our boy Fred Smoot, frustrated me greatly. And now I'm like head on a swivel. Everyone's out to get me. I suspect you a little bit. I think Ryan may be involved. Darius does the thing where he gets mad that we make fun of about not seeing movies. Maybe he's involved. Maybe he knows somebody. Who do we know in Toledo?
We're all trying to take you down. I'm just mad that you caught on. I don't understand how your insurance got canceled still.
You know who else doesn't? Me.
Like, you can explain away the Toledo, Ohio thing with a mistake. But
what?
Isn't the canceled insurance 2 mistakes?
Yes. Yes.
In other words,
significant ones. Respectfully.
Yeah.
You're glossing over this Toledo thing.
No. I'm not. I'm saying I'm on your team for the record.
Okay.
You're acting like I'm not. I'm saying if they want to say something was done incorrectly on our end and you were listed as somebody else, so we apologize. That shouldn't happen. And it seems like a pretty big botch.
That's a pretty big deal.
I'm with you. But an entirely different issue would then be that your insurance was also canceled.
Totally. That's significant to me.
That one's tough.
Yeah. Very, very. And so again, thank God I caught it. Thank God it happened to I don't even know why I was, you know what I was looking, I was trying to look up the details of where to go to do the rental car thing and how that all was going to work. And there's this little flag. It's like, hey, your insurance policy was canceled on 9:30 at, whatever. And I'm hold the phone. It was.
I mean, that's the kind of thing that me and most Americans will never notice.
Yeah.
Because who's checking the app? Who's looking at their notifications? That's just an annoying bug at the top of your computer screen. Nobody's reading that. I'm not surprised that you found it. You dig in on things like this.
Well, had I not had a poor memory, and I'm going, where am I supposed to go for the rental car? I couldn't remember. If I'd remembered where I was supposed to go, I wouldn't have known. I'd be driving around today insuranceless, perhaps the victim of fraud, and someone in Toledo, Ohio, benefiting.
I think there's a chance you actually bought a place in Toledo, Ohio.
What if I did?
And you just don't remember it. That's also an option, I believe. How about this? I sent a screen grab a few minutes ago. The Commanders play the Browns on Sunday.
Yep.
They are heavy favorites heading into week 5 at this point, as far as predictions are going. I think on the betting line, it's still right around 3.5 points. Not huge, right? You get 2 points generally for being at home, although I don't think it's been a full 2-point advantage truly at old Northwest Stadium of late.
At Nubs.
But they're supposed to beat the Browns. I'm seeing graphics I have not seen in a long, long time. There is a graphic with 10 different people from the NFL Network prediction crew Most of these last names I don't know. It's every fantasy guy and every person who's in the analytics department that they've ever employed. But it's just a bunch of last names. Here's the point. They have the icon, the logo, the emblem of the team that you're picking, right? You've seen these at the bottom of the
of
screen
course.
on Monday Night Football.
Usually there's like one Washington helmet and 17 of the other one.
There are 10 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Prediction to win Sunday's game, Browns Commanders. I will read the answers for you. Jeremiah says Washington. Wolf says Washington. Rank says Washington. Grant says Washington. Brooks says Washington.
5 for 5.
MJD says Washington.
6.
Gordon says the Browns.
Hey.
20-18.
Okay. 6-1.
Shook says Washington.
7-1.
Edholm says Washington.
That's 8-1.
Patra. Cleopatra says Washington.
9-1.
90% of the people that do the betting
Mm-hmm.
or the picking at NFL Network are saying that the burgundy and gold clad Commanders will emerge victorious on Sunday, and they will have a 4-1 start to their football season.
Just not used to it, man. Just not used to it.
Now, I know this normally makes people nervous. And
Yeah.
They don't want to see that. Sorry about your luck.
Sorry about it.
People are starting to like the old Washington football.
There's a
outfit.
degree of what we like to call buy-in that's happening. There's in years past, guys have done it. Remember, like a couple seasons ago, Mike Greenberg was like, waxing poetic. He's like, tell me why Washington can't be excellent. Tell me why they won't have this renaissance. The division's this and this, and I think they finished 6-11 probably or something like that.
He picked them to be in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, where it's like every time someone has done that, it's wrong. I don't know now.
They are the cool kid on the block.
They are the cool kid. That's what it is.
People love Dan Quinn, just like they loved Ron Rivera, by the way. Dan Quinn's actually doing a pretty good job. That's the difference. They love Jaden Daniels. They have the quarterback and the coach that everybody wants to get on set, that everybody wants to interview. The talk of the league under center, I guess I should say in the gun, is Jaden Daniels at this point. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves Quinn. And they're playing good ball. They're 3-1. I wanted to open up, though, the phones and really start the show by talking about some of the surprises of the Commanders' first 4 games on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What has surprised you most at the quarter poll here through 4 games about the Commanders' start? I'm guessing the answer will be something that's a positive surprise, although you could go negative if you want with the defense or something, but I jotted a handful of things down, just rapid fire here. Daniels being as excellent as he's been.
Yep.
The offensive line holding up as well as it has. The wide receiver room, which was knocked by everybody all over the country, not really having been an issue at any point. Austin Eckler, who a lot of people panned as being cooked and having nothing left in the tank, has been phenomenal. Now, he only played in the first 3 of their 4 games. And I would even say the kicking situation's been a pleasant surprise. I know that Week 1 was a disaster and was costly against Tampa. But if I was to have asked you right before the season began, 4 games in, will they have won a game on the strength of their kicking, and will it have helped them a lot in their other 2 wins? I'll bet you would have said no.
I would have said no.
So those are the things top of my head I came up with. I wanted to come up with something on the defensive side of the ball, but I really couldn't think of anything that's been overwhelmingly positive or surprising. I thought Wagner and Louvu were going to be good. They have been. I thought the pass rush, frankly, would be better than it has been. Like Dorrance Armstrong played an awesome game this past week, but he was mostly a non-factor for 3 weeks before that. So it's essentially all offense. Daniels, line, wide receivers, Eckler. Anything I'm forgetting, though, what else would you throw onto that pile?
So just the way I'd augment a couple of the things that you said, just to add in some flavor to it. The offense being prolific, I think we can't talk enough about it. But it's also the manner in which it's prolific. The ground and pound version of prolific. Usually when you think of an offense that can't be stopped, we're going 5 wides, we're running the oop-de-oop, they got to cover tweeter one-on-one, we're dropping back, throwing it 45 times a game, tempo this, elite wide receiver that, quarterback that if you blitz him, you're dead. Not the case. Brian Robinson thumping between the tackles. Jeremy McNichols running. Jaden Daniels running too, but the running game.
The McNichols part this past weekend was insane. I did not see that coming. But you knew they were going to run the ball really well. And we talked about that all offseason. You can't have a quarterback like Jaden Daniels that demands teams defend him 11 on 11 and not run the ball well. There's really no precedent for that. We saw it in 12.
Sure. I knew they'd run the ball pretty well. I thought they'd run the ball well. Maybe not this well, but I thought they'd run the ball well. Arizona ran it great, scored 14 points. You know what I mean? Like the fact that the offense doesn't punt, that they're always in positive, that even when they've got to throw, they're hyper efficient doing it. There's no way you could have anticipated that.
Well, no, the offense generally, if we're just saying how good they've been, mind-blowing. Absolutely breathtaking. I'm stunned. Hats off to Daniels, to Kingsbury, to everybody involved. It's been amazing. I was just saying specific to the running game. I don't know how surprised I am about that. I think my answer is the O-line play, probably. Even though I didn't think they'd be bad, I did not think they'd be this good. I think they've been a strength.
They've been really good.
I think they have been somewhere between good and even in the run game dominant. Think about that.
Yep.
Talking about this O-line with this group that way. Numbers to back up my claim. PFF grades them as the number 4 highest graded unit in pass blocking through 4 games. They have 3 lines that they have graded out, looking at every play, as better than Washington's in pass protection. If you want to use another metric, if you're not a PFF mark, that's fine. ESPN has their pass blocking win rate, where they look at every play and basically it's binary. It's you won or you lost your block. In win rate, loss rate for pass blocking, they rank 8th of 32 lines. So the mean score between PFF and ESPN, who are 2 of the main graders in this regard, is that they're the 6th best pass blocking unit in the NFL. If you want to look at just pressures allowed this past week, in week 4 in a win against Arizona, they were top 5 in pressures allowed again this past week. So from a pass blocking standpoint, where a lot of us, I think, were nervous coming into the year, certainly weren't confident, they've been outstanding. Do you know where they rank in a run blocking win rate so far this season?
I do, because you told me before the show.
There are 32 teams in the NFL. They rank 1st.
How about that?
Number 1, according to the ESPN RBWR run block win rate metric. This line has been awesome. Left tackle, they don't even have a true one right now. Lucas has played most of the reps, but Coleman is coming on now, playing half the reps. He'll be their starting left tackle in no time. He looks really good as a rookie. At left guard, they bet on Nick Allegretti, who'd been a backup with the Chiefs. He's been very good. He's banged up. Hopefully he'll play this weekend. At center, the $10 million they spent per year on Tyler Biadasz looks like a win. He's been very, very solid at a position that was just
a revolving
so
door.
brutal for them for a few years. Right guard, we knew Cosme. We'd already put him in sharp. He got an extension. He's a good player. And right tackle Andrew Wiley is playing a lot better with this, for whatever reason, coaching staff and group and the way that they're operating and getting the ball out. He has been better since he got here, blocking in the run game and the pass game. He actually ranks in the top 10 among tackles, I saw today, in run block win rate. Their offensive line, to me, is the biggest surprise that I have about this team.
I love that. Offensively, that's kind of 1A for my pleasant surprises. Is there were a couple I liked Cosme an awful lot. I was bullish on Biadasz. Didn't know about Allegretti, to be honest with you. I was hopeful, certainly, but last time, the previous regime got a guy that was more of a career backup and said, "You're our starter now." Didn't go particularly well. And then the tackle spots I thought were big risks, and it shows that they knew what they were doing in terms of fit, design. Not worrying about what these guys don't do, but emphasizing and accentuating what they do well, which, it is coming through here at this point, through this point of the season. The thing that surprised me, I guess, looking at a negative, I just didn't think the defense would be this rough. Like, I didn't think they'd be good. I never in a million years thought that this would be a top 10 group just because they got defensive coaches. I've played that game before. But being still, even after a good performance against Arizona, objectively good for any team in the league, sign up, sight unseen, 14 points. You allow 14 points in a game. Everybody takes that no matter what, right? No matter what else is going on. They're still allowing a league worst quarterback rating. They're still allowing the 2nd worst adjusted yards per attempt, meaning when you drop back to pass, what happens? For Washington, it's the 2nd worst in the league, even after a great performance. It just shows you how poor it's been through the first 3 weeks leading up to Sunday.
Question for you guys. We'll open up the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. Of all of the pleasant surprises, Daniels playing how he is as a rookie, the line balling out, the wide receivers being not only good enough, but helpful in what has been an offensive juggernaut, Eckler proving to have more in the tank than a lot of people thought, fixing the kicker spot for now, for at least the last 3 weeks. What has been the most pleasant surprise through 4 games for Washington? 800-636-1067 is the number. MGM National Harbor listener lines. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders are 3-1 for the first time since 2011. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. They're getting ready for the Cleveland Browns as home favorites this weekend. Question for you is, what has impressed you most? What's been the biggest surprise you didn't see coming about this Commanders start through 4 games? 800-636-1067. I'm going with the O-line specifically. They are ranked 4th by PFF as far as pass blocking. They are ranked 8th via ESPN in pass block win rate. They are ranked top 5 based on their performance this past week against the Cardinals for the second time in 3 weeks in terms of keeping pressure away from Jaden Daniels. And they are currently ESPN's #1 offensive line in terms of win rate when running the football up front. They are mauling people. There were a lot of questions about this group. Left tackle was unsettled. The right tackle was unpopular. The left guard was someone who hadn't been paid or really asked to be a full-time starter. And it seems like Adam Peters and his staff and the offensive line coach as well, Bobby Johnson, have done a banner job. They have far exceeded expectations. I think they're a big key to what's going on.
Smart point bringing up Johnson, too, because that was the only hire that I would say was mildly maligned or met with a tepid reaction.
Who had a terrible O-line.
Yeah, that's. I think it's a good pull by you. Well done, tip of the cap. I mean, to me, it's piggybacking off of that. The fact that the offense is this good and it's not this, throw it 50 times, Big 12, 2017 Baker Mayfield situation. You know what I mean? Like the fact that it is a ground and pound, 36, 37 minutes time in possession, run the ball so wildly effectively and still score 40 a game. That's incredible, and that's hard to sustain. That's been surprising.
Let's go to the phones. We'll welcome Tyler on, who's in Fredericksburg on Grant and Danny. What has stood out to you about these first 4 games?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Gosh, I have to say just the off-season acquisitions have been really a big eye-opener to me. And that's Adam Peters in full effect, in his very first season with us. And the only thing I would definitely like to see more, it would be getting Ben Sennett, McCaffrey, and Brandon Coleman more in the mix. But I would say the biggest pleasant surprise is Cliff Kingsbury. Him coming in, I mean, I was racking my brain trying to figure out what could he offer, because he's been a no-show in the league over the couple of years. I mean, after that stint he had with the Cardinals, but my gosh, he's floored. Everyone in this league and a lot of us fans. We're floored having him being our offensive coordinator. But all right, guys, thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
It's a great answer on Cliff.
Yeah, that's
Kingsbury.
what it is, right?
I was kind of thinking between the lines and hadn't even thought about him, but he might be a better answer than the O-line. For Kingsbury to get off to this start with a young quarterback and a group of players that's being thrown together over the last several weeks in an era where there's not a lot of time on the grass for camp, for the preseason, they barely played in the preseason, it's pretty staggering. And we've seen him, we talked about it yesterday, start fast with offenses in the past. They've had these unbelievable Septembers, really good Octobers. They've been one of the juggernauts in the league through the midway point, and then they fall off. And so we'll have to see if this time is different. We can wait and see. But just right now, this moment, there's no way that anybody could tell me when they hired Kingsbury and paired him with Daniels, which in hindsight looks brilliant. The way they sold it was he just worked with a college quarterback, ran a college offense / pro offense that worked both with Arizona some, that he ran at Texas Tech, that he was a part of the USC operation last year. He's going to mold it all together with a running quarterback like he did with Kyler Murray. Why wouldn't this make sense? And I'm going, that's one way to sell it. Well, it's all working. It's coming together exactly how they envisioned it.
And you'd also envisioned that there was an answer to the question. In other words, if Dan Quinn and company are going, profootballreference.com, game log, Arizona Cardinals. Hey, Cliff, you see these big numbers for the first 9-10 weeks? Why do those numbers get a lot smaller those last parts of the season? You'd think with a sabbatical, with this time, and the Washington Post did a good article about how he took a trip to Thailand and kind of, refound himself with some self-scouting, some self-study, taking that year working in college. You might have some answers to those questions, or at least have some theories. This is why we fell off, or this is what I did wrong, or this is what I could have done better. Here's how we'll attack it, right? Meaning you hopefully have something in store for that to counter that what has been an inevitable drop-off.
Specific to the additions for Peters that have worked out that he mentioned at the beginning of the call, Eckler's been really good. Ertz has been very solid. On the offensive line, we've talked a lot about Biotish, Allegretti already. Those guys have been legit. And I think that I would add, we're talking rookies as far as offseason acquisitions as well, Brandon Coleman into that conversation. At receiver, Luke McCaffrey is ahead of schedule, I would say, as a 100th overall pick who was down the depth chart at the start of camp. Bringing in Noah Brown when they did, they've gotten a ton out of him. It's funny to say this, but where would they be without having claimed him? I mean, he's been huge. And I would even throw Olamide Zaccheaus, who just had a monster game, into the equation as well. So all of those guys, now all on offense, have been returns that I would say are positive. Defensively, it hasn't gone nearly as well, but this past week changes the trend a little bit. Luvu coming off his best game. Armstrong, same
Jeremy
thing.
Chin played well, I thought.
Jeremy Chin was really good. Cleveland Farrell's got a couple of sacks this season. Didn't play this past week. Let's go to Benjamin in Fairfax on G&D. What's up, Benjamin?
Hey, guys. I have another macro view of it as well, because I'm a resident 49ers fan, but like any good neighbor, I cheer for the success of the Commanders as well.
There you go.
And I'm shocked at how quickly the turnaround has happened, where when Kyle Shanahan took over the Niners, there were still 2 losing seasons, even though you could see pieces of what was being built. Already in 4 games, you can see what Adam Peters and Dan Quinn and the whole effect of all the adults in the room, even with over 30 new players in the organization, they already have built the foundation, laid the seeds of, it doesn't matter if you lose 10 more games this year. You can see what's being built here, and it's really fun to watch on TV. No longer do I doubt that they're going to convert a third down or just believe they're going to give up a 3rd and 12. I actually watch the game like, oh, what could happen, as opposed to
what's going to happen. Yeah. Dude,
It's so
it's
true.
so relatable.
That's
Yes.
already happening. In the past, when they were at 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, you were going, okay, Tress time. Let's get a stop and get the ball back and try again.
You know, maybe somebody holding the secondary.
Now you're expecting them to make a play. And by the way, it's never 3rd and 8 or 3rd and 9. I should correct myself. It's pretty much always 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 5. Makes it a little bit easier. Let's go to Lou, who's in Northeast on the Fan. Hey, Lou.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Grant? Danny, how you going?
Good, buddy. How are you?
Very well. How's it going, bud?
All right. Listen, I would be remiss if I don't start off with this. I was 5, 6 years old, and one of my first memories was the 91-92 Super Bowl parade. So I was born into something that, you know, I didn't really get the rest of my life. And this is one of the most, for the past decade, Septembers have been, and Octobers have been terrible for me. I've been depressed because of the team, you know, but I would say the biggest take from this is how quick things change, just how you see just how players change, just being in the right environment with the right coach and with the right state of mind. Just guys we looked at last year in certain ways, we look at very differently today. And, you know, the offensive line, we ragged on them so bad last year. Even seeing later in the year how they performed with Brissett, you could kind of see that they aren't that bad. But to see so much go right in such a short period of time is kind of overwhelming at times. I'm so happy and so proud that we got something that we can be proud of.
To this point, Lou,
Thanks,
this is why I didn't really play the Ron Rivera "It Takes 5 years" game. And I'm not claiming victory. They could have the bottom fall out in a week or two. They could end up 7-10 this year. And even the teams that go worst to first and win 10 games, sometimes the next year there's a regression. I'm not suggesting that they fixed all their problems. They haven't, not close. But it doesn't take years when done correctly. Now, the quarterback is the whole ball game. You got to get that right. And when you do, you've got a chance to have the very expedited turnaround. And so far, that's kind of what it looks like could be happening here. If you don't have the quarterback, you don't have much of a chance. But there's just something to culture, player eval, that right now looks a lot healthier and better than the early Rivera regime.
Well, when they would go Rivera and Company, figuratively, I mean, they didn't always just say it this way, but trust us, it never worked. You know what I mean? When their actions said, we got it, we know what we're doing, aka we spent on this, drafted that, saw what we needed, assessed this way, and then here we go, we're fixing the problem, or we're improving a situation almost to a man, it never worked. Here, where idiots like me, and I'm counting myself because I was wrong, go, you guys, there's a fire. And they go, no, it's not. It's not a fire at all. It's actually a relative strength, or we'll be fine, or we don't need it, or it's not a problem at all. To this point, this is not a season. This is 4 games, and they've been 4 fun games, or 3 of the 4 have been pretty fun. But the things that I thought were issues have not been issues. And in fact, they've been strengths for again, almost to a man. So when they go from here on out, trust us, whether they actually say it or figuratively, you go, okay. Whereas when Rivera would smugly or any of the guys up there would say, Coach is absolutely right, we're doing this, or we know what we're doing because we've been around here. Look at the analytics of football. Everyone's going, you boob, you buffoon, you guys aren't close, you stink. And the guys that you thought were good are terrible. You can't evaluate for bleep. Whereas these dudes right here, where someone like me says, I see a problem, they go, that's adorable. Congratulations on seeing something. Watch this.
Let's go to Tay, who's in Upper Marlboro. What's up, Tay? How are you?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, bud.
One of the things that I want to say is that I like was our running team. We're starting to run the ball more. We're starting to move the ball, and that's one thing that I like. Our offensive line is starting to get better, and that's one of our big improvements. One of my biggest surprise this season is the front office, all the way down to the coaches. Our coaches, we're running schemes that fit our offense. We're not just trying to throw the ball 100 times or pound the ball 100 times. We're actually mixing it up and doing the runs to open up the short passes to open up the verticals. And we're playing our game. We're not playing anyone else's game. We're playing Commander's game. And that's one thing that's new to us this season. I think if we continue on this track, we can win 11 games. The one thing that we have to address is our defense. Our defense is our weak point, but I think with small adjustments, we'll be fine. I also like that we're not going for big names. We usually go for big names and spend big money, and it never works out for us. We can go back to the Albert Haynesworth. We can go to the trades that a lot of people wanted us to make, but it just didn't make sense. And our front office they're understanding that, and they're spending money where we need to go. Our kicker, we just won a game with our kicker. Yeah, he's been there for 3 weeks, but he's doing an amazing job. So I think we're just continuing to build on what we've already have as far as our success moving forward.
Appreciate you,
Thanks,
Tay.
dude.
It's a good phone call. A lot there, but I would just double down on it seems like they've answered the bell in the front office. They've passed all the early tests, the big decisions that they made. I mean, realize this. The Jahan Dotson trade where they got a third-round pick is the Dolphins' third rounder, which currently, because the Dolphins are awful, is the 5th pick in the third round. For Jahan Dotson,
very nice,
who is one of the lowest targeted receivers per route run in the NFL with Philly after a couple starts in a row with Brown and Devontae Smith out, where he's caught a ball each week. Trent Scott has more touchdown catches than Jahan Dotson over his last 9 games or whatever it is.
That's tough.
And Adam Peters got a third-round pick for him just outside of the third round. Washington actually made a couple roster moves today. We'll pass those along. Plus, I went for a walk and got in my feels about something we've been missing out on as DC sports fans today. I'm going to explain next. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. We've got Caps tickets to their home opener. We're giving out at 4, and we've got tickets to a show people want to go to in D.C., a hot commodity to see Deftones. That is at 5, ahead of Blitzing the East when we spin you around the division this evening right here on the Fan. The Commanders made roster moves today. Jamison Crowder was placed on the IR, reserved injured list. They bring back designated for return, meaning you can begin practicing. There's a 21-day practice window where you can reemerge actively on game day. Linebacker Jordan McGee, who was drafted in the mid-rounds, had a great training camp before an injury. Looked like he was on his way, perhaps, this spring to being a factor for them in the linebacker room. Marcus Mariota today, backup quarterback, designated for return. Remember, Driscoll's been the number 2 on the depth chart in his stead all season. And then F.A. Obata, the defensive lineman, who seems to be a frequently injured member of this line, but has been very consistent when he's gotten opportunities.
Solid producer, yeah.
Dating back to the Rivera era. All 3 of those guys designated to return today could be coming back.
So that is certainly good news, because one of the things, and I'm even afraid to say this stuff here, but we're adults, so get your jinxing, throw your salt over your shoulder, whatever you got to do. But they've been pretty fortunate when it comes to injuries. I know they missed Eckler this past week, but you look at some other rosters, some teams that were hopeful for being really, really good. San Francisco's been decimated by pretty much every good skill guy that you can imagine. Philadelphia in their own division hasn't had 3 of their 5 best players probably available to them for multiple weeks. So some reinforcements at a couple spots, especially that defensive line, I think is key. And to have Mariota's maybe not as significant as Obata, but I think McGee's going to be a factor as the season goes.
Yesterday was the 5-year anniversary of Juan Soto's hit heard round DC and heard round the baseball world that saved Washington's wild card game against the Milwaukee Brewers, got them a win at Nats Park that propelled them to the division series against the Dodgers. They would go on to win that in 5 games to go to the NLCS. They would sweep the Cardinals to get to the World Series, and then they'd get up off the mat down 3-2 with a back-to-back road wins in Houston to win the World Series in 7 games. 5 years ago, October 1st, yesterday, Juan Soto with one of the most important swings in the history of DC sports.
Hader, the set, the kick, here it comes. Swing and a line drive, base hit right field. Taylor scores from 3rd. Stevenson around 3rd. The ball missed in right field. Rounding 3rd. Coming home is Rendon. He will score. A base hit to drive in 2 runs. An error on the right fielder, Grisham, allows the go-ahead run to score. And the Nationals are in front. It's Washington 4, Milwaukee 3.
Hearing that call gives you chills. I walked past the center field gate at Nats Park earlier today. I watched playoff baseball all day yesterday. It was on in the background during our show, and then I got home and watched it throughout the evening. I cannot tell you, Danny, how much I miss those vibes. I cannot tell you how badly DC needs this Nationals team to be back in the October mix. But I rewatched that video last night, the highlight of the Turner call. I believe it was
Ernie Johnson.
Ernie Johnson, yeah, on the call on
Is
play
it Soto's tagged out and no one in this place cares?
Nobody gives a darn.
Yeah.
Dude, we need it back. Playoff baseball, the intensity, the pitch by pitch drama, that feeling in the pit of your gut. And I'll say this, too, about that clip you just heard. I will stack Nats Park up in that moment that night, which I think was turned up to 11 more than anything else. The World Series games, the LCS games, the 7-run first, like all of it. That, everyone's throwing their beers and their waters in the air. It was just bedlam. It was a madhouse. I have not seen an environment in baseball playoffs since like that. I will stack that up, Nats Park in that moment, against anything you want to present to me. It was that crazy and that awesome. It's unrecognizable when you watch it compared to me, Darius, and Ryan sitting in our own row all season long and having our own concession stand. We need it back. Please, for the love of God, learners, are you listening? Spend a little damn money. Help out your boy Mike Rizzo. The system is legit. We need playoff baseball back in the nation's capital.
So just thinking back to that, I always hate the you knew it was different type things in real time, because we'd say that about the Caps and it wasn't different until it was. Same with the Nationals, wasn't different until it was. But I will tell you, it felt different. Like, remember, Michael A. Taylor check swings, gets hit on the bottom of the hand to start that rally. And I promise you, in 2012, in 2014, 2015, any other year that they made the postseason, the umpire would have been like, nope, that's a swing, or nope, foul ball, or nope, he's out, or whatever. But they go, yeah, you got it on the hand, no problem. Ryan Zimmerman comes up against Josh Hader. Zimmerman wasn't starting at that point. Hader throws a blistering 98-mile-an-hour fastball in off the plate. Zimmerman pops it up. Dunks it into center field for a base hit. Broken bat. Just every little thing kept coming up again and again and again and again in favor of Washington. And the second single that Josh Hader gave up to a left-handed hitter that year was Juan Soto ripping a ball to right, and a really good defender, Trent Grisham. Sorry about it. He overran that ball.
I know we don't need to re-legislate the actual play. That was such a great bounce. I mean,
the best bounce ever.
Watching it again last night, like, it looks like the worst play anyone's ever made in right field.
Mm-hmm.
The ball, if I didn't know any better as a grown-up, the movie Angels in the Outfield was about these like angels that were invisible that would just go out on the field and like kick the ball away from people to help the angels out. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
It looks like Al the Angel from Angels in the Outfield is standing there and just kicks the ball away from Grisham.
It hopped so weird. You could hit that ball 1,000 more times and it wouldn't do what it did that time. And by the way, I still, the view I had from the press box was clear as day. Juan Soto could have jogged into third base, but he got confused and he thought there was a stop sign for him. It wasn't, got tagged out, but nobody cared. And then Daniel Hudson closes it out in the ninth, despite, I think it was Lorenzo Cain hit a single to maybe make the place a little bit nervous for a second, but Hudson closes it out, and the rest is history. They go on to beat the Dodgers. I mean, to me, I'm the weird one in that was fun, that was exciting, but I wasn't as overjoyed because that still got them to where they'd been so many times before. To me, that first round playoff series was the one when Howie Kendrick hit that ball against the Dodgers to shut those front running, late arriving, sunglass wearing Hollywood zilches up when they all just marched out of that stadium. That's the moment. I was delirious jumping up and down in my buddy's living room.
No, the euphoria for me was right then and there because it was another game where they weren't going to get the big hit, where they weren't going to come through. I honestly, all I could think about the whole time was having to deal with you the next day, unfortunately.
I get it.
Because every playoff loss ever, this is what happens. Woe is me. They never get the hit.
But you didn't update your file post Capitals. Capitals took the poison away.
I know, but you still didn't think they could get the hit, score the run, and they didn't have the balls and this and that and whatever. And he gets that hit, and the bounce happens, and I just start running around. I was in the little area where there's some tables in that, what is it? It's not the President's Club, but whatever that little club is there. And there's just this dude running at me, and we lock eyes. It's like, this magic moment when your lips are close to mine. And me and this dude are just hugging, and we're jumping up and down, like making weird noises. And I didn't know who he was until after the game when I found out it was Juan Soto's dad.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Soto.
When Juan Soto and his dad were on the field celebrating, and I'm like, that's the guy. And like, if he would have kissed me in that moment, not only would I have kissed back, I would have used tongue.
Whoa.
Like anything.
Grant.
Yeah. I was just so happy.
Well, sure.
So happy.
Sure.
But anyway, that's
But you have hugged Mr. Soto. That's an important distinction.
More than a lot of people have.
More than me?
We need playoff baseball back. That's the point of the dude's story.
I agree with you.
Got a little off the rails there. The point of the dude's story is October baseball in the nation's capital.
Yeah, that'd be fun again.
I got an audio vault I feel real good about. Some of the best clips from the NFL over the last several days. They are entertaining. Some of them are even controversial, dare I say.
Whoa.
You will want to be listening to the G&D audio vault next. We may be excited for the start of the football season. However, we know there are folks around us that may have lost a friend or family member recently. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murat can guide you through the difficult probate administration process to help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that Grant and Danny sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Friday, we will be out and about. We are doing a live show on site. We are going to be hanging with some listeners, and we are excited about that.
This is going to be really cool. We're at Atlas Brew Works, which is in Alexandria. They have a million taps. It's going to be so much fun to hang out with folks. Oot in a boot. They have great pizza there as well. Wings, appies, the whole 9 yards. It is a fun place to be. And it'll be even more fun, dare I say, with your pals, Dant and Granny.
Speaking of fun, I always love an audio vault. We have scoured the webs for you guys to find some of the best audio from the last week. It's time for the very creepy open that makes you think Halloween. So it's almost the right time
Now
of the year.
we're here now.
It's October.
It fits.
So it'll be relevant for at least a month.
Vincent Price bit. I love it.
I do just want to know, like, what about an audio vault when it was sent? Did we ever say, like, make it as creepy as possible?
So you guys want Goosebump vibes? You want Nickelodeon late night?
Hey, we're going to do this segment where Darius and GP find some audio that they really like that people will be entertained by. We'll put it into one jam-packed few minutes, and we'll just play a bunch of funny clips on the radio. This guy goes, I got an idea.
I got some. Make a bold choice in audition.
When you emailed that into production, Darius, did you say, let's make sure it feels like you're about to watch the movie Halloween?
I definitely did not say that. I'm actually looking for the actual email to make sure, but I know for sure I did not say that.
Yeah, we're doing an audio vault. So sound effects with the audio vault, asterisk. Go down to the bottom, asterisk is, make it sound like it's the beginning of How to Tell Scary Stories in the Dark. Like audiobook.
Was the word creepy used? Because to me, that comes back to us as, let's make it creepy. It's just supposed to be a fun time, but I like it. I like where we're at. I wouldn't replace it. It's just pretty amazing. All right, it is time, though, for the creepy audio vault. We will start with Dan Campbell, my guy. Not so much Danny's guy. This is Motor City Dan Campbell. So you may have watched Monday Night Football, Danny.
Yes.
The Lions hung 42, got to 3-1. Anyone else know any teams that scored 42 on their way to 3-1 this week?
Yeah, I got to look around a couple here.
Jared Goff did not throw an incompletion. That's also relatable content.
Mm-hmm.
The quarterback here doesn't throw many incompletions either. But Jared Goff, 18 of 18 for 292 yards and 2 touchdowns. So Campbell gets to the podium, and he's asked about Jared Goff's perfection, the fact that he set the record for not throwing an incompletion, basically, for an entire game, 15 or more passes to complete 100% of his passes. That hadn't happened before. Dan Campbell had just gotten done giving out game balls. He didn't realize that he hadn't thrown an incompletion, so he forgot to give Goff one, and he felt bad about it.
Yeah, well, I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18. But I knew he played really well. You could feel it.
You don't throw an incompletion. You go for almost 300 yards, perfect passing. Your coach is handing out game balls. This guy played well. This guy did a good job. And he doesn't realize that you didn't have any incompletions.
Yeah, and he caught a touchdown pass.
That's a little minor detail.
You got to throw the praying mantis a game ball there, don't you?
7-yard touchdown, and Dan Campbell. Now, maybe a PR guy or someone could have helped him out. You know, a lot of times they'll go over the stats and they'll give him the book and they'll say, make sure you mention this, or here's the first time we've done this in 15 years. I guess going into the game ball presentation, you don't normally have to address the coach, but it might have been nice to just throw the bone at him and say, hey, by the way, Jared Goff didn't have an incompletion today. Let's make sure he gets a game ball. Wasn't on Dan Campbell's mind.
Because old Motor City's probably, waxing poetic about a fullback on a 2-yard game because they established their will or some kind of other jargon where they ate kneecaps in shallow water and there was a shark there and they're the shark in this one and that's really good. So yeah, probably forgot that throwing the forward pass got them the 42 points.
I know we're not Detroit sports radio, but I heard this on one of the Talking Head shows this morning on ESPN.
The shouty shows.
One of the shouty shows. Is Detroit the new America's team?
Well, they have been since Hard Knocks, in my opinion. Now, they are going to be around long enough. Like, this is now year 3 of them being pretty good. Because halfway through 2 years ago, they turned it on and almost made the playoffs. Last year was the year where they were really good. And then this year, they're 3-1. They're going to be one of the top teams in the conference. Eventually, that isn't as fun anymore. There's another new upstart team, like, say, Washington, as an example, that gets the cologne if the Commanders were ever smart enough to go on Hard Knocks. But I digress. But yeah, I think people love the Lions. I said to Ryan, like, after week 1, I was like, now that Kirko's not in the NFC North with the Vikings anymore, I was like, the Lions might be my NFC North kind of team that I pull for. That might be a team I want to see do well, even though Ben Johnson made me look like a horse's ass.
I wonder, because that's so hard to gauge and measure, right? I mean, the Cowboys still get the most attention. Like, Ed Werder has to stay there for 24/7, 365 because Jerry Jones sneezed, or Dak Prescott, wiped his brow and threw a towel on the ground, so they have to cover it. But in terms of likability, I think they have the highest Q rating, or like the highest percentage of people when a positive association. When you say Lions, I think the most number of people are like, "Oh yeah, I like the Lions. It's fine."
Speaking of Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson alert.
Wait a minute.
Ben Johnson alert.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Ben Johnson alert.
Dust this one off. Who's he going to leave at the altar this year? 2 seasons ago, it was the Panthers. We're all the way down the way, and then we go, never mind.
Nah.
This year, I mean, the Commanders had their tux on. The Commanders were standing at the altar. The best men were behind them. Their best man stepped up and said, "Don't worry, buddy. She's walking out here any second. She's coming." The music was playing, man. And then the phone started ringing. "Hey, Grant, we got a call for you." Now, I was 30,000 feet in the air with Harrison Rails and company, I'm on my way to Detroit. He's not coming.
Wait, what?
Who's he going to leave at the altar this year?
Hold on. He said what?
Second straight week with a trick play touchdown for old Ben Johnson. All right, how about Tom Brady versus Baker Mayfield? Baker Mayfield came out this week when asked on some podcast about all the players loving him and how he's awesome and he's Mr. Cool Guy. Everyone wants a piece of old Bake Daddy. I'm Mr. Bake Daddy. I'm the cool guy. I'm the Bake Daddy, right? Mm-hmm. So he was talking about how Tom Brady was essentially high-strung. It wasn't that fun. Yeah, they won, but he's not fun to be around. I'm paraphrasing, but he takes it seriously. No one can really laugh. There's no jokes. I'm a different kind of guy. I'm the fun substitute teacher.
I'm a fun guy.
Tom Brady didn't like that very much. This was Tom Brady while calling the Bucs game with Baker Mayfield at the controls, playing well this week on Fox.
Said, quote, "They wanted me to come in, be myself, bring the joy back to football for guys who weren't having as much fun." It's funny because you've made this environment for me very stressful up here in the booth, so I understand where he's coming from.
Do you feel it?
No.
Feel the stress? No. Well, I was going to say, I thought stressful was not having Super Bowl rings. So there was a mindset of a champion that I took to work every day. This wasn't daycare. If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
Yeah, so as you were saying, go ahead. That's you feel like I feel like there's more in there to say.
There's a way to approach this game, and it's that with the right mindset and try to push each other outside of our comfort zone. And great teammates do that. You come in, I have someone like Gronkowski, I have someone like Evans. There's high expectations for us. We got to make sure we go out there and deliver.
I was kicking guys in the butt. Sorry, we won a title.
You heard the one pause in there where Kevin Burkhardt's like, he was actually picking up the microphone that Brady dropped on that one. He had to retrieve it and say, "There's more. Go ahead and say more stuff."
Just because people may not know this, that was edited from, there was a play.
Yes.
And then they got back to the topic. But your point is correct. I think you did pick up the mic that had just been dropped.
Just doing bits.
As good as that was from Tom Brady, Doug Peterson had a rough day at the podium. Not his best press conference. I got 2 Doug Peterson clips here that I thought were hilarious. The first was he was asked about his job security because he's a few years into his run in Jacksonville. They're getting worse. His quarterback is getting worse. He's an offensive-minded coach who's supposed to be a quarterback whisperer, and they're the only 0-4 team in the NFL at this point. And let's just say he didn't like the question very much.
Start worrying about your status at this point.
My status?
After an 0-4 start.
I mean, no. I mean, it's kind of a strange question, but okay.
Ain't that strange?
How strange is it, Coach?
Ain't that strange? Adjust your visor more. Yeah. 0-4 start after a huge failed expectations the year before, coming off a 9-8 season 2 years ago when they won a playoff game, that epic comeback against the Chargers. Everyone goes, "This team's next. They're on deck." Now that 9-8 finish isn't terrible, but it's not what everyone thought. And now you're off to an 0-4 start, the only defeated team in the league. It ain't that crazy of a question.
Oh, it's not crazy at all.
Yeah.
I mean, players are chirping. People are not happy. The culture is not good. You know why players are chirping this week? You know why they're not very happy? Because in that same press conference, that same Doug Peterson did something you very rarely hear. He did the, I can't score touchdowns.
Oh, you're going to love that.
Players need to stop sucking thing.
Is there any chance you take the headset over just to change this thing up?
For what? I thought he called a great game. We as coaches, we can't go out there and make the plays, right? It's a two-way street. So, you know, you guys can sit here and point the finger all you want, and that's fine. Point it right at me. I can take it. Okay? I can take it. So, whatever you want to ask me, say, whatever, right? Go ahead.
First of all, you're not taking it very well because you just told me it was a weird question. And also, that is the ultimate backtrack. He basically was like, yeah, coaches, man, we can just coach. These guys got to play better. By the way, I'm the reason. What did I just say? I just put my foot in my mouth? Let me make it really obvious. Call on me. I'm 40. I'm a man. No. You just said the thing you can't say.
All right, listen, guys, I need some help. PR staff. Grant, Darius, Ryan, I've lost something. I lost the locker room. Where do I get that? I can't find it anymore because I lost it when I said that ridiculous thing.
0-4. Those teams with the coaches that say weird things at the podium that don't win very often must suck to be them.
I bet you needs the analytics of football.
Might.
Somebody drop that off to that guy. He's floundering down there, for Christ's sake.
Might be time for the analytics of football. Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh. There has long been speculation that they are not in the friendliest, coziest relationship. Remember, there was the weird video of Rodgers kind of shoving him away on the sideline that he downplayed, said he just told him to score lead, which you go back, you look at his lips, he probably did. That might have explained that moment away. But really, since Robert Saleh decided to call out Aaron Rodgers for his unexcused absence whenever they had already told him, yeah, it'll be unexcused, but we know you won't be here because he's got to do his retreat bit that he was doing during OTAs. It just seems like there's been friction. This is pretty clear. Aaron Rodgers does not respect Robert Saleh very much. That is what I took out of this clip here. The backstory is that the Jets had 5 pre-snap penalties from their offensive line. I believe 4 of them were just true false starts when Aaron Rodgers was using his cadence to try to get the D-line to jump from the Broncos.
He got someone to jump.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers is one of the best all time at drawing defenses offsides, and then the best all time with a free play at chucking it downfield and making a play. He's done it his entire career. When asked about it after the game, Robert Saleh didn't say, yeah, we need to stop jumping offsides, basically. He said, maybe Aaron Rodgers' snap count needs to be dumbed down a little bit. Maybe he's trying to do too much pre-snap. And if you're going to critique the smartest guy in the room, you best not miss.
The cadence specifically, Robert said that might be something you guys have to dial back a little bit. Is that something you think could potentially help the situation?
It's one way to do it. The other way is hold them accountable. I mean, we haven't had an issue. We've had one false start. Morgan had one false start, I believe, until this. So, it's been a weapon. We use it every day in practice. We rarely have a false start. And to have, 5 today, it seemed like 4 or 5. Yeah, it seems like an outlier. I don't know if we need to make mass changes based on, kind of an outlier game.
The only thing he could have done that would have been more obvious if he was like, Robert said that?
Is that what he said?
Who said that? Robert said that? With some silence afterwards.
Okay.
But I do love basically, that's one way to do it. The other way would be if he did his job.
Reminds me of in Avengers Infinity War when Chris Pratt's Star-Lord was like, that's a great plan. Let me come up with a plan that doesn't suck.
Yeah, exactly. Joe Flacco's funny. Joe Flacco,
Yes, he is.
late career Joe Flacco, also probably better at quarterback than early career
Yeah,
Joe
Sam
Flacco.
the Eagle is finding a second life here.
Really crazy, man. But Joe Flacco, post-game doing an interview on the field, I think it was Aditi Kinkwambala, talking to Joe Flacco, CBS.
I do have to tell you, Anthony Richardson told us that you were cooler than he thought he was.
Listen, he told me his mom is 8 days older than I am. So there's no chance in the world that he thinks I'm cool. So,
All right, what about your kids, though? What do you think they think of this one?
this is the first game they've come to this year, and Dad's on the field. So I'll look up there for him, see if I can find him. I'm sure they'll have a bunch of critiques for me. That's about it.
Danny, you know, from having kids that are roughly in the vicinity of his kids' ages, there's no way his kids, like, they're excited that their dad's in the NFL, I'm sure, but they're just going to wear him out. I mean, it's not like they are your biggest fan in the sense that they are, but they also can't wait to just tell you about the play you missed.
Right. So away, when you're not there, they'll brag about you to the classmates and friends on the playground. And like one of my sons told his teacher, like, my dad's the most famous person in the world, which is not correct.
That's awesome.
It's wrong.
You're one of them.
No.
I've always said Taylor Swift, Danny Rouillet.
Like just below like world leaders
Because
than
the
me.
big controversy last year when NBC kept showing you during all the NFL games and people were upset about
That
it.
was weird because like, how'd they get a camera there? First of all, but second of all, like that's wrong. But in my presence, it's nothing but joning. You know what I mean? But like those kinds of things come back to you. So yeah, he's 100% right. When his kids are like, nice throw to Downs, Dad.
Burying the lead though.
Yeah,
8 days older than the mother of the guy that he backs up on the depth chart, Anthony Richardson. I'm not sure the Colts won't be better with Joe Flacco, by the way.
There are going to be some, like, Richardson needs to play to go through the growing pains.
For the other team to have success, I would agree with that.
Well, you drafted a guy that's raw, and you know who showed up was a guy
he's
that's
raw.
raw, right? So the point is he needs to play, but that's kind of not where the team is right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think the Colts are
agree.
decently well built, so maybe you do the veteran Vic and let Sam the Eagle sling it.
I thought this story was funny. This is Bill O'Brien, Mr.
O'Brien.
We refer to him on this program as Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Telling a pretty good story about his time with the Patriots and backup quarterback Matt Castle interacting with Bill Belichick.
There's a lot of good coach stories. I can remember like the quarterback meetings when I first got there. So that was Tom, Matt Castle, who you know is one of the funniest human beings of all time. Up there with Matt Light, Rich Ornberger, like those three guys.
Outrageous.
These are very funny
They're
guys.
funny guys.
As you know, Bill would come in later in the week, meet with the quarterbacks, and Bill would take his shoes off. And Bill, as you know, Bill didn't wear socks.
Yeah.
So and at that time, the quarterback meeting room was pretty small. And so I remember this one meeting, and Matt Castle was like, "What is that smell? Like, what is that smell?" And like nobody says anything, and we're all like, Matt Castle, he was the very funny guy who didn't care about making anyone uncomfortable. He loved making you, and so he was like, no, seriously, like, what is that? Bill, is that your feet? And Bill, I'll never forget this. Bill looked at him and goes, "Castle, just shut the up." I was like, it was like my first year there. And I'm like, I cannot believe I'm witnessing this right now. But as time went on, you could believe it.
I just thought that was a great story.
That's good.
I mean, that's the thing players, coaches, they got to miss when they're out of it. It's just what other environment is there? I guess we have a small sample of it in radio, you know, sitting here pre-show.
Right.
This isn't a real work environment.
Like,
You know what I mean?
no one understand that. Like, one of the things I miss about my college teammates is the one guy I was right next to in terms of lockers had awful halitosis. Like, first thing in the morning, his breath was terrible. So we'd leave doublemint gum on his stool, or we'd leave like breath mints and all sorts of stuff over the years, like just to pick him up. Those little things you can't replace. You can't do that again in public life, or otherwise you have to go to HR. You know what I mean? Like, that kind of stuff is irreplaceable.
That there is your audio vault, spin you around some of the best NFL audio since the games this weekend. Let's get you a Commanders stock report next. Who's the arrow trending up and down on? We will get to the bottom of it on Grant and Danny. We're giving out tickets to the Caps home opener in 40 minutes on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. Those Caps tickets to the home opener on October 12th in 10 days are up for grabs. We're giving those out at 4 o'clock, a half hour from right now, ahead of the Beltway Blitz. Before our double play at 3:45, it is time for a Commanders stock report. Who's the arrow trending up on? Who's the arrow trending down on? Let's get after it. Danny, you go first.
The arrow is trending up. Give me a stock report up, Dares. Brian Robinson, we knew we'd be able to run the football, right? Especially with someone like Jaden Daniels and the threat of him out of the backfield. But a career-high pace for Brian Robinson. Yards per carry, success percentage, everything about the running game starts with him thumping mostly between the tackles, occasionally getting him outside with a head of steam on some pitch plays, some misdirection, going off tackle here and there. But Ryan Robinson, don't look now, having himself a Pro Bowl caliber season.
Arrow is going in the right direction. On my guy, Frankie Louvu, who had his first quarterback hit, who had his first forced takeaway on a strip, and who had his first half sack, all on Sunday in Arizona, while the defense allowed just 14 points. He has flashed with big physical moments. He blew up Malik Neighbors at the end of a play in the lone home game a couple of weeks back. But this was the best we've seen him. He's starting to put it together. I think he's starting to get more comfortable in the defense. I also believe they're using him a little more the way that we were told they were going to. He was all over the place, asked to do a ton of different things. Stock up on Frankie Louvu.
Brandon Coleman, can you win the job? Certainly seems so. He's been sprinkling in, played, I think it was like 20% in week 1, a little bit more in week 2. That number's gone up and up and up each week. You don't notice it because he doesn't let people past him. He's been really, really impressive as he's working himself into shape, and ultimately it looks like he's going to take that job, but seems to be one of those mid-round home runs, very, very early, obviously. Nobody's slamming the gavel just yet, but the idea that you wouldn't have to go out and spend $100 million in free agency or draft somebody in the first round or trade back in, and you could find your left tackle of the present and maybe the future in a glorified, supplemental pick, that's pretty impressive.
Jeremy McNichols. You know what the good teams do? When somebody misses a game, they don't miss a beat because the backup steps in. And even though over many games they wouldn't be able to give you the same amount as the guy they're replacing, they find a way for 4 quarters in a small sample to play really well. Like McNichols did. 8 carries for 68 yards, including a 27-yard touchdown. He actually scored 2 touchdowns in the game. He caught a pass for 6 yards. I thought he was very steady in pass protection. What else do you want from a 28-year-old journeyman who'd been on and off of 12 roster in his career? Jeremy McNichols makes you feel okay if Austin Eckler isn't going to play this weekend against Cleveland, although he told us on this show in our weekly interview with him yesterday that he expects to play against the Browns.
So remember before the season, GP, we're trying to figure out who's going to have the second most catches of the receivers behind Terry McLaurin. And my answer was Olamide Zaccheaus. And through 3-4 weeks now, that's been the case. Buoyed by a 6-catch game here this past week. But this is what I thought we were getting. Everything that's intermediate, everything that's, maybe even a little bit down the field. You think McLaurin, now you think Noah Brown. Around the line of scrimmage, what Jamison Crowder was doing a few years ago when he was in his prime, that's what Zaccheaus is going to do. Catching screens, catching, sort of shallow crossers. Maybe if you find a man look or something like that, wiggling in between. He was going to catch some short footballs to basically be an extension of the running game. That's what happened this past week. I don't know if it's going to be like that every week. Just depends on the look and the vibe and, what the offense needs. But a big game for Zaccheaus this past Sunday.
De'Ami Brown, follow me for a second. He is going to catch more passes than he's ever caught before, and he's going to put up more yards probably than he ever has at this pace because he's catching a ball or two every week. He had 2 for 17 against the Giants, 2 for 16, and they were big on a drive to go get points to get a 2-possession lead against the Bengals in the second half. He had the 1 catch for 4 yards on a little curl route against the Arizona Cardinals. So far, 5 grabs, 37 yards for him on 7 targets through 4 games. But you just mentioned it. We have had a Noah Brown sighting. We have had a Terry McLaurin game. We have seen Luke McCaffrey make some huge plays for this team, including a 40-yard catch and run on a 4th and a couple. We've now had an Olamide Zaccheaus game. We've not really had the noticeable big moment from De'Ami Brown. The addition of another Brown in Noah Brown, I think, has hurt him some as well. So Overall, I just think his standing within the receiver room, his status on the offense is trending probably in the wrong direction. I think he served a nice purpose. He has responded when called upon. That's all good. He's just not going to be called upon as much as he probably would like until something changes. Right now, it's McLaurin, Brown, and McCaffrey squarely ahead of him. And Zacchaeus, not Brown, was the guy they mixed in the screen game.
Jamin Davis, and I feel like I'm kind of picking on the guy here a little bit, but let me pick on the guy a little bit. Remember when it was a thing when we were all aflutter and all a buzz at this conversion at defensive end, and there was a tackle for loss early on, and he showed well? Well, inactive in week number 2, and not really part of the plan, it sounds like, or it seemed like here over the past couple of weeks. Didn't play a very high percentage of snaps, not much noticeable impact, basically reduced to being a special teamer here of late, instead of that rotational defensive end piece for a group that, frankly, didn't have a dominant player in front of him. It's not as if, he's sitting behind 2 former first-round picks who told us they were going to break the sack record. Am I right? That happened. But he hadn't had that many opportunities because he seems to have not overtaken those folks. So Jamin Davis, unfortunately, stock down.
Dante Fowler has been pretty quiet so far. Now, he has not played a ton to his credit. I think it's 118 combined snaps through 4 games or so with a couple starts. But that's roughly 50% of the defensive plays, and on plenty of passing downs. He has 1/2 of a sack. He split it on what was a bit of a coverage sack of Joe Burrow with Dorrance Armstrong. I was kind of hoping it was going to be a breakout big year for him where they used him in a way where he got back to his old ways. Remember, this was a guy in Jacksonville way back when who was drafted in the top 5 in the NFL draft. In fact, he had seasons at different points when it looked like he was about to become a standout pass rusher. 11.5 sacks for the Rams. Just been a little bit more quiet than I would have thought. Isn't doing anything wrong per se, but I'm looking for more pass rush. They've got a sack from Javonte Jean-Baptiste. They've now got a 1.5 sacks this past week from Dorrance Armstrong. Both Allen and Payne contributed sacks. Farrell on some cleanup work from nice plays by Payne, had sacks in weeks 1 and 2 of the season. Didn't play here recently in week 4. Fowler's kind of been the missing link in terms of getting home. I'm looking for more out of him.
Andrew Wiley. Remember, this is one of the most maligned players in recent Washington memory. I think what happens is when we're getting to know you and your first impression that you leave us is bad, then that's kind of what people think of you, especially it's something that's pretty visible, right? When a right tackle is a statue and someone rolls right around him for a sack and drills Sam Howell or whatever, people didn't think very much of Andrew Wiley. It was hard. It was hard to kind of convince folks reading some of the numbers and having smart people analyze this thing. Hey, this guy's playing better as the season progresses. Nobody really cared. It wasn't much fun. And that was an area where myself included saying, hey, they need to do better here. If they have the opportunity, you don't really because of his salary cap hit and the way the contract was, it wouldn't incentivize you to get out of it. But I think they need to upgrade that spot. They need to find maybe a player in waiting, their version of what they did with Brandon Coleman over on the right side. That's what I would have done there. But Andrew Wiley's played pretty darn well as this offensive line has, so good for him.
Nick Allegretti, the left guard who started all 4 games, he recovered a fumble at one point. One of the reasons why they have not turned the ball over with a fumble this season. The recovered fumble against the Bengals saved their bacon, probably saved the game. That's not why I'm going stock up. Stock up because he's a part of an offensive line that's been excellent. Stock up because I think he's played at a high level. Stock up because he was mostly a backup in Kansas City that they bet big on and have been absolutely right about. Stock up because he's a part of the number 1 run blocking unit in the league. And if you want to add together and divide ESPN and PFF's thoughts on the pass blocking, the number 6 pass blocking unit in the league. He's 28. They said he'll be a starter, and so far they've been right. Allegretti's played very well.
Cliff Kingsbury. Take that, nerds. Take that, people that study this sort of stuff for a living and had a lot to say about Cliff Kingsbury in the preseason. You may end up being right. I have no idea. I know this through 4 weeks. That offense where there's not that much motion, that offense where Terry McLaurin only lines up on the left, that offense that looked like it was going to be running in quicksand, it's kicking everybody's butt. They look really, really, really good through the first month of the season with a rookie quarterback getting up to speed.
That's your Commander stock report. We've got Caps tickets to the opener at 4 in 20 minutes. We'll give those out. Also, Deftones tickets at 5 o'clock ahead of Blitz in the East. That's an hour and 20 minutes away. You got to be listening to the Fan. Every day at 3:45 on Grant and Danny, we give you a double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today.
Two things going on with me, GP. Last night, obviously, huge momentous thing for me. You know, I've been struggling with this. I finished the 4 Dragon Brothers side quest in Black Myth Wukong. Really struggled with the 4th brother, Lightning. I could not figure out what to do. Finally got enough lightning resistance built up. I did enough building in my cloud step to really perfect Unveiling Strike to be able to hit enough when I had my Pluck of Many spell going, in addition to using Immobilize a couple times. I had to rebuff and do a couple things to increase my mana in order to defeat him, but I was able to do it. I got the Golden Carp Curio, which I know you got 6 months ago, but I just finally got it to increase the rare item drop because, like everybody else, I need Mind Course. So that's where we're at. But a big moment last night at about 1:15 in the Rouillet household. I screamed bleep yes and woke up my oldest. So that is the update there. You have any final questions on that, or are you good to go there?
I think I'm pretty good.
Okay, you covered? Yeah.
How did everyone feel when you did it? Did you get a big ovation in the house?
No. People were mad because I woke them up with the loud noise. But I did that. So I'm very proud of myself, and I wanted to let everyone know that I'm a little bit silly. The second thing is Mr. McMahon on Netflix. Yes. Yes to this. Yes. I lived through it.
I'm getting mixed feedback on this.
I am not interested in the negative feedback because here's what's happening. I'm 10 years old again. I remember all the beats. I remember waking up Saturday morning to see Mean Gene Okerlund sit down at some makeshift studio and interview the Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, the Ultimate Warrior, everybody. It's perfect. I'm having all the feels and all the memories again. It may not be the greatest documentary of all time, but I don't care. If you can make me feel like I'm 10 again, here you go. Here's my attention. Here's my money. That's what's happening.
I'm going to watch that, and I'm actually really excited about it. The reason I haven't watched it yet has nothing to do with like the mixed feedback that I've gotten. I would say 80% of people polled on this by your boy feel really good about it, but I've had a few people, including, I won't throw him under the bus, but one of our guys here at the radio station who I asked about this, who basically said, it's not that good. It's a bunch of stuff you already know. That doesn't bother me because if it's done well, Netflix style as a documentary, if I know it or I don't know it, really isn't going to impact me in any way.
You make me a documentary of the 91 Redskins right now. I know a lot of that stuff. So I can't wait to sit down and watch it and hug my pillow and just remember the joy. That's what it is. And it's worth noting. And again, I'm not excusing these things, but 90-some% of the documentary footage was before a lot of the heavy accusations leveled at Vince McMahon. So, they sort of offer that up front going, hey, we know about the stuff that you guys are going to ask about.
This documentary is not about that.
Not yet. So they're going through the rise of the WWE. What was that? WWF?
Okay, I had no idea.
Yeah. So this
is basically about his entire life arc, and positive Vince McMahon stuff.
Yeah, and it goes into some of the things that he ruffled a lot of feathers, and a lot of people were really pissed off at him and hated his guts as he was building this empire.
I thought this was a documentary about the recent accusations and basically what a terrible person he allegedly was.
So yeah, I haven't gotten all the way through that. We're not up to present day.
Might be coming.
I'm sure it's coming. But yeah, the majority of the footage it's all interviewing about how wrestling used to be this one thing, and he goes, "I'm going to make it something entirely different," and then it becomes something entirely different. Like he did that, and everyone said you can't do that, and he mortgaged everything, including his house, to do WrestleMania. So like, there's no WrestleMania. There's never been anything like it. Before pay-per-views really as mainstream as it kind of became, and then now is, I think, on the way out. But nobody did like that. And he's like, we're going to show up and have it on closed circuit televisions where you buy a ticket to be able to go see it. And like everyone's like, what does that mean? And it was a smashing success.
Wow.
It was the great spectacle of sports. And, the second one was weird. They tried to do it in 3 cities and it failed. But the third one in the Pontiac Superdome with 93,000 people is one of the most watched events of its kind in human history.
I always admire the people that come up with things that are visionaries, that kind of change, completely evolve either something they've created or something they joined. Because I don't have that outside the box thinking always. Like I like to find ways to do things more efficiently that are on the book already, that we know of.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm okay at. But the people that can just say, this has never been before. No one's ever thought about this before, but I'm going to try it. I'm always I shoot everything down because it's like, that won't work.
That's hard.
So I really admire that kind of thinking.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be wired differently. I don't say that in a negative way, but you do. Like, I think at the most basic level, before there was flight, these two brothers are like, we can do that. What? No one's flown in the history of human beings. There's one story about one guy that tried and his wings burned. Like, the whole point is don't dare, don't try, stay low. You know what I mean? Keep your head down and live your life, and then we'll dig your grave when you're done. And the Wright brothers are like, what if we ran and jumped off this sand that's kind of piled up in a hill? Flight. You know what I mean? Like those guys, like bucking convention. Like the Henry Ford. Listen, it's a box. It's got this thing. It's going to rotate, but it's got 4 wheels, and we just ride along. What propels it? Exactly. You know what I mean? Like the dudes that said we're going to try it are awesome.
It's time for my double play. I have not watched the Vince McMahon documentary because I have been busy watching, and I'm only about halfway through this. Monsters, the Lyle and Eric Menendez story. You know me, I'm a true crime guy. So these are the brothers who are in prison still, decades later, for killing their parents. This well-to-do family in California where they just one day, after watching a movie, basically decide this is what they're going to do. This whole show is stranger than fiction. I don't know how to describe it other than, like, sometimes you watch these quote-unquote docu-series, docudramas, whatever, and you go, man, these guys are so stupid. And you look at them as characters and you go, nobody would ever do this. But, you know, afterwards, just thinking you're not going to get caught and spending frivolously, and it's a wild show. I came in with almost no information. I'd heard of these two people. I'd heard of this family in passing, but I didn't really know a whole lot. I've since done more reading, but I'm about halfway through the series. I've been watching it on Netflix. I don't love it, to be honest with you. And my reason for not loving it is, again, I don't do the stranger than fiction thing that well. Like, if I can't believe the true crime thing because it's too stupid, like, there's no way these two guys just told 4 people in the first 24 hours, or, you know what I mean? Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, and then thought they were going to get away with it. It's just hard for me. It's almost like suspends my reality, even if they're telling you the story that allegedly happened step for step that way. So that's what I'm struggling with. How much of a file do you have on this?
So I lived through this. I mean, I remember all the details are a little bit fuzzy. Like, I don't remember everybody's name or the particulars, but this trial, this thing was like, in the wake of OJ, the next national attention trial. It didn't have the same, 100 level retention where everybody was glued to the television set, and we actually got off school to go to the amphitheater to watch the verdict live on television. Talking about OJ.
What year was this?
I think 96. Maybe then the subsequent trial would have been 97 or 98, somewhere in there. But the first one, they were tried separately, and there was a mistrial. So then they tried them together, and they were found guilty. So remember the first one, it's like, they're going to go free. And then it's like, wait, not so fast. There's another maneuver here.
Yeah. So I'm not at the trials or anything yet, but just watching the series on Netflix. I love that we have all of this content now. There's actually a legitimate documentary, less a drama series that has come out. The director is getting all kinds of heat from their attorneys and these guys from prison and their, wives and family members and people that are out and about how terrible it makes them look. And it's like, well, you kind of helped in that a little bit, didn't you? But I was reading yesterday that Kim Kardashian has gone and met with them in prison, and one of the actors went, and Gen Z, once these guys released, apparently there's a bunch of like kids now that want to see them, get another trial, and whatever that kind of stuff is not for me, I will say. But I like the content. I like just bringing something back into the forefront and kind of educating people on what happened.
Yeah. So quick apology. I got my timeline totally wrong. This was pre-OJ.
I was going to say,
I got that totally backwards. I apologize. This was sort of the before OJ. There was this, right? This was this trial captured the country before it like set the stage for what OJ would just stop everything.
Really early 90s, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Just based on like what people are wearing and what it looks like.
Yeah.
But
apologies.
Anyways, that's what I have been watching on Netflix myself. You and I have both been doing a little grinding, not without the sports to
just
watch.
Documentary style Netflix viewing for your boys.
Oh, I just remembered the Nats season's over, so I got to get rid of my cable. Also,
nice. You won't do it during the break.
No, it's going to take more than 5 minutes. You think it's that easy?
Yeah, for you.
You ever called a cable company?
You got them on speed dial. You got a guy over there.
That's true.
You're like, hey, it's me again.
The Beltway Blitz comes your way next, and we're giving out tickets as soon as we return to the Caps home opener, which is just 10 days away. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats to you. You're winning 2 tickets to see the Caps open their season against the Devils Saturday, October 12th at Capital One Arena. For tickets and complete Caps schedule information, go to 1067thefan.com. The local football team's got a bright future. It's time for you to think about yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show will help. The law firm Condorian Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family as well. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. They'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're covering the NFL on the Blitz and the Commanders coming up in just a few, but we start on the diamond. And to discuss the Major League Baseball playoffs, we've got Britt Chiroli of The Athletic with us. Britt, the Orioles, after losing yesterday, have now lost 9 straight playoff games. I feel so badly for the fan base. What do they got to do to get going today in their game against the Royals?
Well, hitting would be nice. I mean, they didn't score a single run yesterday in that game, and obviously Cole Reagan's pitched very well. But this Orioles lineup, guys, for the last really since July, has been incredibly inconsistent. So while it was something that fans have seen before, I think it was jarring to watch all of their young core, all of their young hitters not be able to produce. So that really, to me, is going to be step one. They've got to get on Seth Lugo early and restore a little bit of their swagger, get a little confidence, get the momentum back. Because as you said, it's been 10 years since they've won a playoff game.
Yeah, they need that in a time machine to prevent some of the injuries that have knocked them around too, Brett. I hate saying this more than you could possibly imagine because, I mean, you're an adult. I'm an irrational, pudgy child that masquerades as a grown-up. There's shades of 2019 Nationals with the Mets. Like, every time you think it's over, they make it not over. Like, they keep getting up off the mat. They've got this great momentum. Some of their guys are going to be leaving that team. They've been red hot. I'm telling you, there's some sort of vibe here. I'm hoping that's a reverse jinx and they get blown out the next 2 games by Milwaukee. But it seems like you can't keep this group down.
No, you're right. I mean, them and the Tigers, to me, are 2 of the scarier teams right now because both of them are playing with that kind of scary momentum where they have no business winning these games that they're winning. And the Mets are a great example. I mean, everything that happened for them to get to that point, playing in that doubleheader, using so many pitchers, not getting in till the end, and then flying to Milwaukee, where Milwaukee, they did score early. They did go up, and the Mets just didn't care. So they, to me, are an incredibly dangerous team, and they're set up pretty well now, guys. Edwin Diaz, didn't pitch in that first game, so he would be available tonight for them. Sean Manaea has probably been their most consistent starter, getting 6 innings in game 1. And Luis Severino was a huge boon for them. And I think we've seen this time and time again with Milwaukee. The problem is not the pitching. The problem is their offense. A 4-run deficit felt like the game was over, and obviously it ended up being over.
Britt, how do you feel about this format overall? I'm going to do the thing I hate where I kind of complain without a better solution. But the teams that are really good sit around for 6 days without playing baseball, which is not a help. It's actually been proven to be more of a hurt. And I know that you got to do something to get the teams that make it on the back end have to go through a bit of a murderer's row to see them. But I don't know how to do both and make it work for everyone. Where are you at on this format?
Yeah, I agree. I don't love it. And, you can complain about the wild card, too, because when it was a winner-take-all, it was a total flip of the coin. And even in a 3-game series, the team that wins game 1, guys, has won the series 14 of 16 times. So, it really isn't that indicative of who is better, right? I don't know if there is a good solution other than maybe going back to the format where there was, less playoff teams, and that's not going to happen because of the money that it creates for the league and the interest it creates for so many fan bases. I mean, we talked about the Tigers and Mets and what they're doing. Those teams wouldn't be in it if we hadn't expanded the field so much. So I think you look at the problems that they have, and there has to be a better solution, because I agree. If I was a fan of a team sitting around for 6 days, I'd be nervous playing a hot team that came in, had no business clinching the playoffs, clinched on the last day, and then all of a sudden now you're playing them and they feel unstoppable. I mean, the Texas Rangers did the same thing last year. They ended on the road, a wild card team, and they won the World Series. So I think there has to be a way to incentivize winning the division more, because right now there is no incentive, and the mindset for most of these teams is simply get in, which is fine. But again, if you're going to win the division, There should be a little bit more than, hey, you get a couple days rest, and, oh, you get to be flat-footed and face a team that's been red hot for 2 weeks.
Britt, point to center field, call your shot. Who comes out of the AL and NL, and who wins the whole thing?
Ooh, this is really tough. So I think the NL, I think the Padres come out of the NL. I think that they're red hot. I do think that they are probably the best team in the National League, certainly the deepest team. I know they got to go through the Dodgers if they end up winning against the Braves, but I'm going to go with them. The AL to me is a little bit murkier. I think the Yankees have the ability to do it, but if Kansas City wins this game tonight, guys, they're dangerous because they can pitch, they can play defense. And they remind me a little bit of the 2014-2015 Royals teams. And, of course, the 15 team won the World Series. So I'm going to go Yankees-Padres. I'm going to go Padres over the Yankees. But, again, I think if there are certainly some dark horses here, and I would definitely watch these hotter teams, the Royals, the Tigers, the Mets. These are the teams that could create total chaos with everyone's playoff bracket.
Britt, thank you. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Britt.
Enjoy the day of baseball. Let's talk football. Nick Ashew bet QL to do just that. Nick, the Chiefs are weird to me. I keep thinking they come back to the pack more and more every year. They look more and more pedestrian. They don't blow anybody out, but they just never lose. They're 4-0. How good are they?
There's a lot of other talent besides, these top receivers that they're going to be missing now. I mean, Hollywood Brown missing is kind of doesn't matter because not like he's actually played for them yet in the regular season. But, when you look at them, they have Patrick Mahomes. And I've just learned at this point, I just don't bet against the Chiefs. I don't count the Chiefs out ever because we were in this position last year, right? We looked at that receiving core and said, oh, my God, they're terrible. They're a bunch of walking brain farts out there that can't even line up on sides, and yet they win a Super Bowl. So to me, even whether they're in on Devontae Adams or they're not in on Devontae Adams, it doesn't really matter because Patrick Mahomes is an elite quarterback, and elite quarterbacks find ways to make everybody around them better.
Nicholas, I know Kansas City will be atop everybody's power rankings because, they're the defending champs until somebody knocks them off. You're still the defending champs. And everyone has to, write that sentence and maybe throw up a little bit while they do. But right now, this minute, who is the best team in the NFL? And your answer could be Kansas City because of that same logic. But who's the best team in the league?
I would have said Kansas City before all of the injuries and, losing Rashee Rice and some of the other stuff's going on. But it's hard for me to do that given the current roster that's just going to be out there. This may sound crazy to you guys. I don't know how you feel about the Vikings, but they're 4-0 and they look really damn good. I mean, it's crazy to say this with Sam Darnold as the starting quarterback. But, he looks like somebody now that is what we thought he would be when he got drafted by the Jets, right? And let's give Kevin O'Connell credit. I mean, we talk about all these offensive-minded coaches and these offensive geniuses. Well, right now I'm looking at Miami, and they're supposed to have an offensive genius as a head coach there. And, I mean, they can't even get Devon Achane the ball at all. So, really, we're looking at Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. The defense is already there. They're up 28-0 in Green Bay. Now, they did almost blow that lead, so that is a little bit of a problem. But they're 4-0, and they've got the best wide receiver in the NFL. And Sam Darnold looks like a Pro Bowler right now.
If you were to pick a one-win team, so in the AFC, that could be the Bengals, Dolphins, Browns. In the NFC, that could be the Rams or the Cardinals, I guess, perhaps, maybe the Giants, that you would say gets off the mat, makes the playoffs. Who would you roll with?
I mean, I got to go with the Bengals because they're like every year, right? Every single season, they dig themselves an 0-2 hole, a 1-3 start, whatever the case is. So just by the fact that they've been in playoff mode early in the season every single year and have the experience, I would have to go Cincinnati, but man, they've been a tough watch at the beginning of this season. So it's right. It's tough when you sit there and look at teams that are at least bad to start off the first quarter of the season and try to find a way that they're going to look good. What's going to make you more confident in them? But I'll go with the team with experience. Give me Cincy.
Nick, this guy, this absolute buffoon, this idiot who sits across from Grant Paulson every day from 2 to 6:30, Post Meridian on 106.7 The Fan. This moron sat there and told America that the Jets would win the AFC East, that Buffalo would come back to the pack. And because they finally got some semblance of quarterback play, this team is really well built, blah, blah, blah. I can't get over what my eyes saw against Denver. I know it's one game and it may be their worst game of the year and maybe they go on to play well. I'm so mad at that guy for saying that.
Don't forget it was Tanner Rainey as well.
Yeah, but still. I mean, gross. And now Garrett Wilson's like, I don't move around ever. Should I move around at all? Does that matter? They're gross. I hate them, and I'm mad at Danny.
Listen, first off, don't beat yourself up. There's a lot of people that were on the Jets bandwagon. I was with you in counting out the Bills, honestly. I wouldn't say this. It wasn't counting out. It was more of just what is their offense going to look like with all these new receivers. And Khalil Shakir is kind of turning out to be the number one receiver there. He's really getting a lot of the opportunities. And listen, for the Bills, it comes down to Josh Allen carrying this team. Josh Allen will win MVP if this team wins the division because it's going to have to be an MVP season from Josh Allen for them. But listen, the Jets have some talent, but you know what it is? The Jets are still going to jet one way or the other. They're going to jet. If you even watched any of that game against Denver, good for you, because that was one of those like, okay, I'm going to just go a different direction here. If it shows up on red zone, that's the only way I'm going to see it, though. It was impossible because nobody was near the red zone. It felt like that entire game. The Jets are a team that has some talent, but you know what's going to end up happening. We're already hearing it from Aaron Rodgers. He's not happy. He knows he's above most of the people there because he's a multi-time MVP and won a Super Bowl, and he's looking at Robert Saleh going, who is this clown? And it has the feeling of something that's going to implode because personalities and egos always make something like that explode.
Nicholas, tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football. This actually feels like a big game early in the season, especially for Atlanta at home. So it's the Bucs and the Falcons. Tampa's 3-1. They had a terrible loss to the aforementioned Broncos, but it does feel like they are one of the better teams in the NFC. Meanwhile, Atlanta had a squeaker of a loss to Kansas City on an awkward call. They had a completely awful, gross performance against the Steelers. It just feels like 3-2 versus 2-3 for them. If they'd be 2-0 in the division with their only 2 losses out of conference, would actually be a pretty solid start. Quarterback coming off an injury, new head coach, new coordinator. What do you make of that game tomorrow night?
I think for one, if it's Atlanta, we're seeing improvement from Kirk Cousins every week. I mean, he's starting to look a little more comfortable in that offense, moving a little bit better, though. We know he's not like an overly mobile quarterback, but you're starting to see the Falcons at least become a team that can work with what Kirk Cousins is at this point in his career, right? Whatever that ends up being coming off of a torn Achilles. What concerns me about Atlanta, though, the last 2 weeks we've seen nothing from Bijan Robinson. I mean, at all. And the whole point was Raheem Morris talked about getting him the ball in the first 2 weeks of the season. We saw it in the last 2 weeks, more Tyler Algier, less Bijan Robinson. And they're going to need to get more out of Bijan if they want to be able to beat a team like Tampa. Tampa's awesome. I mean, honestly, like Tampa continuing to do what they're doing offensively now without Dave Canales there anymore as the offensive coordinator is great. Because honestly, we thought, like, is Baker Mayfield going to come back to earth? Was it Dave Canales and the magic that he was able to bring on him, just like he did Geno Smith? The reality of it is they haven't really missed a beat. Chris Godwin's gotten even better. He's already got 3 touchdowns this year, 322 yards receiving. I mean, he's great out of the slot, especially when Mike Evans is getting all the attention he's getting. So I like Tampa tomorrow in that game, even though it is in Atlanta. But I am seeing an Atlanta team that's definitely growing. It just feels like Tampa's a little bit more established with everything right now and kind of in a rhythm versus Atlanta's trending upward right now.
Nick, you're very handsome. Thank you, buddy.
Love you guys.
Love you too in that way. Hit the local 53 sounder, please. Darius. Our guy, Liam Griffin, he covers that Washington foosball team for the Washington Times. Liam, I had no idea it would be this much fun at this stage. What's it been like here just through a month or so covering this club that's kind of superseded almost everybody's expectations?
Well, I'll tell you, this is my first season covering the team, and I also had no idea that it was going to be this fun to do it. The vibes are fantastic in the building, in the locker room. Everyone's cheering. When they gave Cliff Kingsbury the game ball on Sunday night, we weren't in the locker room yet, but we could hear them from outside, 20, 30 feet away because of this eruption of applause. The vibes are just great in the building. The energy is electric, really, right now.
You mentioned Cliff Kingsbury. What's he doing so well?
So he's playing it with the strength of this offense. So Dan Quinn was talking about it today, and that he worked with what Jaden Daniels felt comfortable doing. And that's so important for a young quarterback, especially early on in his career. Everybody talks about the speed of the NFL game. There's that adjustment period. But by bringing some of these schemes that worked so well for him at LSU, bringing them up to the professionals with him, was able to ease him in a little bit longer. And obviously, Jaden Daniels is encouraged to use his legs as well. So Cliff Kingsbury has not tried to reinvent the wheel, really, in the first 4 weeks of the season and just allowed Jaden Daniels to shine.
What's going to get taken away? In other words, going back over the years, Liam, looking at Cliff Kingsbury's offenses, they've started off great a couple different times and then really faded down the stretch, whether as his players faded, whether it's scheme adjustments from the opponents. I have no idea. I'm not a football doctor, but it has happened. So what could you see defenses going, you know what? That's not going to beat us. We're going to make them do something else.
Well, what I could see is defenses putting more pressure close to the line of scrimmage, in that this offense right now is heavily focused on these quick hitters. On a third down, you'll see Jaden Daniels throw a speed out. to get that first down, get 5 or 6 yards, keep the chains moving. You'll see early on in the drives, you'll see a bubble screen to get started. I think True Media has a stat right now about the Commanders leading the league in the number of screen plays called right now and letting their ball handlers get the ball in space, trying to make a play. So I could see teams trying to take that away. So then the issue with that is, okay, let's say you're going to call man coverage as a defense, put your best corners on the Commanders' best receivers. Now you have a bunch of people with their backs to Jaden Daniels, and he has the legs, he has the athleticism and the scrambling ability to make a defense pay for that. And so I do think the defenses will start to adjust to the offenses that Cliff Kingsbury is calling. But Jaden Daniels is such a talented player and has such a multifaceted game that I think it's going to be hard for them to truly adapt.
Liam, we're at a point where it's almost like every national analyst is competing with each other to prove who likes Jaden Daniels the most. I mean, there was a guy on ESPN yesterday, one of their analysts, who said he's the best quarterback in the NFC right now already. 9 days ago, they were 1-1 with a fairly unimpressive win against the Giants. Are we getting too excited too fast, or is this reaction just right?
I think it's hard to say that the Washington Commanders fan base can get excited about anything too fast because of how hard it has been to be a fan of this franchise for so long. But I would just caution people to understand that not every game is going to be perfect. Look at Patrick Mahomes. He is one of the best quarterbacks of his generation, of any generation, really. And even he struggles on occasion. There's some stinkers in there. And you have to understand that Jaden Daniels, as good as he is, and I think he is well on his way to being the quarterback of the future for this team, there are going to be some rough patches in there. They will come eventually. And to just handle those with poise, I would say.
Liam, thank you as always, man. Have a good one.
Of course. You too.
Liam Griffin, Washington Times, covers the Commanders. At 5 o'clock in 40 minutes, we've got Deftones tickets we're going to give out. Someone listening is going to win those, so you better be locked in. We'll also blitz the East. But next, I want to dive in on the hype train right now and the love for Jaden Daniels and this offense and the Commanders, which is a long time coming and really exciting. Is it too much too fast, or is it just right? We're Grant and Danny.
keep improving, finding little ways to keep growing. I wouldn't say it's a finished product, but, it's just a start. And, I don't really look at everything that people talk about. I see it, but other than that, man, none of that matters. That was last week's stuff. You're only as good as the last game you played, and everybody's going to look at what can you do the week prior, and the weeks after that.
That's your rookie quarterback who doesn't play like a rookie, Jaden Daniels. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Yesterday, I found myself just clicking from one story after another from the national people with little anecdotes on Washington. I found myself looking online, Twitter and otherwise, and on the apps, one breakdown of another. This guy studied the film of Jaden Daniels. This former quarterback said this. This former player said that. His approval rating right now, Danny, I think is the highest of any player I've ever seen.
It might be.
He is so
it's
popular and so beloved. It was a competition yesterday of analysts just to say who can be the most high on the Commanders' offense.
Yeah, let's have an effusive contest.
Who's going to say the nicest thing about Jaden Daniels today? And everyone was scratching, clawing, fighting on themselves to get to the flag, basically, to be the one that said the biggest, hottest take about Jaden Daniels. Like, he should be in the Hall of Fame right now. And then how do you top that?
The number one greatest rookie in any sport, anywhere, ever, at any time.
So my first thing I would say is I'm thoroughly enjoying all of the coverage. We don't get this around here.
Mm-hmm.
It's nice. And maybe we could just end it there. Maybe we just put a period on that sentence and we move on to something else. But there's also this part of me that goes, is it a little fast? And I don't mean specific to Daniels, because we're talking about his first 4 games that have been historic and amazing. And we have context we can contextualize against all the other rookies. And he's just a part of an offense that's been better. His performance in a lot of ways has been more efficient, whatever. No problem with that. It's the heaping of the praise it's as if like they've arrived, or this is what it's always going to be, or this is who he is, or they are. That makes me a little bit nervous. Call me crazy as someone who's seen the rug get pulled out from under you and just knows that this isn't linear. This is a week by week kind of league. It's a matchup by matchup league. How should I feel about this? How should we feel about this? And we can open up the phones at 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines. 800-636-1067. The love for Washington, for Kingsbury, for Daniels is a good thing, but it's gotten to a point where it's like so ubiquitous now that it almost feels like it's a little too much too soon.
So one of the hallmarks, I think, of doing this job that you and I have found, I don't want to speak for you, but I know we've shared this sentiment in the past, is oftentimes it's validating to feel like you're doing a good job if you find yourself arguing against that extreme and then that extreme on opposite ends of the spectrum, right? So there's, in this case, for example, there aren't that many right now, but bear with me. On one side, he's so overrated. He's not that good. He's just checking it down. He's just throwing screen passes. You guys don't know what you're talking about. He stinks. They're going to suck. Okay. Then the other side is he's the greatest of all time. This is perfect. They're going, 14-3, and they're winning the Super Bowl this year. Being a little bit more in the middle, to borrow from Jim Zorn, a little more staying medium, a little bit more in the middle, you end up arguing against both extremes. There's a lot of issues there that happen especially when it comes up in terms of sports. You and I are bigger sample guys. We like, a whole bunch of data before we start declaring anything solved or done or a mistake or good or bad or anything in between. So I think that's normal and natural that there's a balance here between going, for me, this is already so much better than I thought it would be. I did not think I'd have a game where they scored 42 points this year. I sure as bleak didn't think it'd be after a game where they didn't punt and scored 38 points. I didn't think I'd see that in the year of our Lord, 2024. I just saw it over the span of 8 days, whatever the hell it is, right? So you're allowed to be having fun. You're allowed to be excited. You're allowed to then say, well, if we did that, I wonder what the next thing is. I wonder what else we could do. That's normal. That's sports. That's why we get up in the morning. That's why we do this crap. You know what I mean? It's why we opt in to this crazy, weird, bizarre dance of a bunch of people wearing the same laundry, trying to matriculate a ball down the field. It's because that hope and that excitement and that lightning strike that maybe it's your time to see something truly special, because we've seen a little bit of it already through a couple of weeks. At the same time, you could spin that other plate and go, yeah, we really are talking about a calendar week of 2 good games that change the entire perception of everything. Maybe we should pump the brakes a little bit. Maybe we should just wait a second before we start crowning and coronating and fitting gold jackets and a lot of other things. I think it's okay to think both things and sort of blend those into one approach where we're going, all I know right now is that I'm having fun. I can't wait to see what's next. I don't think that's crazy.
Yeah, I guess where I'm at is I am super optimistic and hopeful, and he has blown me away, and my expectations have completely been exceeded. Like, all of those things are true. But when I hear, I'm trying to think of who the analyst was on ESPN. I think it was, who's the guy they call Swagoo?
Marcus Spears?
Marcus Spears. I think it was him. Yesterday said he's the best quarterback in the NFC. Rich Eisen, yeah, I think it was yesterday, may have been 2 days ago, said something to the effect of the quarterbacks he would take right now moving forward over Jaden Daniels were Patrick Mahomes, CJ Stroud, and he may have had Josh Allen on the list. I don't even think
Hopefully he did.
But like, now, he's like, and then Jaden Daniels. And I'm like, this is awesome to hear about my guy. But it's been 144 hours of really good football. That's like, this was not a month where they just couldn't do anything wrong offensively. This has really been 2 awesome games that we're talking about. People forget the Tampa Bay game was a scramble fest. That was a passing game that at best was ineffective and at worst was just bad. But again, it was the first game. I don't mean for him. I mean for the whole offense. Like, I'm not holding it against them. It's the only time they've looked like that. The Giants game in week 2 was a tale of 2 halves. The first half, they got sacked 4 times. They had some issues getting the ball out. Everything was at the line of scrimmage or behind. And then in the second half, it's like the switch flipped. He was incredible. They pushed the ball down the field, hit the throw to Noah Brown, did some really, really good things. So that half of the Giants game and then 2 games. But like, think about the difference in just the overall narrative about the team, about Kingsbury, about the offense, about Daniels from 3 hours before the Bengals game to an hour after the Cardinals game. And this is what happens. This is how the coverage works in the 24/7 platform world now, the medium that we're in, where everyone's just rushing to the take. They're rushing to the judgment. And I'm really happy. And he's been really, really good. And the offense is awesome. And Cliff Kingsbury's killing it. Just like he did in Arizona in the first half of almost every single season, by the way. But I guess that's the point I come back to. It's not meant to be cold water. I'm asking a question more than I'm making a point. I really am. I'm just saying, is it too much too soon at all? Or should we not worry about that and just have fun? Because we deserve it. And it's been a long time coming. It's less, though, 4 games that are just above reproach. It's more 144 hours of football. You know, well, actually 6 hours of football in a 144-hour span. It was 8,640 minutes from Monday to Sunday. That's what we're talking about here. And the whole world seems to have changed. This was Liam Griffin when we asked him if we should feel good about all of the coverage or if we should be asking, is it too much too soon?
I think it's hard to say that the Washington Commanders fan base can get excited about anything too fast because of how hard it has been to be a fan of this franchise for so long. But I would just caution people to understand that not every game is going to be perfect. Look at Patrick Mahomes. He is one of the best quarterbacks of his generation, of any generation, really. And even he struggles on occasion. There's some stinkers in there. And you have to understand that Jaden Daniels, as good as he is, and I think he is well on his way to being the quarterback of the future for this team, there are going to be some rough patches in there. They will come eventually. And to just handle those with poise, I would say.
And I have confidence he will. That's who he is, right? I mean, the adversity that's been thrown at him previously, he has come through with flying colors. And not just in terms of performance, but in terms of that word that gets bandied about with him a lot. Yeah, the athletic traits are off the charts, and the accuracy and all of the skills and attributes we've seen have them come through. But poise, that's the thing to me that's the most impressive about him. And it's easy to say, right? It's easy to read a book on what to do and how to react, but it's got to be genuine. Otherwise, guys see through it. You can't fake rah-rah or fake relax or whatever. Guys realize that after a while, and then, whether it's conscious or subconscious, don't follow anymore. It seems to be the genuine article. Again, this is super early, but those are the reports, and it sort of seems to be validated here to this point. But I don't think it's too early to be things like hopeful. I don't think it's too early to be blown away. I don't think it's too early to have realistic expectations that we might have something better than we've had here in decades. Because there's a really low bar. Like if we're in Green Bay and these are the early returns, I'll wait for a much larger sample to see if he's this Hall of Famer who handed it off to this Hall of Famer who may be the next guy, right? I've got a pretty high bar to clear 2 of the 10 greatest to ever do it. I don't have that here. I got a lot of Heath Schuler and John Freeze. I got way more Tony Banks in my memory bank than I do Hall of Fame caliber quarterback play.
Sure.
So I'm going, yeah, let's dream big.
I'm just saying some of the rhetoric maybe feels like it's just too quick, too fast for me.
Which I get. I get that.
And maybe that's just my own proclivity and style of saying, like, we don't have to say the hot, crazy thing immediately. Eisen, I found the list here. He said, he was asked, who would you want as a franchise quarterback over Jaden Daniels? I'm going to send you this audio real quick, Darius. We can play this. And he gave a list of like 5 names. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, CJ Stroud, Patrick Mahomes. Now, clearly you're taking into account age maybe for this or like upside.
Mm-hmm.
But based on the Bengals Monday night game and the Arizona game, that's basically what we're talking about. I mean, if you were really, really blown away, I guess, by the second half of the Giants game, you could throw that in there. You're just in Sharpie. You're taking him over Jordan Love, Justin Herbert. I don't know. I'm not a big Jalen Hurts guy, but he was an MVP candidate 2 years ago. Or, Brock Purdy. Maybe he looks like the last couple of weeks. If this is who he is, then hell yeah. But there's so many great 2-week stretches. I think we just got to wait and see. That's all I'm saying. It just seems aggressive. It seems quick to just make the decision now and put it in pen. That's all.
Yeah, which I think is fair. But it's also a very strange time in quarterbacking, by the way. Remember we had this a few years ago when there was the super greats, the Bradys and Mannings, then that like 1A tier of Drew Brees and company that were waning in their careers, and we're kind of going, who's next? Where's the next class? Well, all of a sudden, there are 3 tiers of quarterback right now, just in terms of age and experience. There's the like super aging veteran Aaron Rodgers. There's the in their prime 30-year-old type guys, the Mahomes, Burrow type group, and then there's kids. So like, it's actually not that crazy to say you take him over a lot of people because a lot of them are super veterans or journeyman, the Sam Darnolds of the
I'd have
world.
to hear the context of how much of it is like for the rest of their careers, for the next 10 years
or
whatever.
for like this week.
But yeah, but again, 2 weeks is all you needed to see.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You needed to see 2 really good
Right.
games, and now he's 5th in the league and number 1 in the conference. It's just, I don't know. I guess that's the world we live in. 800-636-1067 is the number. Grant and Danny on the Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is the Fan. The praise for the Commanders after 4 weeks has been hot and heavy. The national media has fallen in love with our young quarterback, Jaden Daniels. This was Rich Eisen on his show yesterday.
Which quarterbacks in the league right now would you rather have than Jaden Daniels?
I would rather.
Because I think it's a very small list.
Lamar, Allen, Burrow.
Right now?
Burrow's turned it on the last 3 games, sir.
They have 1 win.
And Stroud would be in that mix.
Mahomes, obviously.
Mahomes.
Yeah, that's about it.
Darnold is amazing, but I understand what you're saying there. I mean, you're talking about long-term as well, maybe.
You're talking as of right now at 9:38 today is what you're saying.
Which quarterbacks would you rather have as your franchise QB than Jaden Daniels? The list is very small.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said it looks like the Commanders have hit the jackpot at the quarterback draft.
I agree with the last part, but I don't know who quarterback wins guy was who was making the list with him, whoever that guy was. Burrow over Jaden Daniels, Joe Burrow, the perennial MVP candidate. His team's only won 1 game. Like that's just crazy talk to me. How does anyone enjoy this content? I just don't understand.
Yeah.
It's just not for me.
Right. But I will say, just again, you start to go down the list of quarterbacks. I know this isn't the point of the segment, but when you're looking at the, Geno Smith, Dak Prescott, Sam Darnold, Jared Goff, Matthew Stafford, it's not outrageous to say I'd like the number 2 overall draft pick who's shown well early.
Sure.
But if the question is
initially, by the way, was not like, who do you want for 10 years? He kind of got around to that.
Mm-hmm.
He just said, who would you rather have as your quarterback right now? And all I'm saying is, let's say Jaden Daniels is 7 on the list, 11 on the list, 13 on the list, whatever. Everyone's just going to be different. That's fine. This is basically based on 10 days.
And that's
all it takes
right.
to rewrite everyone's lists. I mean, that's a little staggering.
And that's kind of the point here. So what we're getting into is a bit of, this was my evaluation, and now it's being confirmed, and now we rush to this, giant rave party where everybody's overvaluing things.
I should clarify, I am a big Rich Eisen guy, and I love his show. I just don't know who the other person was, and I will.
They have 1 win.
Let's go to Vince in McLean on G&D. What's up, Vince?
Hey, guys. Love the conversation.
Appreciate you, dude.
Question. Yeah, just wanted to point something out to you guys. I had a quick question for you. The Jaden Daniels sample set is arguably small, to both your points, I think, but obviously off to a great start. But I also think we're in a bit of an echo chamber with how successful he's been, and all the analysts on television kind of trying to outdo each other, talking about how great he is. You have to remind yourself, there have been relatively similar amazing starts by quarterbacks in recent memory. If you think about what Cam Newton did with the Carolina Panthers, I think he rushed for 21 TDs, or passed for 21 TDs, and rushed for 14 more. Andrew Luck had a very hot start. Even Justin Herbert passed for the most yards a rookie's ever passed for in his inaugural rookie season. So we've seen some amazing starts to seasons by rookie NFL quarterbacks, and all those guys are great in their own right. But you're right, to your point, they're talking about our quarterback as if he's already in the Hall of Fame. So I think there's a little bit of tempering expectations to get a larger sample set to see where he kind of settles in that broader group. And he may still be in that top 10 rookie class of all time. But my question for you guys is, how much of this is Jaden Daniels, as most of the media make you believe, like he's amazing, versus how much credit do we start giving Cliff Kingsbury and what he's been able to develop around him to make his job maybe a little bit easier, to help him adapt to the NFL speed?
Yeah, I think both are true.
100%. Thanks,
Appreciate
buddy.
the call. I think Daniels has been fantastic, and a lot of the things that he has done and is good at are things that are abnormal for a young guy. His maturity, his leadership, his calm, his poise, making the right decision, not forcing the football, taking what's there. These are lessons that sometimes can take years, right? Cousins, it wasn't until he got benched in his second year getting to play or whatever before he finally said, all right, I just got to take the 5-yard throw. I can't keep trying to force the ball and throw all the picks. Like, it takes time to learn these things that he seems to have already figured out. Having said that, are they running an offense where their expected completion percentage is the highest in the NFL at 74% because 70% of their throws are easy throws? Yes. Are they running an offense, like Cam Taylor-Britt said, that resembles a lot of things Jaden Daniels was asked to do in LSU? Sure. I mean, there are people suggesting like, hey, you only have to read this guy or this thing. That's called good coaching, by the way. Like, these are used as these negatives or how dare you or why would you take credit away from someone or that's a pejorative. No, Daniels has done an amazing job and looks awesome and is the real deal, hopefully. And also, Cliff Kingsbury is doing exactly what he should be doing and deserves a lot of credit for it.
Yeah, I would challenge you throughout history to find me I'm not putting Daniels here yet, but bear with me, a high-level Hall of Fame caliber quarterback that's putting up great numbers without a really good offensive mind there. I'll wait for the pairing that you can figure out where a guy was a bumbling boob who couldn't do anything right and a quarterback every year was putting up MVP type numbers. You can go back whenever you want. Everyone from Bill Walsh to Mike Holmgren to, name that Hall of Fame quarterback. You had a pretty good offensive mind there as well. Is either a compliment or a guy that was accentuating the positive or working with him, being on the same page. That's not a negative. That's part of it. I think that's part of the conversation.
Yeah, totally. And I think as the weeks go on and we get to watch more and more, we're going to find out. Like, how can I or anyone else answer the question? How much is Cliff? How much is Jaden Daniels? When they're not ahead of the sticks constantly, when they're not one of the best teams on 1st and 10, when they're not averaging 3rd and short, when they aren't not turning the ball over and never committing penalties, then we're going to get a little bit more of a tell. But the national media doesn't know all of those things. They just see a quarterback who's a amazing athlete who won the Heisman, who was a number 2 overall pick, who's a dual threat, who's playing his ass off. And as you said, it's kind of superlative fest. It's like who can say the best thing? Lou's in D.C. What's up, Lou?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, bud.
How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good, man.
To me, I'm not buying the hype, especially, the media from the outside media, because we've seen what's been going on here for the past 20-something years. So I'm here just for, enjoying the moment every weekend and, just watching him and putting on the show every Sunday and toying around with this defense. And that's what I'm here for. And I'm not listening to those guys. And I'm just happy to see him and happy to have a franchise quarterback. That, is something that we didn't have for a long time. And
totally.
I'm just, soaking it in.
Looks like
it
looks like in this town we finally have the guy, right? And that is a really, really good thing. The rest of it can wait for now. He's the best in the conference. You can miss me with that at this point. There are 3 quarterbacks I'd rather have in the league at this moment. Like, all that stuff to me is just too soon and silly and outrageous. By my view, based on like 2.5 pretty unbelievable games. For me, it just takes longer, but everyone's going to feel differently in that regard, I think. But the more he is this, the more they play like this, the more that becomes what it is.
Right.
And it becomes less silly to have that conversation. The CJ Stroud thing, though, if 4 weeks into last season, people started saying about CJ Stroud, this is a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. This is the best quarterback in the AFC South, whatever the conversation was, I would have said, God, that seems really, really early.
Let's slow down a little.
You know what I don't say that about anymore? CJ Stroud. Because I saw it for a whole year. I saw it in a playoff game. I've seen it now for a month to start another season. It's just a sample size thing. But don't get me wrong, it's good. I like nice things being said about our guy. We'll blitz the NFC East next, and I want to get more thoughts from you guys on this, so you can hit the open lines at 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders seem to have a bright future. It is time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kondorian Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. You'll get a discount if you tell them we sent you. Remember, Friday, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria on Mandeville Lane. Stop by. They've got 15 taps, a dozen TVs, plus great food, wings, pizza. A Friday, 2 to 6:30, we're live. Atlas Brew Works in Alexandria. For more information, go to thefandc.com. It is time to spin you around the NFC East. And we start on the Cowboys with Donovan Lewis, middays 96.7, the ticket. Dallas sitting now at 2-2 in the NFC East after they beat the Giants in primetime. But Donovan, that was kind of a hold your nose win against New York, wasn't it?
Boy, I don't think I've heard it described like that. But yes, I think you're right. It is a hold your nose, just trying to survive against a bad team. And you needed that win. Leading up to it, we all said it was a must win 4 weeks into the season, and that's exactly what it was, and that's exactly what they had to go get. So while it wasn't pretty, it was definitely needed, and now we got to see if they can sustain some type of defensive stand against the run like they showed against the Giants.
So, Donovan, it looks like they're a little bit beat up now. Give us some injury updates.
Well, DeMarcus Lawrence was placed on IR, so he'll be out at least 4 weeks, but they expect that to be a lot longer than 4 weeks. Micah, they're still listed as doubtful, but I just don't think he's going to play. He looked really hobbled when he got off the bus on that Thursday night coming back from New York. So everyone's expecting him to miss at least Pittsburgh and maybe Detroit. And if he does, then yes, this defense is going to be hobbled without their top two pass rushers. And everyone thought that the strength of this team was the pass rush on defense. And now you've lost the two guys that can get to the quarterback. So it's going to be a struggle on Sunday night against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I saw you guys sign KJ Henry, former commander they drafted out of Clemson in the 5th round off of a practice squad. So
we finally signed a Henry. It wasn't Derek, but it was
the exact right Henry is here.
Probably not the Henry you guys wanted. What do you think about the matchup, just personnel-wise, the way the Steelers want to play, the way Dallas plays, and how that lays out? Sunday Night Football this weekend.
Yeah, it's funny because Justin Fields is probably the most dangerous runner that they have. I know they had some injuries to Warren and Harris. I don't know their availability. But if you keep Justin Fields in the pocket, then I think you have a chance, which may do a little – it sounds weird, but if you're not just totally able to rush the passer, maybe he sits back in the pocket, and that's maybe your best chance to win it. So as long as he doesn't get outside and can use his legs, I seriously think the Cowboys can have a chance in that game. But if he gets outside with their inability to stop the run, the couple weeks before, it's still like they fixed it against the Giants, but I don't think the Giants have anyone like Justin Fields who's able to get outside and run. Even Daniel Jones can't do that. So they still have their issues with that. So I think the strategy is to try to keep him in the pocket and make him use his arm. If they can do that, then I think they'll be able to survive defensively. Now, on the other side, man, that Pittsburgh defense is really good. And the Cowboys offense, even in their wins, they just haven't been that impressive. So unless they can run the football, which they haven't shown the ability to do that, and they can get someone else involved other than CeeDee Lamb to kind of loosen it up, I think they're going to have their issues scoring the football against Pittsburgh this week. So it should be an interesting matchup.
Donovan, where's the Dak Prescott approval rating? I'm thinking of like those old school applause meters where the guys are going up and down from a 0 to 100. Where are we at?
Man, that is a great question. It is one of those, like, it seems like everyone in Dallas has a lower approval rating because they just have seen so many years of him not being able to get it done when it matters the most. But overall, in the NFL, he's a really good quarterback, and you got to have a guy like that in order to try and get to the place where you haven't been. So it's one of those, I don't want to evade the question, but I guess it's about maybe 65% approval rating. But, man, I think sometimes that goes even lower than halfway when you ask Cowboy fans around here.
Is there a thought that they're good?
No, it's not. They're going to have to show – seriously, they're going to have to prove it to their fan base and probably prove it to themselves that they're good. Now, the only asterisk you can put on it is the fact that it doesn't appear that the NFC East, anyone's going to run away. Like, Washington's been really good, but can they sustain it? And Philadelphia is what Philadelphia is, and they feel like that they're going to be up and down also. So it doesn't feel like you need to have an 11, 12, 13-win year to win the NFC East. So even if you're at 9 and 10 wins, they may get you the opportunity to make the playoffs, and, you know, anything goes when it comes to the playoffs. So I think that's the only saving grace to what everyone feels is just pretty much an average team.
Well, remember, the Commanders don't punt, so...
Right, exactly right. They can use that roster spot for someone else, so they don't use that. So yeah, no, it's interesting to see if if they can sustain this, and what they're doing right now with Cliff Kingsbury and that offense is how it's going to be. Whew, boy, that's something I don't think anyone expected this year. So it feels like if that's the case, then the Cowboys are going to have to step it up. And now they have their roughest part of the schedule right in front of them right now. So it gets interesting. Everyone thought maybe they'll be 2-2. Going into this week against Pittsburgh, but then it's Detroit, then it's San Francisco, then it's Atlanta, then it's Houston, then it's Philadelphia. This is a gauntlet for the Cowboys to try to prove themselves.
Donovan, thank you as always, man. Have a great week.
My pleasure.
See you, buddy. Darius, hit that Eagles sounder, please. Tom Kelly on WIP. Kind enough to join us to talk about Philadelphia. Tom, give me kind of a system check here. Is it glass half full? I know it's funny talking about Philly fans, but is glass half full because they're in it without some of their best players, or is the sky is falling, cancel the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's more the latter after that game on Sunday. I mean, a terrible performance from the defense. We knew the defense wasn't going to be that good, but the real concerning thing, guys, is Jalen Hurts. I mean, the turnovers, 7 turnovers now in 4 games for him to start the year. He just is not protecting the football, and we know with the Eagles, they're built around the offense. If they're not going to score a ton of points, they're not going to win a lot of games. And even without the injuries, I mean, Jalen can't be turning the ball over. That's the big concern here right now.
So I'm trying not to beat up on Hurts that much because he's got no weapons right now either. I mean, Jahan Dotson was starting and is not getting targets or catches. You don't have the wide receivers. It's Barkley and pray for rain, basically. Having said that, I mean, there's basically been 1 year that's not like the others for Jalen Hurts when you really look at it. It's that MVP caliber year where Philly got to the Super Bowl. Everything else has been very different, and it feels like that's just the outlier. Is that overstated?
No, it's not. And I think there's an extra, sense of anxiety for Eagles fans coming off the Carson situation. I mean, you guys had Carson down there, and it was very similar trajectory where his second year was so incredible. He never reached those heights again. And you don't want to immediately kind of make that comparison, but with what we saw from Carson Wentz, what we're seeing now from Jalen, them having the same kind of problems, it's hard to not let that thought enter your mind.
Tom, let's just come to an agreement that we just won't mention Carson Wentz for both of our
Fair
benefits
enough.
anymore. Like, just for fun, like, just never say his name again.
Idea.
No, all good. You mentioned the defense. I thought this group would be a little bit better. I didn't think good by any stretch of the imagination, and they certainly had their moments. I didn't think it'd be back to that, like, 80 sack as a team thing they did a couple of seasons ago, but I thought they'd be better than last year. How disappointing has it been? Where's room for improvement? Give me kind of state of the union there.
Yeah, it's been really disappointing. I mean, the big signing on defense was Bryce Huff from the Jets. They gave him 3 years, $51 million, $17 per year. And he has, I think, 1 tackle in 4 games, hasn't had a quarterback hit, hasn't had a sack. And, I mean, that's a huge issue considering you traded Hassan Reddick, and we know his situation right now. But, yeah, they're not getting enough pressure off the edge. And unless that changes, it's hard to see this defense really improving in a significant way.
An early bye in week 5 is normally a bummer, just stinks, right? But the way it lays out here with how banged up they are might actually be perfect to regroup, come out of the bye. They've got the Browns, the Giants. We'll see what the Bengals are at that point, but I know the Jaguars are soon thereafter. Is this working out potentially about as well as it could for them right now at 2-2?
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the hope, is we all thought it would be the early bye, but considering the injury situation, you hope after the bye you get A.J. Brown back, you get Devontae Smith back, and you're in a much better spot. So that's kind of the thinking at this point, is this bye, even though it didn't seem like it was coming at a great time before the season, it certainly seems like it is now.
You got to go to the betting window this afternoon. Would you bet on or against the Eagles winning this division this year?
Honestly, right now, I'd probably bet against. I mean, we thought before the year it would be a 2-horse race between the Eagles and the Cowboys. And if that were the case, I'd still feel pretty confident. But with what we've seen from your guy, Jaden Daniels down there, that is a scary element added to this division now with Washington.
So that means right now you would expect Washington to win the division.
Right now, that would be my pick. Yeah, I mean, I've been incredibly impressed by what Jaden Daniels has done. That offense is playing at a really high level. I think Dan Quinn's done a really good job kind of setting the culture there. And right now, I think considering the way these other teams have played, Dallas and the Eagles, I think Washington's got to be the favorite.
So as you look at what's coming out of this bye week here, Cleveland, Giants, Bengals, Jaguars, maybe not what you thought before the season. I don't mean you, Tom, but like someone like me that thought Cleveland would be pretty good. Cincinnati would be, Super Bowl contender. The Jaguars are winless. The Giants are pretty terrible, I still think. So I think all of a sudden, post-bye week, if guys are healthy, we could have a totally different narrative here as they head to that Week 10 tilt at Dallas. Is that something that's on your mind in terms of this opportunity coming out of that bye week?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's something that if you're looking at the positive side of it, that's why you'd be positive. Is this schedule coming out of the bye? But, I mean, they got to go at least 3-1 in the next 4 games here, because you go 2-2, you're 4-4. Then you have a difficult part of the schedule where you go to Dallas and a few of those divisional games that are tougher than they seem before the year. So, yeah, I think the Eagles really need to come out of this bye on fire and at least win 3 out of these next 4.
Tom, thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
we
Tom.
appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, be good. Let's talk about the club pulling up the rear right now. And that's a team that is doing so despite looking better the last couple of weeks. The New York Giants. Ryan Dunleavy joins us as we blitz the East on Grant and Danny, the New York Post. Ryan, they beat Cleveland after narrowly missing out on a chance to beat Washington down a kicker. Then they've got the Cowboys in prime time, had a golden chance to win, but didn't. What's the temperature on the 1-3 Giants as they get ready for the Seahawks?
They're not terrible, right? I mean, they're not terrible. Temperature is like, if that makes sense. The Giants are.
We're familiar with.
We know
We've
down
known
here,
that
Ryan.
for a long time.
Yeah, the Giants are not as terrible as some people thought, including myself, coming into the season. But they're certainly not anywhere near a playoff caliber team. It just looks like a team that's going to sputter along to 6-5 win season. And that'll turn up the pressure on Brian Daboll. It'll turn up the pressure on Joe Shane as you get there and you see how it looks like. I mean, they're not scoring, which is driving the fans crazy, driving people inside the building crazy, because the big thing after last year was to find a way to up the points, and they're averaging 15 points a game and just kicked 5 field goals on the Cowboys. And they could tell you all they want that it's about red zone struggles, but when you're kicking a 50-yard field goal, you aren't exactly in the red zone.
So, Ryan, this is probably a tough question to answer, and I'm sure it's hard to quantify, but I got a buddy who's a Giants fan who texted me something along the lines of what you just said, and he's livid. He's furious, and I can relate to this as a longtime Washington fan. He's like, we're not terrible enough to be terrible so that no one can hide and everybody gets let go and they stop pretending Daniel Jones is the thing, but they're also not good enough to be good. They're in the worst possible place where everybody can excuse things away and have things like you just said. They go, it's red zone struggles, and maybe convince ownership that they deserve more shots at this thing. I wonder, A, how common is that sentiment, and B, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that's where they've been for 5 years, right? They've been picking 6th or 10th or 4th or 12th, or they're in that no man's land where they can't break through and become a competitive team, and they, aren't picking number 1, or the year they had the number 2 pick, they used it on Saquon Barkley. So, who's no longer here, obviously. So, no, I mean, they are kind of in no man's land. I mean, they obviously wanted to replace Daniel Jones this past offseason, preferably with Jaden Daniels or Drake May, and they weren't able to trade up and get him. And Malik Neighbors looks phenomenal, but who's going to be throwing him the ball in the long term? It's not going to be Daniel Jones. So, and this doesn't look like a quarterback deep draft. So they're going to have a big question at the most important position going into next season, and that's not where anybody wants to be in the 4th year of a regime.
You mentioned Malik Neighbors. I just don't think a wide receiver can win the Rookie of the Year award over a good quarterback. We saw last year with Puka Nacua breaking records and still losing out C.J. Stroud, who was amazing for a rookie, but just kind of pretty good statistically for a quarterback normally. when Nakua had 100 catches and 1,500 yards and still didn't win it. So Neighbors might be the biggest threat to Daniels, but I can't see him beating Daniels out if Daniels plays at this level. But how about 10 for 127 against Washington, 12 for 115 against the Cowboys? He had 2 touchdowns against the Browns. I mean, he's been ridiculous. He's on pace for 1 catch shy of the NFL record right now.
Yeah, something like over 200 targets, too. He's in the concussion protocol right now, so we don't know if he'll be able to play on this Sunday. And that's really the only thing that's going to slow him down, honestly, is a potential injury. He's tremendous in every regard. The separation, the leaping ability, his hands, I mean, every regard has been tremendous. And you're right, I don't know that a receiver can beat a quarterback if they both play well. I think in a year where all the quarterbacks were average or whatnot, it could happen. But, I mean, what Jaden Daniels doing is incredible. And I think it probably Brian Daboll's best case to make to ownership or the fans is like, hey, the whole world saw on Hard Knocks, I loved this guy. So, like, let me find my next Jaden Daniels.
Ryan, really appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, be good. That's Ryan Dunleavy, covers the Giants for the New York Post. And that is how we blitz the East. If you're keeping score at home, the Cowboys guest told us he doesn't think Dallas is good. And the Eagles guest said, I don't think they're going to win the division, and I think Washington's going to. Just so we're all on the same page.
Information. That's all that's happening.
Those are the 2 teams that are supposed to be very, very good. All right. The phone lines have been hot, so we'll open them back up at 800-636-1067. People wanted to talk about the biggest story in town, Jaden Daniels, and the hype train here this week. The national media is all the way in on him and this offense, and they have just kind of decided that the Commanders are a wagon, that this is a juggernaut, that this is what it's going to be after a couple of really, really impressive games and 9 days of great football, basically. Are we reacting too much too soon? Are we getting overly excited? Or is this the correct amount of attention based on how they've been playing and what lies ahead? We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
we got a long way to go. But the odds, Caleb was like plus 150 to win Rookie of the Year. This guy was like 5-1. I mean, he's got a lot of momentum right now if he keeps this up. I mean, look at the division. Cowboys in shambles, bunch of injuries. Eagles look like trash. We know the Giants aren't going to win many games. Maybe you were right. Maybe this is a playoff team. Not even a playoff team. I mean, could they win the division? Long way to go, but it's not crazy.
Well, I absolutely right now would take Jalen Daniels over any other quarterback in that division. And I know there are a lot of veteran quarterbacks. Dak, Jalen Hurts.
Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC right now. I'm going to repeat again. Jaden Daniels is the best quarterback in the NFC right now.
Cosign. I co-sign.
Right now.
I love it. People won't say it because he's a rookie.
Of his passes. I mean, right now, I get it. Who's playing better than Jaden Daniels in the NFC right now?
That's why I said it looks like the Commanders have hit the jackpot at the quarterback draft.
Feeling good. Looks like we got ourselves a quarterback in Washington, D.C. My question, though, is it a little bit much from the national media? Like, you guys realize this is possibly not helpful to the cause, right? Is it too much too soon? 800-636-1067. Daniels has been great. The Commanders' offense has been electric. It has been an absolute juggernaut, indefensible unit, like as good as it gets. For what I'm going to say is 2 games, they've been awesome. For 2.5 games, they've been really, really good. A lot to like. I just think we all need to quote Aaron Rodgers, RELAX, just a little bit. I'm not asking you not to get excited in town. You absolutely should. In fact, I want the opposite of not getting excited. I want you to be really fired up. Go to the game, watch the game, throw the party with the buddies coming over to watch that you haven't had watch a game with you in a long, long time. I'm doing all those things in my personal life. Got the kid the jersey, like we're doing it. But the idea of where he ranks among quarterbacks, he's the guy I would start my franchise with. Only Patrick Mahomes and 3 guys ahead of him. You hear it, right? I mean, there is a who can say the thing, the most friendly Jaden Daniels thing, competition going on among all the NFL analysts right now from the 10,000-foot view where they're not watching every single play. They just look at the box score and see he had 4 incompletions and they didn't punt, and they're going, oh, my God. And that Monday night game's the best thing that could have happened, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Because it was on national TV with the world watching us. So this is the opposite of what we're used to.
So here's where I'm going to try to draw my dividing line. If you'd like to be excited, enjoy yourself. Have fun. I am. I'm excited. I'm having a great time. What I'm not going to do is make a declaration. And I think if I can try to translate for my pal, Grant Harrison Paulson, that's a Hall of Famer from King George, by the way. He's giving away Tootsie Pops in the King George Parade. The distinction for me is excitement, yes. Definitive declaration closing the book, no.
Well, that's obvious, right?
Right? I think that's all it is. Because what the analysts are doing is closing the book. He's the best in the NFC. He's played great to this point. Settle down. But if you're a fan, you'd like to be excited. I got no issue with that.
There's more to it than that. But yeah, that's definitely part of it. Like what's happening is we are running a marathon, let's say. And Jaden Daniels just got out of the blocks like Noah Lyles.
Yeah, he's leading through 1.5 miles.
And he is really far out in front of everyone. And everyone's just like coming out to like hug him and ask for his autograph and stop him. And I'm like, let's let him keep running a little while longer. I don't think it's happening locally necessarily, but we are reacting to some extent to the national stuff. But there's just no benefit to me to throw the party yet is all I'm saying. Why? We can throw the party at the end of the season. By the way, it looks like we're going to need to. It looks like we should. It looks like we should start planning to go to Party City, to buy the hats and to buy the napkins and to buy the plates. And if you want to start pricing things out, if you're feeling pretty good like I am about this kid right now and how he's played, he's blown me away. I get it. But that's different than, Rich Eisen's wearing the hat and blowing the little thing that you have at the party that unravels, and the confetti's coming down. It's just all fast.
What do they call that thing at the party?
I don't know.
You know, like the New Year's thing. It's super loud and
Exactly.
extends and then retracts.
Kids love them.
They're quiet, though.
I think the other part of it for me is maybe I'd feel differently if it was 4 straight games of this. Then I would get it a little bit more. After week 1, the Commanders had been destroyed. Their offense didn't look good, and Daniels just ran everywhere. It wasn't a bad performance, but the entire story in town was like, this is not really what we signed up for. This is not what we want. It was his first game, and it's irrelevant. But that was week 1. Like, let's not rewrite history here.
Mm-hmm.
Week 2, they got sacked 5 times. He had 4 sacks in one half of football, was on his way to an 8-sack game before they made some adjustments, and he kicked butt in the second half. They couldn't involve their wide receivers again. It was just a screen fest. And then things changed in the second half of the Giants game, and they beat a bad New York team without a kicker. Again, not a problem. Wasn't upset, but we don't need to rewrite history. The Bengals game was one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen at quarterback. Like, legitimately full stop at any age, any level, any amount of experience. For a rookie, it was, I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was unconscionable. It was amazing. This past week was really good, too. It wasn't on that level. It didn't need to be, but it was just casual and easy and making a bunch of easy throws look easier. And he made the great throw to McCaffrey. There were a few of those, and he scrambled when he should have, and he kept the ball in the pocket when he should have, and he did all the things correctly. It has been back-to-back banner games. It has been a quarter of a season where the numbers speak for themselves. I'm a numbers guy. We've never seen this, but a couple of times. Dak Prescott. I tweeted something today. Like, teams don't get off to these starts with rookie quarterbacks. Danny, by the way, is that funny, Danny? Twitter and Instagram, I'm at Grant H. Paulson. If Washington wins on Sunday against the Browns, they'll be the 3rd team since 1950 to start 4-1 with a rookie quarterback. The 16 Cowboys with Dak and the 73 Bills with a guy named Joe Ferguson.
I remember Joe Ferguson,
who used to hand the ball to O.J. Simpson. Like, those are the 2 teams that have ever done this before. The numbers, we've gone through all the superlatives of highest completion percentage ever, and no rookie's done this, or no quarterback's done that. Like, it's amazing. I'm not saying it isn't, but it was Monday into Sunday. That's what it was. That's all it took. And now we're just all sure. Everyone calm down. There's no race. It's like when my dad used to say, like, I had to do my homework after dinner, I remember. And as fast as I could, I would get through it. And I'd be like, "Will you check my homework?" And, like, I'm like waiting for him. He's like, hang on. Like, where are you going? Like, you don't have nothing else to do. And I'm like, I want to go upstairs and watch Jahidi White in the Wizards
I want this to be over so bad, this homework portion of the program.
We're not, this doesn't need to be a race. Let's go to Steve in the Beltway on G&D. What's up, Steve?
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, this is Mama Stu. This is not Steve.
Oh, Mom.
Okay.
It says Stu, not Steve.
That makes more sense now.
I apologize.
Okay.
Do you want to just be Steve for the call, or are you good?
You could be Steve if you want.
Mama Steve, or no?
No,
Okay.
Mama Stu is better. No, how you doing, guys?
Good, how are you?
Thank you for the call, man.
No problem. One of the previous callers kind of hit it on the head, kind of stole my thunder. Like these national pundits, like they've had the likes of you can go back to like Roethlisberger, his second year, he was young, and Mahomes, his second year, he was young. Herbert, they've seen these things come out of the gate, and even with them, they jumped on the bandwagon early. So I'm not surprised by this, but I'm with you guys. Like, I love this kid. I love what he's doing. So far, he's done some things that we have not seen from a rookie. And so there is room for optimism and hope, especially for our fan base, for all what we have suffered over the last 25 years. But, at the same time, like these guys, they're looking for the next thing. They're always. So, he is the perfect, wagon to jump on at this point.
That's actually a great point, too,
Mm-hmm.
Stu. Thank you for the call. They're looking for the next thing. That's such a good way to put it. But
What
I
I was about to bring
don't
up, yeah.
remember this for C.J. Stroud last year.
No, because it hadn't happened yet. Because remember, they weren't getting off to gangbuster starts, and they were playing fine. But like, it wasn't until we looked up after like 6, 7, 8, 9 games and went, "Hey, have you noticed that Houston's way better than everybody thought, and this kid's legit in the truth?" I mean, because it also you don't have 100-yard and a touchdown running game. He's got 4 rushing touchdowns.
Really, like Washington's offense when they talk about it, it's Daniels.
Yeah, because he's scrambling for 60 yards a game with 4 touchdowns.
That's like, people cannot help themselves with like running quarterbacks.
No, totally. And
there is like a coolness, like this sex appeal to it.
To me, it's the perfect storm. Okay. The ingredients that I would say always talk about, like I'm always bringing this up, but the ingredients to me are pretty simple. Team that was terrible that's now cool. 1, check mark. Quarterback that has unbelievable highlights and runs around. Check. And then 3, like your national television performance. And then thing number 4 is the new thing to be excited about. Like nobody's throwing a CJ Stroud party anymore. That's old news. That longtime veteran. It's the second year. He's made 17 starts or whatever.
Last year, 4 games in, CJ Stroud had thrown for 384, 280, and 306 in his games 2, 3, and 4. Okay. He had 6 touchdowns and no picks at this point. He had only been sacked 11 times. It was 8 yards per attempt. He was playing at an elite level 4 games in last year. Monster numbers. I don't remember anything like this.
And whether it's right or not.
And I think it's because he stands in the pocket and throws the football and he doesn't run all over the place.
I think it's because they were 2-2 and people still do that.
That's
right?
not that different than 3-1 with a squeaker over the Giants.
It is when you're a tourist on the national media scene that looks up and goes, I got a Monday Night Football highlight where he kicked ass, and look at these numbers. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying that's what happened.
We finally got a guy in the cool kids club. And
Yeah.
so his incompletion's cooler than everybody else's. Now, I will say he doesn't throw any incompletions, which helps. Let's go
all
to
5 of them?
Bill and Lorton. Hey, Bill, what's up?
Hey, Glenn. Hey, Funny Danny. How
Hey, buddy.
y'all doing?
Good man.
Yeah, I'm super excited about the Commanders, Jaden Daniels, what Cliff Kingsbury's doing and all that. But it's too much too fast, Grant. We're not even 8 or 9 games in the season, and Jaden hasn't seen a lot of defenses. We're going to see the Ravens. We'll see Steelers. Let's pump the brakes for a minute. Okay, fellas?
It's special what we're seeing.
Mhm.
It's hard not to get over our skis, and I understand that. But really, for me, it's less about the fan reaction. I don't think the fans I honestly think the fans have been even more reasonable than I could have expected. I'm talking about more national media
Mhm.
narratives and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think Stu made a good point, or Mama Stu.
Mama Stu, thank you.
Mama Stu made a good point. They're looking for the next thing.
Always.
They're selling you the next thing out the window of like, here's why you got to watch us because we've got the Jaden Daniels breakdown, and they're on to the next. But I ask, where was this for Stroud at this point when he had, I would say, maybe the Ravens game against an elite defense in week 1 wasn't that good. I'd have to look that up.
Because they started 0-2. Then it wasn't until weeks 5 or 6. I remember. I don't remember exactly the week, but it was like, hey, wait a minute. Have we noticed that
But
Houston's
I'm
actually
saying-
pretty good and he's good?
But he was already awesome. Like they weren't winning. I don't. Fine, they were 2-2. He had not thrown a pick as a rookie quarterback, throwing 40 times a game, and was one of the leading passers. I think he was leading the NFL in passing yards, and was at 6-0 touchdowns to picks. And it was just kind of like, oh, and CJ Stroud's playing well. He was the number 2 overall pick also. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Here's another way to put it. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. I've been workshopping this. I think we're just at a point in sports media and analysis in giving the take where we can't say Daniels is doing an incredible job reading everything out. Daniels is playing awesome ball. Daniels has done this exceptionally without then, like, whatever the conclusion is. Like, I always say this with our show sometimes. Sometimes I do these prerequisites to a conversation or these qualifiers where I'm going, just because I'm giving you these opinions on a player does not mean I don't like the player. Like, if I watch a Nats game and a guy was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts and he got picked off first base and he had a miscue in the field and I'm crushing him, you might hear that and go, oh, you don't think that guy's very good. No, I just am now analyzing his game or his week or his month. And I think we're at a point where, and I do this all the time too, we all do. I'm not suggesting I'm above this. None of us are. But we're just you hop from that to the next lily pad, which is this is what somebody is, rather than saying we've seen a month of football. And by the way, about half of that is what we're all really, really excited about 2 games of football. So we just jump to the next thing. So if everyone was just heaping all the praise and saying how great he's been and going through all the superlatives and reading off all the stats, I don't think I'd have any issue. It's he's the best in the NFC where I hear that and I go, oh my God, what is happening? Or I don't know if I would take CJ Stroud over him. What are you talking about? One of them might be better than the other in Daniels. The other is put him in Sharpie, legit a top 7 or so quarterback in the NFL moving forward, period.
I learned my lesson on this a long time ago when Aaron Rodgers had dealt with some concussion stuff. If you recall, they now put that in the rearview mirror and has turned into a pretty good career after this. But I remember at the height of Griffin mania, after the Minnesota game or some kind of thing, I don't remember, whatever the moment was, that was just incredible. Maybe it was after Thanksgiving when I was just riding a high, having eaten so many carbohydrates and stuffing, and they beat the hell out of the Cowboys. Would you trade Griffin for Aaron Rodgers? I said no. 7 Pro Bowls, 3 MVPs later. I think I probably would make that deal. But at the time, I was so caught up in that mania. I understand that pathology, but now I've got a little more experience. Now I've kind of learned. All I know right now is I'm having a blast. I'm going to continue to do that until the ride's over, and then I'll get off and figure out where I'm going next to Disneyland. But at this moment, this is great. This is fun. I'm dreaming of what's possible again. But it's the gavel slamming definitives that I'm kind of going, it feels a little premature.
It just makes me nervous. Isn't the right word. It's just like unnecessary. Am I making sense at all? With kind of why it's annoying to me a little bit. I feel like
I think it's the general 24/7 news cycle manifesting itself in this way.
It is way more national than local too, I will say.
Yeah, it's the we have to have the definitive take. We have to have we can't just go, he's having a great season. It has to be the greatest. It has to be the better than everybody else's season. There's no more season that could possibly happen until the next one happens.
And what's the flip side of that? Like, he plays a disappointing game against the Browns. He gets sacked, fumbled, throws a pick. They punt, God forbid, like 4 times. They actually punt or something. And now what's the conversation? Everyone changes their take. Like, no, those 2 games were still remarkable. Let's go to Ryan and Clifton on the Fan. Hey, man.
Hey guys, so speaking of 2 baseball nerds as you guys are, I think you'll appreciate the concept of regressing to the mean. Now, we don't know what Jaden Daniels' mean is yet, but is his trajectory going to carry forward where he's the most accurate passer in NFL history? Probably not, right? And so I think I agree with the other callers. Like, let's slow it down. Let's calm down on he's the greatest quarterback in the NFL now. And let's understand that he's going to have some games where he gets sacked 4 or 5 times. He's going to have a 2 or 3 pick game coming down the road. That doesn't change the fact that he's good and that he's better than what most people have expected so far. But, we need to find out where the mean is for Jaden Daniels over time versus expecting that this trajectory is going to carry forward.
So it's a really, really good
Love the
call
way you put that.
and some smart points. I'm going to use one of his points, though, to make 2 quick ones. He said, is he going to be the most accurate passer ever and lead the league in completion percentage this year? Probably not. And to that, I would say 2 things. One, maybe he does, okay? But there's a lack of context to suggest that how they're operating their offense is to throw the ball at the line of scrimmage at a really, really high rate beyond what is normal. I don't dislike this, for the record, just acknowledging. At a clip right now where 73% of his passes are expected to be complete out of his hands. 73%. There are guys in the league with an expected completion percentage that are like 55%. They're just making longer throws or different throws or more complex, lower percentage chance throws, whatever. So if he does lead the league in completion percentage all time, which I don't know that he will, I guess my point is that needs to be contextualized in some sense. Also, if they're going to continue to throw it around the line of scrimmage, does that catch up to them? Do teams start playing at the line of scrimmage? And is that one of the reasons why the offense slows down in 3 weeks? Like, these are all things that should be a part of the conversation. Now, completion percentage in general is just not a stat I care that much about for this reason. I think it can be misleading. I care about CPOE, which he's second in the NFL in. Oh, by the way, he's 9% over the expected completion percentage out of his hand at 82%, which means he's been awesome. But that's a stat I care a lot more about because, Danny, you could complete 100% of your passes next week with Kingsbury if they just throw a bunch of swing screens. Grant and Danny here on the Fan.
Yeah, the completion percentage matters to me that as long as the context that you're talking about is. So, in other words, if this isn't a good example, but bear with me. I'm just thinking of someone that has a huge air yards per attempt. If Anthony Richardson was completing 70% of his passes, I'd go, this is the greatest quarterback season we've ever seen because he's risking the ball, throwing it down the field, completing every pass. He's not. Of course, his completion percentage is terrible, but he throws the ball further down the field than anybody else. Pat Mahomes has an intended air yards per pass attempts of 5.6, the fewest in football right now.
Yep.
Tells you what they're doing and how they're doing it. Then you add in, you see what Daniels is doing and Mayfield and Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. All these guys, the league at this point is throw it close to the line of scrimmage because defenses are taking away deep shots more often than not. So completion percentage matters relative to what everyone else is doing. There are more sevens in front of completion percentage numbers. And again, it's only for 4 weeks. Things will equalize than I can ever remember. It used to be if you weren't at 60, you were a bum. Now it's if you're not at 70, what are you even doing?
I saw a heat map yesterday from some analytics site where defensive players line up now versus over the years. And it's just like red for like heat, right? For like the number of bodies. And it's just so different. Now they're all further back where they used to be all at the line of scrimmage. So yeah, it's all part of it. But also, like, I want to get back to that. None of this really matters as long if they're moving the ball and scoring points and not punting, then none of this matters. I think we're operating on the premise that this is not going to sustain itself where they never punt and they score on every drive. And then you start kind of picking more nits. Let's go to Joe and Ashburn on G&D. What's up, Joe?
Gentlemen, how you doing today?
Good, dude.
I'll tell you, I'm so excited, but I'm also looking over my shoulder because the national media loves to build them up so they can tear them down later on.
Yep.
And I fear that's what they're going to try to do. We had this issue with Brad Johnson when the ownership brought in Jeff George, the locker room cancer, and that destroyed that franchise guy. You had RG3 trying to run an offense that nobody knew how to run, or at least the Redskins didn't at the time. And you had Alex Smith, where we lost a couple offensive linemen, then we lost him, then we lost another quarterback, and we lost another. So my question is, do we have the depth in the offensive line so that we can absorb the injuries of the big guys because they're keeping him in the pocket with very little pressure, and every single one of those receivers is also catching the ball. They're keeping it off the carpet. If it hits them in the hands, they're bringing it in. And that we haven't seen. There haven't been this string of just drop balls. And, of course, the running game's great.
It is, but I want to give him the credit that he is the straw that stirs the drink. The running game is great mostly because of him. And the line is better mostly because of him making them right with his feet. Not to say they're not playing well, they are. The receivers are really good and haven't dropped passes and been very efficient. But I think he's making their life easier. Occasionally they get wide open because he's moving around and extending. So, yeah, he is a product of a really healthy, good situation right now. But he's making all those guys a lot easier. You know, their lives are easier. Their jobs are easier because of what he provides. But I think it's a good phone call. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Do you feel like the national media heaping its praise, listing Daniels now as one of the top quarterbacks already in the NFL, is warranted and reasonable and a non-issue? Or do you think it just seems aggressive and a little too quick after a couple of banner performances by this Commanders offense and by Jaden Daniels? Also, I want to get you up to date on everything going on in playoff baseball before we get out of here. It's been another epic day on the diamond. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to get back into Jaden Daniels and the Commanders at 3-1 in just a moment. The graphic we talked about at the top of the show today that caught my attention was one of those prediction pages on one of your favorite football sites where each person that writes for that site picks the game. And there were 10 of them at NFL Network picking Commanders, Browns. And Danny, 9 of them picked Washington.
I'm not used to this. I'm not used to it. Now, in general, it's been so bad here that whenever somebody does finally like give you respect, you're almost like, no, shut up, dude. Quiet down. Not yet. Because every time we get expectations up, the rug gets pulled and it's worse than before. Like, that's what's really devastating. Bane taught us that in The Dark Knight Rises, is what you can't have true despair without hope. That's why he keeps that open air part of the prison. So you think you could, if you just muster enough, you could reach that ledge like the child did that time. That's what's truly devastating, is making you think it's going to be different and then it's not. So a lot of times we're like, dude, please just pipe down with that. Pick us to lose like always and let us have the chip on our shoulder.
Leave us be. At the end of this segment and at the end of the show, we're going to give away tickets to Deftones. Their North American tour is coming to D.C. You can win those tickets right here on The Fan. Grant and Danny today and every day, sponsored by our friends, the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to help you update your last will and testament. For them to help you set up a trust, they'll do that as well. Get you and your family squared away with important paperwork. Schedule a consultation. Tell them we sent you. They're going to get a nice discount. KMLawyers.com. That's KMLawyers.com with Condori and Murad. In fact, those guys are just awesome. I sent something somebody had sent me over their way, and they just sent me back a version that they had drawn up for me. Just really, really good dudes.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say
The
enough
best.
about our relationship.
So
with them.
generous, kind dudes, man.
And without them taking us to Cincinnati, the Commanders would not have gotten on this roll. Jaden Daniels would not have taken flight like an airplane. This offense would not be the wagon that it has become. It was all because we got Danny Rouillet back in an NFL stadium to watch the locals take on the Bengals on the road.
No way I would have eaten 2 waffles with a piece of grilled bologna in between if I wasn't on that trip.
What was the name of that food?
I don't know. It was the most German thing in the world.
Was it actually 2 true waffles?
Yeah.
With cheese?
There was a little tiny bit of cheese. So think of
so it's a sandwich with waffles instead of bread.
The McGriddle, how like it's the bread itself is sweet. It's kind of like a hot cake, but you're not really sure what it is.
Yeah.
It's like that. So the waffles themselves were sweet. There was like a sweetness inside them. I don't know if they baked the syrup in or how they did it or whatever. And then you get that salty bologna. That was, it was like bologna. It was like a steak of bologna with a little bit of cheese on there.
I've got a food take.
Go.
That Danny Rouillet is not going to love.
Okay.
Normally we see eye to eye on all things food, you and I.
All things?
Most things.
Some things?
A lot of things.
Couple things.
I'm not a McGriddle guy.
I'm not either.
I find I'm
not either.
I find the McGriddle to be both overrated and uninteresting. I don't know why. There's something about the taste, because I love that maple taste generally. I like syrup. I'm a bacon mark, all things breakfast food. There's something about the McGriddle. It's just not for me. I'm going to go biscuit every time. I'm going to go.
I'll go McMuffin.
Yeah, the
Before I go
McMuffin
McGriddle.
is fine. Even the Egg McMuffin is perfect. But yeah, the McGriddle, I don't love the taste.
I try to pride myself on having as few inflammatory food takes as possible, so as really to stand out from my co-host and friend, Grant Harrison Paulson.
Well, I'm the same way. I do not like inflammatory food takes.
Mhm.
That's why I keep my food takes very, very correct.
I'm a separator. And what that means is, if you've got a plate of breakfast, you got your hotcakes, you got your sausage, you got your eggs, you got your different things. My syrup cannot touch my eggs. My syrup cannot touch my sausage.
Terrible take.
Now, I know this is inflammatory. I know that I'm weird. I need them to be separate bites so that the palate isn't poisoned. The McGriddle is confused. Are you sweet or are you savory? I need you to make up your mind. When I get that sausage biscuit with egg and cheese, I know exactly what it is. When I get hotcakes, I know exactly what it is. What are you? What are you even? I can't do it, and I won't do it. I will always go to the McMuffin. I will always go to the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit.
I like you, but you're crazy.
You're crazy.
I like you, but you're crazy.
Dart in your neck.
You got a dart in your neck, you dumb. Danny, that's a bad take. Look at me. Look me in the eyes.
I can't.
Look me in the eye.
Listen, there are a couple things I'm ashamed of.
You don't put syrup all over your breakfast plate?
No, only on the sweet parts.
Disgusting.
Correct.
Terrible. So here's what you do.
Mm-hmm.
You get yourself some scrambled eggs.
You just Vince Vaughn it. Go put a little, top me off, little syrup on this whole thing.
1,000%. Scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage. I would do white toast probably because what I do is I'll always make a sandwich.
Make a little Sammy.
I'm gonna put the egg, the bacon, maybe a home fry, maybe not. We'll see. But
get your little Cholula on top of there.
But other than the toast, which goes on a side plate, hash brown, everything else, the syrup goes across the entire plate.
Oh no! MC Hammer said it very best.
Some type of squiggly pattern.
Can't touch this.
So I push down the little lever. Let's think IHOP maybe. Let's think about the little pitcher, little mini pitcher. And then you just kind of go back and forth, squiggling the whole plate. The idea that you don't have syrup on your eggs?
Never. Hot sauce, cheese, salty things, hash browns, sausages, bacon bits, all mixes. That goes.
Unreal.
The sweet doesn't go. This is my most. I've hidden this from people, by the way, for how many years?
You're going to get killed.
I know. I understand it.
Terrible.
But here's the difference between you and I. When you've got one of these like Jon Snow standing in front of the entire army, you're like, I'm right. And then you'll find one person on Twitter that agrees, and you're like, yeah, see, I acknowledge that mine's weird.
I think I've acknowledged when I've had some weird takes.
You never acknowledge it.
Give me one of my takes.
Pie.
I think I'm correct about pie.
See, the point I'm trying to make here.
Pie is not good.
Right. You didn't go to the Cheesecake Factory for years because?
I thought they made cheesecake.
Again, it's pretty easy.
I am correct about cheesecake.
It's pretty easy to go, Your Honor, I rest my case. I'll have a seat in this chair. Anyway.
I acknowledge that I was wrong about cornbread.
Mm-hmm.
We've talked about that.
We have, yep.
I acknowledge that I was incorrect. That was a bad take by me.
That's big for you, I will say. Thank you.
I acknowledge that my dry cereal proclivity is flawed. It's not the right way to do it. It's a me problem.
Oh.
I'll give you that.
That's huge. That's a pretty big moment in the history of the show. That's never happened before.
I think milk on cereal is disgusting.
Uh-huh.
I think eating any kind of cereal in milk is gag-worthy, and everyone who does it should be jailed.
Gag-worthy and jailed, Grant.
Yeah. However, I acknowledge I'm the weird one here and that I just hate milk as a standalone item. Not going to do it. I'd never dip a cookie in a milk. I would never want a glass of milk. Milk is for Santa on December 24th. That's what milk's for, not for me.
Santa's got a pretty good palate.
Milk is for Cal Ripken Jr. as he's keeping his streak alive. That's about it. Real quick, just to put a bow on our McDonald's conversation.
Okay.
I haven't had an Egg McMuffin in years. Now, that's not to say I haven't had a McDonald's breakfast in years. Look at me. I always get the bacon, egg, and cheese or a sausage, egg, and cheese Bix-It. I love a McDonald's Bix-It.
Right now. Hopefully not in this situation. But gun to your head. Sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit or bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit. You have to give up one and save the other.
I'm saving sausage.
You're saving sausage and you're going to shoot
bacon.
Bacon?
Yeah, bacon dies. Now, I like bacon better than sausage as an entity, in life. So if for my life, I'm giving up one or the other, then sausage dies, pull the trigger, bacon lives.
But for the McDonald's biscuit breakfast.
McDonald's biscuit on an egg and cheese biscuit, there's not the bacon. It's just not substantial. It's a small little strip of bacon. Real ones know, by the way. There's some portly fellas in cars nodding heads right now. Real ones know. The amount of bacon is not enough. So it's 2 slices across. But it's thin. It's small. It's not thick in any way.
Now, I'm not going to tell you it's as substantial as the sausage. It's more substantial.
It's not there. It might as well not be there. You feel like you're eating an egg sandwich in a lot of ways with is there a little bacon on this? The sausage is a game changer.
Announces its presence with authority.
The sausage is the star. The egg is also there. See what I'm saying?
I do.
So yeah, bacon goes. I'm sorry.
Wow. Just like that.
Marry sausage, kill bacon, quarter pounder the other one, I think. That's where we're at.
Yeah.
If we could do that.
I think that's fair.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Dave, who's in La Plata. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
Long-time listener, long-time season ticket holder, first-time caller.
Today's the day, Dave. What brought you out of the woodwork today?
You know what? Just listening to the question and obviously the hype around my guy, Jaden Daniels. Too much hype? Not at all. And why? Definitively. As long as Jaden Daniels is not one of you guys' millions of listeners, and as long as Jaden Daniels is not listening to the media hype of the national media, we are fine, boys. We are just fine. And by all accounts, Jaden Daniels, first in, last out, hardest worker, keeping his nose down, grinding. You listen to the press conferences. He's talking, hey, I just want to get better. Last game against the Cardinals, the only thing he's thinking about is that one pick. So, you know, you talk about your previous caller in regression. Even if he regresses, you know what? Quoting Danny, it's still going to be pretty damn good. So I'm riding the hype train. I'm pushing the train. I'm on the train. I'm ready to go. I can't wait to get out there Sunday. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Love it.
Dave in La Plata. I like where you're at, my guy. Thank you. And I think you're going to be happy to find out everything I know about Jaden Daniels, all the people I've talked to that know him a lot better than I do. He is not a guy who's out there reading social media, reading his press clippings, who cares what Shannon Sharp's saying or anybody else, which is awesome. And I agree. My point is not a concern that this is going to go to Jaden Daniels' head. That's not what I'm saying. It's more just a referendum on media at this point, that we can't just have anything for 1 hour without declaring that it is going to be something forever.
Right. We have to quantify everything we see, not just say, hey, this is good, but it's like, imagine we were talking about art. The newest painting, we had to decide if it was the best painting of all time. Like, this artist has never painted this many paintings, but this painting right here is better than Van Gogh's Flowers. It's better than the Mona Lisa. It's better than anything you could possibly come up with. Okay, well, let's look at it for 5 minutes before we decide.
Darius goes out on a date tomorrow. Okay, we say, Darius, how did it go? He's like, it went really good. You liked her? He's
Congrats on your marriage.
Great, yeah, great night. We had a good conversation. You attracted to her? Dude, she is very pretty, like wheelhouse.
She's from New York.
She likes everything I like, right? She's from New York.
Mm-hmm.
Big time fan
Big
of
sports
football.
fan.
Exactly. Covers football, like whatever it is. Yeah. I'm all in. Okay. Way to go, Dad. We love you, Dad.
Love you, Dad.
We love you, Dad. But the point of the dude's story is, oh, when's the wedding? No, can we just live in the moment for a second? Or maybe go on another date? Can we learn her last name? Maybe we could figure out what she does for work. It's the second date. Now, the second date is not when someone's supposed to record you and ruin your life and put it on oh, wait, I'm sorry. That happened.
Excuse me.
That happened to someone.
Sorry about that.
But it's the second date, for God's sake. Can't we just go to dinner, eat some buffalo wings, talk about life? Reggie's in D.C. Hello, Reggie.
Hello, fellas. What's going on, man?
Hey,
Love
buddy.
the show. See, this is what bothers me, man. We're like a beaten and abused fan. See, we had superstars in D.C. before. See, we got Obi. Nobody cares about hockey. We had Juan Soto.
Hey, watch
Bryce
yourself,
Harper.
Reggie. We love hockey on this. I love hockey.
No. What I'm saying is the national.
No, we got you, buddy.
Yeah, national media. See, we're not used to having like a sexy 10 in DC. I've been listening to sports talk radio, you know, like when it really became kind of popular for probably 25 years, maybe a little bit longer. When is the last time outside of foolishness that the Skins, Washington football team, Commanders have been like a national story in a positive way? We have it, right?
The early 90s. That's it.
I would say Griffin when he's on the Tonight Show and they're on the run.
No, because Griffin never looked like this. See what happened? See, think about that. You guys are, especially you, Grant. Like, you've been around this team. When is the last time we had 4 games of like elite quarterback play?
Well, so I would take issue with. I don't think there's been elite quarterback play for 4 games. I wouldn't put Tampa Bay in that category, and I'd give you half the Giants. But your larger point is correct. I want you to keep cooking because you're right.
Okay,
like through a month at 3-1, I've not felt like this in my life.
So hold on. So now we're the chosen one. Now the prom queen wants to date us, and everybody's saying, "Okay, no, what? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me reconsider because I don't know if I got a good outfit to wear. Hold on. Wait a minute. I don't know if Daddy's gonna rent me a limo. Wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know if I got a good haircut in cologne. No, man. You ride this thing until the wheels fall off, and guess what? Who is to say it's gonna fall off? Now I get it. He's gonna have a game, but who is the? Okay, hold on. Let me say this real quick. If he had a game like Bo Nix did against the Jets, where he had 7 completions and -7 yards, if he looked like Caleb Williams, who looks really confused, we would be killing him. And y'all know it. We hyped up Sam Howell after one game. Sure. So you're telling me now we got 3? Okay, I'll give you the Tampa Bay. You're right, but I'll give you 2.5. So we got 2. When is the last time we went back-to-back on the road and beat a Cincinnati team that was desperate? That we matched an elite quarterback point for point, and then we went on the road and blew out a team that everybody's saying, you know what, the Cardinals are pretty good. They got some weapons on the outside. No, guys, we got to enjoy this because the prom queen, she chose us. So now, you know what? Let's get our good shape up. Let's get our clothes on, and let's go enjoy our date.
Yeah.
Take a bow, Reggie.
I'm thinking middle school. 3, maybe 4 sprays of Dracar Noir and jump through it, right? Like, let's go.
Me and Reggie were sitting on the bench, and the hot prom queen came up to us, and she said, "Are you Grant?" And I looked at Reggie, and I was like, "You made her come over here, didn't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah." Miss Davis, you want to go prom with me?
Let's go prom, mate.
His call was perfect. The only issue I would take with it, Mr. Ruhe, is I'm not telling fans not to be excited. Like, he's responding to as if my point was, hey, guys, Commanders fans, buying their jerseys, buying their tickets, don't be excited. No. Ride it out, as he said. Enjoy this thing. It's the beginning of what could hopefully be a 15-year Hall of Fame career. Lock in and go have fun. I bought my son a number 5 jersey 2 weeks ago. I get it. Again, my referendum is really on the coverage. That's all. Where I'm saying it's too much too soon. The media, who should be a little better and know a little better than after 2.5 quarters of great football, suggesting that the guy's the best in the conference. He's the best in the conference. That's the take on ESPN. You get paid millions of dollars to say that. These shows stink. I mean, they're just terrible, some of these shouty shows.
They're trying to throw chum in the water.
Michelle's in Calverton on the Fan. Hello, Michelle.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I'm also a season ticket holder for a number of years.
Awesome.
And what I see, though, I'm seeing this quarterback is special in all aspects. The intelligence, the processing time, the mental acuity, the physical talents. The running is just one thing. And I think some of these people, including Ryan Clark, I think they do see that kind of combination with leadership and the ability, you just love where he comes from, his parents and the stands there, and just almost the perfect recipe for somebody who's going to succeed.
Yeah, built in a lab, right?
That's what it feels
built
like.
in my lab. I'm a lab director, so I could see all these things cooking up. But
love it.
I'm a big believer.
Yeah, why wouldn't you be right now? The reason I would buy all the stock at this moment, more so than I was buying 2 weeks ago or a month ago or 4 months ago, is all of the stuff we have learned about him since he got here. We don't have the ability to meet with him, to sit down with him, to look across the table at him. Like, all of the stuff she's referencing, right? Which matters every bit as much as the physical stuff, which you saw at LSU, seems to be off the charts. And that's why I would buy the hype, and I would say there's a really good chance he ends up being a superstar.
Yeah, like there's no 10 out of 10, 100% guarantee or anything, right? But if you go, here are the attributes that give you a best chance, a lot of boxes are checked by Jayden Daniels. Personality-wise, poise-wise, you mentioned all the physical attributes, which are obvious and ooze off the page. But man, that's the reason why you go, this is as likely as it is, I will cast my lot here. Whereas if I've got like 100 chips of my emotional investment, I haven't told that many chips over the last several seasons. I didn't give any to Ryan Fitzpatrick or Carson Wentz. I gave maybe 1 or 2 to Sam Howell because I liked the premise, but I'm putting a lot of chips on Jaden Daniels because that's your best shot.
I'd also remind people, and I hate even saying this because it's such night and day that it sounds like it's a comparison. And I hope people don't think that because Sam Howell is a backup probably in the NFL, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to be a star based on what we've seen. But remember the conversation about Sam Howell a month into last year?
Yeah.
He had a couple 300-yard games. He was balling out. Or whenever it was right before that Bills game. Was that week 3?
It was Denver, that comeback.
No, I know that was week 2. But the Bills game was the 4-interception home game. I want to say that was week 3. After 2 weeks, people thought they had found their franchise quarterback.
Yeah, so they come back against Denver. They played the Bills at home and lost 37-3.
And I was just sitting here after 2 weeks last year going, isn't this a little soon, guys? Like, is this making any sense?
We really found our quarterback. We really did.
Kind of the same deal. Now, Daniels, good. Sam Howell, not good or not as good. I'm not comparing the two, but we've tried to do this before. And all I'm saying is there's not a race to do this. Shane, Oxon Hill, what's good?
What's going on, man? I just wanted to kind of hit on that same thing you was going to say as far as, and I feel as though a lot of fans forget the feeling that we had after seeing Sam Howell throw for 300 yards versus the Eagle a couple of times and having big games where though even John Allen came out after a post game and talked about how, I think we got our quarterback. And you know what I'm saying? So I believe that it's not premature because what we're seeing is great, but some of the things that gave me pause when they came out is some of the things that we have to wait to see if it'll happen, like his safety and his size out there. So I would just say that, like you said, I would think that the national media would come to terms and saying, okay, let's see this guy make it through a full 16. Let's see this guy, you know what I'm saying? Because we just went through it last year. And I don't think EB helped Sam Howell at all, whereas though, the coaching has been great with Jaden from Clint. So I just want to say that, man, last year we had the same scenario after a few games. I feel as though a lot of guys, I was one of the guys who, just from his arm talent alone, thought that he, was special. But
nobody's saying anything other than he's been awesome, and all signs point to him being a star. It's just it's October 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to slam the gavel, to take your phrase from earlier in the show, just yet. Let's give away Deftones tickets. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets. North American Tour, Sunday, April 6th, Capital One Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Tomorrow, I want to talk about the fact that if the Commanders rip off a big-time season-winning division here, it is going to get harder to change the name. That is something that we should at least keep on the back burner as something to be thinking about. Not that anyone shouldn't be rooting for that, because please win football games.
It'd be a good problem to have. I'll complain about it later.
Please achieve. So that's something I want to talk about. Also want to get into the NFL calling a couple terrible penalties on double gun celebration and an arrow being shot. A fake arrow, not a real arrow.
Well, just think about the children, Grant.
Give me a break with that. So we'll do that tomorrow. And we'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football. Linnell's got Lenover time coming up next.
Thank you for coming.